Okay, well, almost everything works. The dial-up didn't work.
Oh,
It's
poor dial-up.
it says invalid server password,
Oh,
and
well,
I don't know why I have a invalid server password. Then again, I haven't used the dial-up stream in so long. I could have an outdated password on there because that was all automated for Wild Bunch up until a few weeks ago now. So let me
hmm
see. Let's see. URL. That's the URL. That's the URL. That's the password for all the messengers. Now it's the password for. All right. That's the password for Stickum. It shows how up to date this text document is. Master
is
password
that thing still alive?
for the streams is the same as everything else. What a surprise! No, Stickim's dead. All right. So we're gonna go to config. Hello, everybody. Listen to me update our passwords in our streams. All right, so now I'm going to,
Yay!
and now we're encoding. Now we are encoding. So that means that we are now streaming to the dial-up stream. So we're very sorry to all you listeners out there on dial-up that missed out on the first moments of the show. But the only thing you missed out on was me trying to figure out how to get the dial-up stream to work. So you really didn't miss out on much. But I suppose we should actually open the show. I suppose it would help if I like cue up the music ahead of time. All right, so I want to go to NHB incidental
Hmm.
music, and let's see, special presentation stereo.
I am a suburban homeboy with a suburban hoe right by my side. I am a suburban homeboy and I say yo dog to my poor cleaning guy. I hold my baggy enough for them. I play my shaggy enough for them. I pop a cap on some cool at the gap and I'm a suburban homeboy.
We are live. This is June 11th, 2014, with the Suburban Homeboys right here on the. Whoa!
What?
Apparently, they liked the 2 weeks they had without the show, and are not too thrilled to see us back. I
Well, I
don't.
could have listened to you and Dune and do a show on Sundays.
You know what? That's what happens when you put the boo button right next to the applause button. Is what that is right there. All right,
Don't you label your buttons?
they are labeled, but they are really close together. You know,
Oh.
and my aim is. Let's just say if I had to grab the guest gun
Do
while
we-
staying at Dune's place, Dune's place is gonna get robbed because you know. If my aiming is anything like it is clicking the buttons on the soundboard, I don't stand a chance. This is why I don't carry. Anyways, this is Johnny Gators. Joining me, of course, is Mars and Neo, who has yogurt and granola.
Really
Not right now.
big.
You're not wearing any right now?
No.
Okay. All right. So it worked.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
Yogurt. Yes, I told Neo the answers to all her problems can be found in yogurt.
Even with
Then
strawberries?
maybe you should use the yogurt.
Well,
Oh.
yeah,
It's culture.
well, I have other
Just
things at
lather
work.
it on there.
Well, I don't know if you liked my my first suggestions. You know, the blue bottle with the powder. I don't know if you want to throw that in there because that could be fun.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Ooh, they got Jägermeister spice. Ooh.
You know, I actually saw, for the first time during some cartoons on TV, a Jägermeister commercial.
A Jägermeister commercial.
Yes, I did.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I was surprised. I was like, wow, who knew?
Jägermeister.
Yep, I did.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, that stuff needs advertising, I would think, because, I mean, have you tasted it?
No, I don't drink alcoholic beverages, but
Well, that's right.
there's-
That's right. But if you did taste alcoholic beverages, you would have tasted it. And, well, let's... do you like licorice?
red licorice, yes. Real black licorice, the real stuff. Yeah, it's not bad. But
Okay. I'm thinking that's... well, what is it? Isn't there like... Because I think Jaeger is like licorice. I think like Zambuca is also like licorice. So, I wonder what happens if you mix them. My last stand writes
the
in...
world will implode.
That could be. My last stand writes in, I was lost without you. You complete my week. Don't ever go away. Try doing the show on pot brownies. Talk about edible pot. Well, I'm not really a much of a pot user. I've smoked it a handful of times back in the day, but I've not tried eating it. My understanding is pot brownies is kind of like making brownies with oregano. Yeah, it'll get you high, but it's not really a very good brownie. And I don't know. Isn't part of the fun having something to hold in your hand, sucking it in and blowing it out? Isn't I don't know.
I don't know, Gators. That sounds like a personal
Well,
problem.
I don't know. Neo is our resident pot smoker here on this show.
What?
Pot, is it better eaten or smoked?
I've never eaten pot.
So you haven't done the pot brownie thing.
No.
All right. Well, our official pot expert is a smoker. So we here at the Suburban Homeboys don't endorse pot use, but if we did, our official endorsement would be to smoke it.
Is that on the ballot to become legal in California again?
I probably.
Supposedly?
What's the official status in Pennsylvania?
Mormon or no? Amish.
No, Amish. Yeah. I guess the Amish aren't. Well, are the Amish pot smokers? I mean, they do grow plants. They have plenty of crops. I mean, they grow tobacco, don't they? I think they
Do
should.
they smoke? I don't think they smoke.
But they grow it. That's the thing. They grow it. So there's certainly some crop potential that exists. If Amish can grow tobacco, I think Amish could grow pot. And
Probably.
my last stand writes in, I do that with 2 packs of menthol. Oh, no. If you're going to smoke pot. It's much better for you than cigarettes.
Actually, you should vape, not smoke it, but it'd be a lot better for you.
My last stand writes in, but ADHD Radio endorses it. They endorse eating pot or smoking tobacco.
Okay.
I don't know which he means there. But anyways,
I hate tobacco.
if
I hate all tobacco products.
you know, the only reason I ever tried smoking tobacco was because I figured, well, I tried smoking pot. Shouldn't I at least try smoking tobacco like once or twice? And, you know, it wasn't that bad. Wasn't that great. Now, chewing tobacco, on the other hand, that stuff I liked. That was good stuff.
Ew, that stuff's nasty.
You ever try it?
No, it just smells nasty.
Well, yeah, but you, try it once.
No, I don't want to have what I don't want to have gum cancer.
You're not going to get gum cancer by doing it once.
Maybe.
And I know that the way these education programs work is you don't even do it once, don't even start. But let me level with you. Doing it once is not going to be a problem. You just you reach a certain age, you know yourself, and you know your limits, and you know whether you're the type of person that can try something once and walk away, or whether you're the type of person that just shouldn't. And I knew that I could try chewing tobacco once, or I could try smoking a cigarette once, and I wasn't going to get hooked, you know? And I knew that I could handle drinking and not get, you know, I've had a few times where I drank a little more than I should.
Oh, just a few beers once in a while, right?
Well, but I'm not an alcoholic. You know, I have my drinking under control. And I've been able to be fine with that. And I'm
That's
not.
why you decided to finish the blue bottle that night without donations, right?
No, there were donations, and I didn't finish it.
Oh. No.
Now, Dune, on the other hand, he polished. But that was a special occasion. There's a difference between being the alcoholic that can't stop drinking, drinks all the time, and being the idiot that every once in a blue moon decides, I'm going to go for broke tonight and have a good old time despite the consequences. There's clearly a difference there. So,
Yeah.
So I endorse trying things once, so long as they're not going to harm you from doing it once, and you don't have the type of personality that you're going to just start doing it all the time from one time. Now, there are certain things that, of course, I don't recommend trying once. I'm not suggesting you go out and try heroin just that once time. No, come on, use some common sense here. But no, you try chewing tobacco once, and because the thing is, I always said that smoking has kind of a relaxing thing to it. I mean, that's the thing I never got about smoking, was I didn't really find anything beneficial from it, meaning that something that would entice me to want to do it. I didn't smoke a cigarette and go, oh yeah, that's so calming. I could see that being really nice to turn to if I need to calm down. Chewing tobacco, on the other hand, that was nice. I got a nice, that was nice. And so I decided I better not ever do that again, because I like that. So,
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Yeah, no. Never do it.
No. Well, yeah, like I'm saying, it's obviously a type of thing you shouldn't do regularly, or not even really occasionally, But trying it once, it was nice.
So if you tried acid once, you would never do it again?
Acid, on the other, well, that's the type of thing that can do some brain damage. I've been curious about acid, but that's, like I said, I'm not suggesting you run out and try heroin. I mean, obviously there's some limits here, but trying chewing tobacco once is probably not going to have long-lasting effects that's going to affect you 20 years from now, unless you let yourself get addicted to it and do it more than once. I mean, if you disagree with that, feel free to say that you think one use is enough to give you mouth cancer, but I don't think so. I'm not a doctor, so...
Neither am I.
Now, My Last Stand writes in, dip is nasty, hate it, and the byproduct cleanup. No, that's why you that's why you have like a soda can or something, or that you spit in, and then you toss it in the recycling bin.
I'll stick to coffee.
My Last Stand writes in, where do we donate? What is your highest bid? No, we're not doing drinking for donations tonight.
Gators. You donate to Gators88A at yahoo.com.
Gators88A. So you're confusing two of us. I'm not old, and I'm not black. I do not have an 88A at the end of my name.
Oh my goodness.
I do have the receding hairline, though, unfortunately, which I think I found some paying work for venison.
Oh, God.
What, sewing people's hair back onto their heads?
No. I'm going to pay him to fix up my radiola.
I wouldn't let him touch anything with a 10-foot pole.
Well, he does now. He says he has experience servicing and repairing audio electronics. He says he has built at least one tube radio.
No, it's just a Sound Designs.
No, this would be an RCA. This would be a bit of old school. I'm thinking that if he's qualified, that if I'm going to pay someone to work on this thing, it may as well be someone that, I know could use the money and is qualified.
Do you expect to get it back?
Well, I'm not dropping it off at his place. He doesn't have power. He suggested that we should work on it at my place. Of course,
What?
Well, if things work out as planned, my place would be in Pennsylvania. So, and plus the thing's in my dad's basement. So I'm thinking maybe we could work on it in my dad's basement.
Number one, that means you'd actually tell Venison where one of your particular family lives.
Well, that's okay. He doesn't have a car, so he can't get there anyways.
Hmm.
You know? Yeah, he'd know where they live, but what's he going to do with that information?
Oh, walk.
Yeah, he's going to walk from he's going to walk that many miles. I think he has to cross at least a county line. You know?
Are you allowed in any other counties?
I don't know. But I think he's qualified. He's talked about his experience servicing electronics, and I mean he's got to be good at something. I mean, right?
He worked for sound design, didn't he?
Lazy ass.
He did work for sound design.
And how good was their equipment?
They had some nice units.
Really?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is Venison has a nice unit?
No, that's not what I said. I said sound design had some nice units.
Oh, okay.
So Venison may have worked on some nice units.
Okay.
My last stand writes in, dipping once is like fucking a hooker once. It's never worth it. No, I disagree with you.
And you'll get a disease.
Whatever. I don't think you're going to get a disease from dipping, from chewing tobacco once. I remember.
No, but fucking a hooker, you can probably kiss your dick goodbye.
Well, that I wouldn't recommend. Unless you go to a place that's, fully licensed, like, what was it, the Nevada.
Yeah, but the corner hooker in Hayward? No.
No.
Yeah, your dick is just going to fall off before it even goes inside her.
And remember, if you have Prince Albert in a can, you better let him out.
But yeah. There you go.
Two buttons that also shouldn't be next to one another.
Brian Blue says crack is one of today's sponsors.
No, I'm not suggesting you try crack once. That's on the list of things that you should just not touch. Use a little common sense. Come on, people. I'm not recommending you try everything once.
Well, yeah, something like that.
All right. Anyways, so you know what I should do? I should bring up Skype and I should tweet the link, because that way maybe
you should bring up Skype and you should tweet the link.
Yeah, because then maybe Brian Blues will show up.
Well, I have been messaging him on Twitter quite a bit.
Oh yeah,
mentioning you at the same time.
Wait, me or who has been mentioning me?
Me and Brian.
Oh, what have you been mentioning about me? I haven't seen this.
It's because you're not following Twitter right now, are you?
I don't watch it closely every day.
Ooh, we have messages.
All right, Sir Mars is tweeting. Just remember, crack is whack. Don't do drugs. Shoe. What's shoe?
Really?
Do we get a big shoe lined up for today? All right. So I'm gonna tweet. Let's see. At Brian Blues, we have a shoe right here, and then I'm gonna paste the password to Skype because that is the last thing that was in my clipboard.
Oh yes, you should send him that. He would love that.
Let's get the link.
Brian Blues could be our personal answering system.
No. I'm gonna fix that, and now I'm gonna click tweet. There we go. So I guess Brian Blues has just been waiting for the Skype to come up.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I would add Brian Blues to the contact list so I could just call him. But the problem with that is the problem I pointed out to Dune when I was, pointing out that, like if because he wanted to call someone, and he's like, well, how could I, call them? I'm like, well, it'd be easier if you just add them as a contact. And then I pointed out the only thing is that any show that uses it will have that in the contact list and then could randomly call it at any time.
But that's half the fun.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anyone's really doing that because Gothard's number is still in the contact list, of course.
Yeah, I'm in there. No one calls me, except I'm never on Skype, but...
Well, that would probably be why no one calls you. I mean, that is kind of a general requirement of getting Skype calls is to be available to take them.
But since they take voice messages, they can leave me voice messages, too.
Speaking of voice messages, let's see what we got here. Though this one doesn't play, we're going to delete that one. All right, let's try this voice message.
She's hot. It's a hot lady.
Fuck you, Canada. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that one won't play. Garbage.
Okay.
Trash.
So we're 2 for 1.
All
2
right.
for 3.
Garbage. That won't play. Yeah. I don't understand why the more Skype messages don't work than the ones that do. Which operates in Woot a show this week. All right, let's try this one. No, that's not going to work. All right, we're just going through the voicemails and. God damn it, you stupid bitch! Stop calling.
Who set us up on that one?
Oh, hey, that was a sound. Okay, we're going to close that one. That one doesn't work. Why, hello there.
Hey.
Hey, it's been a while.
Yeah. What's happening?
Yeah, well, we're back. I'm not traveling this week, and so that means we have a show this week, and we have a show next week. However,
Are
Next
we on? Are we on now, or is this pre-show?
no, we are on.
Hey, hello, show.
Hello, show.
I was kind of half looking for your YouTube posting.
Well, I just posted it after you were talking about shoes with Mars.
Oh, okay. That sometimes actually Twitter's weird because it doesn't come exactly through.
Yeah.
You know, like it's lightning speed. It's weird.
Yeah, well, I'm a little off my game this week because I haven't done this in 3 weeks now, so my routine is a little off. But
so where have you been since our last show?
Well, let's see. Last week I was in Portland, and the week before I was in Seattle. And this week I'm here. Next week I'm here. The week after that, I'm in Dallas. So
wow.
Yeah, and then I get to travel to Salt Lake twice.
You get to do what?
Yeah.
Travel where twice?
Salt Lake City.
Why? Oh, twice? Why'd you stay there then?
Well, no, because once in July and another time in August. Because well, here's the thing: is that at this point there are 3 companies involved, and they all have running water, as you can clearly hear.
Yes. Well, Salt Lake City would flood if it had that much water.
Yeah. But anyways, and they all have thumping typing too. Lots of sounds at all these places. So
I thought that was a jet sound, not water. I thought that was jets.
Jets.
I can open my window. There's a lot of traffic tonight.
Oh.
The air school's been going crazy today.
Yeah, but then Damon's going to bitch at us for ripping off because
You know what? Damon can bite me.
Apparently, Liam was the first person ever to
I thought his
broadcast.
shows were null and void now that he's not on the network, right?
You know what? Yeah, who gives a shit what Damon and Liam are doing? Because they're not even doing it regularly on a station that matters.
By the way, Mars, you know why the air traffic school is airplane school is big?
Why?
Because of airplane repo. They make a lot of money doing that.
Oh my goodness, I haven't watched that yet.
I watched 2 episodes of it. It was okay. I did not download a 3rd episode yet. I've got.
Well, it's kind of like, I mean, it's not really ripping interesting, but when you really think about it, you kind of go, wait a minute, what these guys do is break into an airport and steal a plane.
But that's not really what they're
And they
doing.
make it look easy.
I mean, yeah, they are breaking in a sense, but once they get caught, they're allowed to be there, and they're within legal rights. I mean, they slap the paper on the plane, and we have legal claim on
But
this.
if the bad guy is doing that, you know.
Well, I mean, yeah, if someone's trying to, evade them, basically it's just the hassles that come up sometimes. I think the first episode was that like the people there didn't understand that they were required to comply, and then like the sheriff's department was all confused as to what they're supposed to do, and they're just waiting for them to all sort it out. I don't know. It was all right. It was all right, but it wasn't the most interesting. I've taken to downloading episodes of Kitchen Nightmares and Pawn Stars, and maybe if I run out of those, I'll look at some more. I'm looping back a little bit. Am I on speakerphone?
Hello.
Not me. Not on me.
Okay. All right. Oh, it's gating better now. All right. It's not. I meant to say gating because it's gating, as in I'm not hearing it loop back. Okay, cool. Moving right along. So yeah, Salt Lake City twice, and the reason is because there's 3 companies involved in this now, and they could all breathe deeply, loudly over phone lines. And I think we should all do our breathing exercises along with Brian Blues right now. So everyone breathe in. All right, let's breathe out.
Excuse me.
I was only kidding when I said you should try smoking crack, Mars. Come on.
Whack is whack, don't do drugs.
Yeah, it's today's sponsor.
There we go. Today's sponsor, crack.
No. The line, the tagline.
Don't do drugs.
Yeah, don't.
I just told people they should try certain things.
Mars, say the line as we rehearsed.
Crack is whack, don't do drugs.
There you go. Today's sponsor.
See?
Okay. Well, see, this all started because I suggested that it's perfectly okay to try chewing tobacco once, and Mars says that he hasn't ever tried it because he doesn't want to get mouth cancer. While I agree you should not partake in it regularly for the mouth cancer, there's nothing wrong with trying it once.
The probability of getting mouth cancer from one time chewing tobacco, is next to nil.
Right. Now, Brian, have you ever tried
stepping outside and getting struck by lightning?
There you go. No, Brian.
That would at least be fun.
Brian, have you ever tried the chewing tobacco?
It's been a really long time. And quite frankly, it's kind of like, it's one of those experiences where you kind of go, so why would someone want to put a handful of dirt in your mouth?
No, I liked it. I thought it was nice. I had a nice, good feeling going after, as I was. That was good stuff. I liked it.
Now, I have smoked pipe tobaccos, but
My mom
that's
actually used to do that back in the day.
No, that's
back in the 80s.
Yeah, I kind of like it, but
I see. So your form of tobacco, your preference for tobacco is the pipe.
Would be that.
Now, I've not smoked the pipe.
Not that much. And although I have had a few cigars, and that's actually convenient as well. But again, rare.
Yeah, I've had a few cigars back in the day too.
Cigars are stanky.
I had
yeah, they are. That's that's kind of the downside. So you don't do it that often,
right?
So.
Well, and I'd have a cigar.
I probably haven't had one in a dozen years.
Yeah, and basically when I had a cigar, it's someone else is having a cigar, and they ask, "Hey, you want one too?" And so it's going to be stanky in there anyway. So you may as well, enjoy it.
My favorite bit is this place I was working. This was over 20 years ago. I was walking around. I was actually in a customer service department, and this younger woman had this box on her desk, and I said, "Hey, nice cigar box," because it was one of these wooden, really nice quality wooden cigar boxes. And she just looked at me and said, "How do you know that's a cigar box?" I just said, "I just know." She was funny. She was embarrassed, but hey, she actually enjoyed some cigars once in a while. So what the hell?
Yeah, why not? Why not? But
That wasn't a judgmental. In fact, that was a compliment. Hey, that's a nice cigar box.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
That was in Texas.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a cigar box in Texas.
That's right, especially and a woman smoking a cigar in Texas.
I see.
Let's see. Meanwhile, I've got an email forward
With a gun, of course.
With a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, we need to congratulate Dune. Dune has fallen into a great fortune right here.
He has?
Yes.
What?
He has won the Facebook lottery.
The Facebook lottery?
Yes, he just got it. He got an email that he has won. We are very happy to inform you that your name appear on them Facebook lottery promotion for the month, and we are giving out the total sum of 150,000 USD, 150,000 United States dollars, to our winners, which is the sum you have won. Your name was selected in a raffle that was made yesterday, so we need your fast response so that we can proceed with the delivery of your fund. Your name was selected by Mr. Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Facebook, founder and chief executive officer. Wow. Mark Zuckerberg himself.
Zoe, where are you? We need you to call.
Oh man, this is congratulations, Dune. I wouldn't respond to that email not even once.
Yeah, how does that
That's
scam
awesome.
How does that
I don't
scam
get
work?
spam.
How do you collect? Yeah, how do they get you to give them money to give you
The general gist of the scam, as I understand it, is you respond saying, "Oh my God, that's awesome," and they respond with some story about in order for the funds to be transferred, you have to transfer a nominal amount of money for a processing fee. Sure, $300 sounds like a lot, but we're talking about $150,000 here.
Just take it out of my
Really?
Okay.
Thank you for the heavy breathing.
Zuckerberg needs your money. Your money
to
so
help.
that he can send you money.
Right. Now, Brian, let's talk about your headset. Are you using the headset right now?
Yeah, headset's on.
All right. Microphone placement is key when it comes to those headsets. And the key is to place the microphone out of the path of air when exhaling.
Oh, was I breathing on my microphone?
Right. Yeah. It happens.
Oh, okay.
It happens. And,
okay. That's a good tip. I thought it was sticking in my ear.
I see. And Dio is not on pot right now, so her nerves are.
Okay. You know what's a great thing about this show? There are some professional tips that are offered all the time.
Yes.
So anybody that's listening,
Usually not by me.
Oh, thank goodness someone told that dork to quit breathing in his microphone.
Right. Well, I do.
Especially since he's got a cold.
Right.
Right.
Again.
Yeah.
Well, at least this one isn't as bad.
Oh, last week we went to Sydney.
Oh.
Ooh, nice.
And my prior cold completely cleared up when we were out of Singapore.
Oh.
Came back.
Allergic to something.
And then the next day, bam, it's back.
Ooh.
Ooh, you should move to Sydney then.
There you go. There's the
go.
solution.
There you go. So you're okay.
Either that, it's an allergy. I'm not sure which. Allergic to Singapore.
You're allergic to Singapore. It's yeah.
Just all the canes. That's the only thing he's allergic to.
There you go.
There you go. And apparently the government doesn't want to hear your complaints about your allergies to their country.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
That's right. Because there was actually a news story this week about Singapore, and I figured, Brian will like this if he hasn't already heard it.
Ooh.
And I'm just stalling for time right now.
Oh, why didn't you tweet that one? That's a good one to tweet. It was electronic, right?
Well, tweeting news stories is kind of your thing, and I don't want to start, moving in on your
Especially
territory.
with the kittens.
Well, no. My thing is kittens. Mars is right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this was a story about sex services. So maybe
What?
maybe that is my territory. Well, no. Apparently, Singapore does not want you to call them if you're unhappy with your sex services. A foreign minister, clearly frustrated with some of his own countrymen, has taken to Facebook to expose some of the stranger requests received by consular staff. Can the government get involved if a Singaporean gets illegal sexual services overseas but is not satisfied and wants a refund? The answer seems obvious.
It's called the Singaporean herp.
The Singaporean.
Okay. Sorry about that, but we lost connection.
Yeah.
When you said, and Singapore doesn't want you.
Right.
And what was the rest of that?
Well, basically, the article is, Singapore is not happy with all the complaints they're getting that they can't do anything about, I guess. So I'm going to read the article. A foreign minister, clearly frustrated with some of his own countrymen, has taken to Facebook to expose some of the stranger requests received by consular staff. Can the government get involved if a Singaporean gets illegal sexual services overseas but is not satisfied and wants a refund? The answer seems obvious, writes K. Shanmugam, the country's Minister for Foreign Affairs, with an almost audible sigh. The exasperated minister went on to list other examples with the plea, we have to draw the line between what is personal responsibility and what is not. Personal responsibility could include the lovelorn citizen who asked the Foreign Office to convince his girlfriend to marry him. And then there was the KFC customer who alleged racial discrimination over the size of his fried chicken. He wanted MFA to investigate the instance and seek justice in that foreign country for the unfair treatment he claimed to have received. We told him we could not do that, the minister writes. Nor could the country help the Singaporean living in Indonesia who requested the Foreign Office help ship a computer ordered online from the United States. Singapore's consular officials handled 3,000 cases last year filed by Singaporeans who made some 7 million trips abroad. That number is dwarfed by the volume of requests received by larger countries, including the United Kingdom, whose Foreign Commission Office handled more than 52,000 cases the same year. So basically, it's just one article like, hey, look at all the dumb things people call into the to our office with, And I think anyone who's ever worked customer support knows all about dumb requests.
And I'm sure that the U.S. Embassy gets a lot of similar type of traffic.
Exactly. So I just thought, hey, cool, Singapore made the news. Let's CNN covering something about something other than a missing flight. How about that? And it's about Singapore. So
You sure it can't be traced back to the airplane somehow?
Well, it could be that someone is complaining that Singapore hasn't found the airplane, and maybe that would be...
maybe the last person that complained was on the airplane.
It could be. Maybe all the people on the airplane were people that complained one time too many to Singapore. And
I don't think that Singapore is that involved in that.
No, probably not.
I think they're letting Malaysia handle that one.
Right.
Hey, Malaysia,
Sure.
this one. Here's another one for you.
We'll forward those to Malaysia. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Hey, no one said our conspiracy theories had to make sense. I mean, do they ever? It's too bad we don't have Venison here. He might have been. He might have started saying.
So who else? Who else is online?
Mars and Neo.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Neo.
Neo.
Hello.
Oh, there she is. And Neo is having yogurt and granola. Isn't that right?
Actually, no.
No. Never mind. Previous conversation.
Well, I'm having oatmeal with raisins and coffee.
Oh wait, I haven't played the sound effect for this.
Uh-oh.
I need to find it now because I forget where I saved it.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
yes.
Because we took the time to make
It's on the desktop, Gators.
It's on the desktop?
Yeah.
No, the birthday song's on the desktop. Death Wish Coffee Remix is on the desktop. Soulfinger.
Good.
Soulfinger's on the desktop. Maybe it's on my left desktop. see, Captain and Tennille, no. Stereo Lab, no. Brian Promo, no. Neo Sings, no. Brian Wow, Airplane Bathroom Porn, no.
No.
That's not the.
You kept the bathroom porn?
I clipped that for automation. That's what
Oh
we.
my God.
That's not the porn itself. It's us reviewing the porn. Here, an American Airlines flight from San Francisco to New York. See, it's me talking about bathroom, airplane bathroom sex.
Oh, okay. I was just wanting to make sure.
The only thing is that
you kept that.
That whole bit was like 18 minutes long, so I need to cut it down somehow for automation. So I have it on my desktop.
Why? You do the two only ones are longer than 18 minutes sometimes.
Okay. All right. So what do I want to search for? What are we eating today? All right. So let's take a look here and see what we can find. Maybe it's in this folder. See, at this point, I've ruined the bit, so it's like we shouldn't even bother with this anymore.
Oh.
But that's how we roll on this show. Even just because I killed the bit doesn't mean I'm going to stop. Maybe I made its own folder. Oh, here we go. There's a folder here. So there must be a mix down here that would work. What are we eating today? Of course, that's missing the sound at the end. See, that's not the... All right, close enough. So what are we eating today? Brian, you were starting to say what you were eating today?
Oh, that was my cue.
Yeah.
I think we need to do that again. I totally screwed it up. Hit the button again.
Bum.
We're eating oatmeal with raisins and some coffee.
Ooh.
How was that?
That's good. I got coffee too. I'm not actually eating anything, but I got coffee.
There we go.
All right.
So you need a new version. What are we drinking today?
Well, that's the original bit. Actually,
oh,
that's the
you
bit.
had that.
Well, Damon did that. There was back when Damon had co-hosts, and one of his co-hosts was his brother Paul. Paul was trying out a different beer each week on the show, and would talk about it. And so Damon made this little bumper, which was far more in tune than mine, and had a piano crash at the end of it instead of that cluster chord thing I recorded, which is missing from the version I played. And so, he's like, wait, we got our bit this week. And he played this thing, what are we drinking today? And of course, the one that everyone remembers is the week that Paul was drinking Stone Smoke Porter, which apparently was pretty good. So that's what we were mocking, was that with the whole what are we eating today, when everyone started eating on mic and making noises.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we can talk about Salt Lake City. So I get to travel twice. And this all is because, well, there's 3 different companies involved here that are all coming together in a beautiful way.
It's the trifecta of companies.
The trifecta.
Turning into one.
Let's call them, all right, so I work for Company A, and then there's Company B, and there's Company P. That should keep things clear, because Company B acquired Company A, which is what I was worked for and was hired by, and then Company P acquired the whole deal. And so all 3 companies are represented in Salt Lake City, which makes people at some of the companies in Salt Lake City a little worried about the future, because do they really need all those locations in the same area? But before they figure that stuff out, everyone's got to be converted on the same network, which is why I've been traveling around to different locations, and why I was in Portland last week and Seattle the week before. And
is Batman's brother still working there?
Batman's brother. Batman's brother.
Okay, who played Batman?
Let's see. Adam
in
West?
the TV series. Yeah. So is his brother still working at Company A location?
Oh, at Company A in Salt Lake. As far as I know, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
I like Batman's brother.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I've talked to that guy on the phone, but I've not met that guy. So, but
yeah, he's nice. And if you're out there and you see him, say hi for me.
I will do that. So
I like
he's
Catwoman in
a
the
really
first
nice
movie.
guy. Yeah.
that's cool.
But I don't think he'll be buying you a beer or anything like that.
Well, I don't. Buying a beer could be challenging in that area, as I understand it.
Yeah, I
Why?
mean, he's a nice, and don't take that as a negative thing. You just kind of say, because they don't do that here. Yeah,
Well,
you got it.
Well, that's okay because like Mars.
Of course, in
probably
Salt Lake City, the streets roll up at about 5 p.m.
That's okay. I don't really do much. These are busy trips. Like Portland,
Right.
Monday night, we were wrapping up at around midnight. So yeah, it's that kind of trip. But so of course I'm going to locations that are Company A locations. So in a few weeks I go to Dallas, and in August I go to Salt Lake, and they moved Denver to be during my vacation. And joke is on MP because I asked for the 4th of July week off. There was no conversions going on that week, but that week would have occurred right after another location got converted, so things might be busy with the help desk, so I'd rather you don't go on vacation that week. Okay, I'll go at the end of August. And then they moved Denver to the end of August while I'm on vacation, and it's like, well, shit. You know, if you let me go July 4th, it would have been during a week nothing was happening. Now you're on your own for Denver. Have fun. So I feel kind of bad, but my flight's booked.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
How do you feel about a nice vacation to Denver in August instead?
No, not happening. Not happening. Anyways, so that's that. It's just kind of ironic. Although I'm happy with the way it worked out because the flight at the end of August was much cheaper than a flight would have been for 4th of July.
Oh, near July, yeah.
So I was perfectly happy with the way that worked. In fact, what it was is the flight, the price of the flight, because I'm always watching all these different plans that I have. I watch the price of all my different plans, and the price of end of August dipped significantly. So at that point, I said, don't worry about trying to make July 4th work for me. I see that's not going to work, whatever. Price just dropped for the end of August. That works better for me anyways. So there you go. But before, actually right before I go on vacation is when Salt Lake for Company A gets converted. Actually, they had to move it up a day for me because that one got changed, and it got pushed back to right before my vacation. So it was going to happen August 13th, which is a Wednesday, to 15th.
Like, oh, gee, thanks.
Right. And so, you know, I'm on the team for that. And I kind of said, well, hey, I have a flight from San Francisco to New Jersey on August 15th. So being in Salt Lake City on August 15th for the conversion kind of clashes with my plans. I could change my flight to be out of Salt Lake instead of out of San Francisco, work that Friday, and then catch a flight to New Jersey from there instead. But I'm going to need you to let me expense the fee for changing my ticket. Now, that means that, you know, that wouldn't cost them much more because they pay for my airfare for these business trips anyway. So they would be paying for my return flight to San Francisco. So instead of paying for a return flight to San Francisco, they'd pay a fee for me to transfer my flight to be out of Salt Lake to New Jersey instead of, from San Francisco. And basically the guy replied back and said, we'll just move it up a day. So now that conversion is happening from August 12th to August 14th, which means August 14th I get in a plane and fly from Salt Lake City to San Francisco. And then August 15th, I get in a plane in San Francisco and fly to Newark,
that's
New
a
Jersey.
pain. I would have said, can you just do this? It would have been easier for me.
Well, the thing is that it would have been a connecting flight from.
Are you collecting miles on air programs?
Well, when I fly Southwest, I am.
Cool.
Yeah. The other ones, no, because I never collect enough. It's just too much. But Southwest is what I generally lean towards with these business travels, and those I'm collecting the miles, and they are adding up. And I have gotten a free flight in the past because after the last conversion with Company B, Chris and I took a trip to Vegas, and I didn't have to pay for the airfare.
That's cool.
Yeah, that was cool. And I proceeded to lose money in craps and blackjack. But I got a better plan this time. I got a better plan at craps this time around.
The better plan being you're going to go to a different destination that doesn't have a craps table.
No. Now, I know that there is no way. I know that no matter what in craps, the odds are against you. That's just the way the math works. You're just looking to hit a period of time where the fluctuations happen to be in your favor, but long term, the odds are against your favor. So it's all about minimizing the loss or trying to maximize the chance of being at a period of time where you can make a gain. So my latest strategy, because I like to play just craps on my computer for not real money, just for fun, and I'm finding I have better luck if I place bets on 6 and 8, and then when one of them hits, I take the other one down. Because then that means that you're betting that either 6 or 8 will hit before a 7, and those two numbers up against one gives you a better chance at winning one of those, and then you take the other one down and wait for 7 to hit. Now, of course, the math, of course, still works against you because there's plenty of times you're going to lose both those bets, and you're not going to win both if you're taking one down after the other one hits. So the math still works against you. But I found that I can frequently make money in a short session doing that.
Make Monopoly money.
Monopoly money, right. Well, the right way to gamble is to take money that you intend on never seeing again. That's the way to gamble. You're buying entertainment, and hey, maybe you'll actually still have it when you're done. And if you do, that's pure bonus because you go with the idea that this money might be gone,
Yeah, once in a while you hear about a guy that, I had $1,000, I went to Vegas, and it came back with, hey, still $1,000 in my pocket.
And that's a win.
Hey, cool.
That is a win right there.
Total.
Yeah, that's a total win.
Paid for the vacation.
Whoa, that was really loud. I'm sorry. I don't know how that fader got up so loud.
Holy moly, boy!
Sorry about that.
Holy crap! If there's any chance of me taking a nap, there was not it.
All right. So anyway, that's why I'm going to Salt Lake.
I think that was the reason, Mars, why it was so loud. Make sure you were going to nap.
Yeah.
No, I slept 14 hours last night, so I'm fine.
It's kind of like
Did we lose Neo?
She often gets quiet.
Yeah, she
I know. I think it's her turn.
Oh.
Well,
what's happening, Neo?
She's napping.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
And that bell didn't work.
No, I'm not napping. I am doing stuff.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
We found her. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Anyways, so that's why my second trip to Salt Lake is happening, because for Company A's location there, but Company B also has a location in Salt Lake City, and there's a position that opened up at one of Company C's locations in Trexlertown, Pennsylvania.
Ooh.
And because email came from guys.
Sweet.
Yes, email came one morning from the guy that is basically responsible for the help desk IT stuff on the east side of the country. And he basically said, we got 3 positions. We got a position for like the Northwest, that would be responsible for Seattle, Portland, those types of areas. They had a position open in Minnesota, and they have a position open in Trexlertown, Pennsylvania, that'd be responsible for the Northeast. Although he would be open to the person being based out of Syracuse, New York, instead of Trexlertown, Pennsylvania. And I'm like, no, Trexlertown it is, because Trexlertown is right there in the Lehigh Valley area of Pennsylvania, right near Allentown.
Oh, so that's kind of east, right?
Yeah, that's eastern Pennsylvania. That's right.
You don't want to go to Icebox, Minnesota?
No. Rico can have that. Yeah.
How about South Dakota?
Or-
You should go there.
No.
Or Neil. Neil could have that.
Neil. Oh yeah.
Yeah, our friend Neil. Yeah, he would love to go to Icebox, Minnesota.
Oh yeah. I'm sure he would.
For vacation, I think. That's it.
I'm staying here. It's warm.
So I sent the guy an email going, Trexler Town. Trexler Town. No, I didn't send an email that said that. I said,
Oh,
hi.
did you send him an email and say I'm interested?
I sent him an email saying I would be interested in the Trexler Town position. And because there's a lot of traveling and work going on, it took him a few weeks before he got back to me. And they said, okay, you interested in Trexler Town or Syracuse? I'm like, Trexler Town, that's where it's at. My family's in New Jersey. I'm from New Jersey. I've been looking for an opportunity to move back. That's right in the right area. So I'm very interested in that. And he kind of.
How close is it to Damon?
Well, let's see. Damon is that'd be a little jog across the state. Let's map it. All right, so let's go to Google Maps and go from Trexlertown, PA to where is Damon these days? He's in New Brunswick, isn't he?
I think so, somewhere around there.
New Brunswick, New Jersey. So that would take us. We take I-78 over to. We take I-78 to 287 and head on down to New Brunswick there, and that would be about a 1 hour, 20-minute drive. Not bad at all.
Can you take a horse and cart? Horse and buggy?
I could, but that would take longer.
It doesn't matter.
I'd have to swing by Amish country to pick up horse and buggy.
It's not that far. You're going to be in Pennsylvania.
I'm going to be in Pennsylvania, but I don't know that the Amish are hanging out in Allentown.
Might be. They're everywhere.
There you go. Oh yeah, I know. Let me tell you, where I went to school, it was not unusual to end up stuck behind a horse and carriage.
Oh yeah, when I lived in Indiana, we used to see them on the road. We got stuck behind one once, and I'm like,
this is a road. This is for cars.
No, I was like, hey, look, that horse is pooping. Awesome. It's right on the highway thing.
It reminds me of another article I've got for this week. Anyways, so he emailed back basically saying, well, what teams are you on for the upgrades? Hopefully we could sit down and talk in person. And so I looked at the teams I'm on. I told him what teams I'm on, and he's not on any of them. So he wrote back and said, okay, well, I'll see if I can get you on some of the teams that I'm on so we could sit down and talk in person. Tell me a bit about your current position, what you're doing, yada, yada. And I sent an email drafting what I kind of do, help desk, yada, yada, blah, blah, and that stuff. That's exactly what I said, help desk, yada, yada, blah, blah. So I'm off to a great start. No, I did not say that.
Nice. Nice. You should have. How did spell check catch yada, yada?
Spell check was the first hint that maybe I should word that a little differently. So I went and I looked at this. I took initiative and looked at all the schedules to see what teams I'm on, and I'm not on any teams he's on, and to see what teams he's on. And I saw that he's on the team for Company B in Salt Lake City, and that is a week that I would be available to be on a team. So I said,
wait, is that the one in August?
No, that's Company A's Salt Lake City location in August. Company B's Salt Lake City location is getting upgraded in July.
And you get to beat it before that.
And so I sent an email to the guy that makes the teams, put the teams together. I said, hey, could I get on the team for Salt Lake City Company B? I've been talking to Mr. Trexlertown about the Trexlertown position, and we want to, talk. He suggested I should get on a team so we could talk in person. And he wrote back, he said, done. And I sent an email to Mr. Trexlertown saying, hey, I got myself put on Salt Lake Company B's team. I'll see you there in July. And he wrote back and said, awesome, with an exclamation point, which I think is a good sign that he's saying awesome by taking initiative here to make this happen. So I got a good feeling about this.
Now, does your current position know about this already?
Well,
you would think they would be.
That's the thing. I did have to. At this point, I figured I'd better talk to MP and tell her, because it is in her interest to know that I'm going to be traveling for another upgrade in July. She needs to know these things and know my schedule. And I would, she'd probably be curious, well, why are you traveling out to a Company B location that we normally don't have anything to do with in July when there's no real reason for you to? So I kind of said, hey, I've been talking to Mr. Trexlertown about the Trexlertown position. We're going to talk in person. An opportunity to do that would be in July in Salt Lake. So I asked Mr. Team Builder Guy to put me on that team, and he did. Just want to make sure that's all okay with you. And she goes, oh yeah, that's fine. She didn't really react that much to it.
Oh.
So yeah, she knows I'm looking.
She had a little tear in her eye when when she didn't react.
She's cool.
She's cool.
She's cool.
Yeah.
I think he said, everybody has to go after their, shall we say, go after their dream.
Yeah.
And make their own decisions in the career.
Right.
No, I think she's.
Mm-hmm. And this is not looking outside. This is an internal thing.
Well, it's in the company.
Up.
That's why you probably have a better chance anyway.
Right, I have a better chance at it.
Oh, absolutely.
And this isn't saying, hey, I'm out looking outside. This is, hey, this is an internal opportunity I'm pursuing. So, I had no problem telling her about this. So yeah.
How's the record shopping in Pennsylvania?
After all, she could be getting a note directly from that third party.
Yeah.
So if she heard it from the third party first,
she'd say,
then that could be negative. So if you're telling her up front,
right. Yeah. And that's why I made a point to tell her, because here I'm putting things in motion. So I'm going to tell her, hey, I'm doing this, And I would have told her sooner, but she was out. She's we're not going to talk about personal medical issues on the show here, but she's doing better.
Good.
Anyways, she's been in this week, although she was out today. Which was too bad because
the mice will play then, right?
Because we went out to lunch today because the contractor was in today. New Brian was in today, and so the boss man was like, oh, well, while he's here this week, we got to go out for a team building translation excuse to have the company pick up the tab for lunch. And
New Brian was in this week.
New Brian's in this. Yeah, he's in this week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is one.
I follow him on. I follow him on Facebook, and I'm always surprised where he's someplace else. I guess he was just in Denver and got stuck there.
Oh yeah, he wasn't in on Monday. He didn't get in until Tuesday. So apparently there was some difficulty in the travel.
Yeah. I think there was something. I don't know, like he got stuck in Denver for weather or something like that, which is weird.
Yeah, that's something like that.
I wasn't sure he was actually traveling to the other locations.
No, he's here.
Oh, okay.
And we went to Sizzler. I got the salad bar.
Really?
Boy,
went to the Sizzler.
That's the Bay Area's greatest, huh? Sizzler.
Well, New Brian likes Sizzler, and he was disappointed.
Really?
They were remodeling recently, and it was closed. And he was all disappointed because he went there thinking, "Ooh boy, salad bar," and they had the chain link fence all around it. So he's been itching to get out there. Now I know you were not impressed with Sizzler the one time me and Neil went to Sizzler. You were,
and I've been to that location a few times. Even for a Sizzler, it's kind of like, wow, I'm not impressed. Now, on the other side of it is
Hawaiian barbecue.
My wife has a childhood buddy that lives down in the L.A. area, and her husband is like a big district manager from Sizzler. So I wouldn't want to say anything really bad about Sizzler.
Okay.
It's a chain restaurant. It's okay.
Yeah.
Is it? Are you talking about the one by Toys R Us?
Yeah, that one. That Sizzler.
Okay.
You know where that is. You could walk
there. Are there any other in the Bay Area? I'm not aware.
There are some. There is one in South San Francisco I've been to a couple times. The one in Hayward, I think Sizzler's too expensive for what you get. I'd rather go to that Japanese restaurant that's like right near it.
Oh, that little sushi place?
Yeah. Yeah, that place is better, but Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, did I share with you guys about the people that had a complaint about the sushi restaurant?
What?
Was there fish underdone or?
Yes, that was the nature of the complaint.
I just stole your
Nice.
punchline. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Oh, it was beautiful. You know, they were all
Oh.
incensed that the fish was well undercooked, and made a big fuss and whatever, and finally had it packaged up to go. And everybody went away happy, so they could take it home, I guess, and cook it.
Yeah, throw it on the.
And it was kind of like, and this was on a Twitter exchange, and I kind of responded like, okay, so the next experiment is send the person to the vegetarian restaurant and watch them say, "Where's the beef?"
Oh,
There you
dear.
go. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Crash.
Someone just doesn't know what sushi is. You know? And there are people that eat sushi, and there are people that never eat sushi. And most of my family falls into the never eat sushi category. And it's not that they're opposed to it; it's probably just never occurred to them to try it. And so when us in the younger generation of my family start eating sushi, this becomes a thing. Oh, you eat sushi. So we're all down the shore this one time, and we go out to dinner. Me, my brother and sisters, my grandmother and aunt and uncle, cousins, kind of all have a family dinner, and Grandma picks the place, and she goes, "Oh, they have sushi, because you eat sushi now, right? So they have sushi. So if you want sushi, you can eat sushi." Now this place, sir, is not a sushi place. It's a place that has sushi on the menu, and I've learned something.
Oh.
You don't order
Never.
sushi at the place
Never.
that has sushi on the menu. But Grandma kept talking up, well, I know they have sushi, and I figured you would like that since you eat sushi. It's like, I don't eat it all the time. And so, I ordered some sushi, and
It really sticking to her. No, I have the burger instead.
and my brother's wife orders the sushi, now the sushi tasted fine, and this was I guess sushi that doesn't stay with you long. That variety of the sushi, and
It slides right through.
it slides right through because that evening it was gone and felt great after. So it was that kind of sushi. So yeah, don't get the sushi unless it's a sushi place.
Yeah.
So that's what I learned. Thanks, Grandma. I did not share the aftermath with her to let her know that her choice was not. Yeah, I'm sure the
Did
other
you say,
food
guess
was
what?
fine.
That sushi, it was delicious, and it came out the same way.
Miss Manners should have this rule. Okay, don't pick a sushi restaurant if you're not a sushi eater. Don't pick a vegetarian restaurant if you're not a vegetarian.
Right.
Right. I mean, if you're not familiar with the cuisine, don't be the guy that does the pick.
Right. Well, the thing is that it was a perfectly fine place, and I don't think she was picking it for the sushi, but she made a point of mentioning the sushi several times. Because, oh, you eat sushi and they have sushi. Because, I was thinking that might be nice because they have sushi and you eat. I'm like, why is she so fascinated with us eating? Does she want to watch
She wants
us
to
eat?
see you eat raw fish.
Because she's not going to eat it. She does not eat
See,
raw fish.
this is where you should have chimed right in and said, Grandma, we shouldn't go there.
I was young. I was naive. This wasn't that many years ago.
Yeah. And you wanted to be respectful to your grandmother. That's cool.
I should have ordered something other than the sushi. It's really what I should have done.
That would have been a slap in the face, though.
In other words, your instinct on the whole matter was correct.
Yes, the sushi tasted fine, and it didn't land me in a hospital, and once it worked its way through, I felt great. So all in all, it wasn't that bad. But Mars asked a very important question that I have already considered. Because Mars, what was it you were asking when I was talking about Trexlertown?
Oh, is there record shops there?
Well, I already know one place that I could go to that is driving distance, and that would be the town of Ephrata. Ephrata, Pennsylvania, has a record store called the Record Connection, which I've shopped at many a times when going to college. Now, that is about an hour drive from Trexlertown, so that might not be an every weekend type of thing. But what I'm thinking is I need to get familiar with the record shopping environment in Philadelphia, because that could be another occasional weekend thing. Take a trip into Philly and do some record shopping. And I've got a friend that lives in Philly, who's actually
You just want their cheesesteaks, don't you?
well, he's a tour guide in Philly. So I'm going to have to give him a call and go, hey, moving to Pennsylvania. We're going to have to hang out from time to time now.
Is his name Yo?
No, his name is
Yo.
not Yo.
Oh, okay.
No, his name is Sebastian, but that's not really his name.
Okay.
No. That's his. That's what he goes by. But I've known him since before he even had Sebastian as a name. So, yeah.
Well, there you go.
There we go. Yeah. No, he way back when I was younger than 5, or younger than 6. I turned 6 in Hillsborough. So when I was younger than 6, I lived in Piscataway, and his family lived in the house behind our house. So we were childhood friends, and so we've been back in touch on Facebook.
Is that when Skylark used to voyeur at you behind a fence and stare at you kids, wondering what you're doing?
See, the only thing I know about Skylark is that he says he's lived in Piscataway and where he describes he lived in Piscataway is right around the corner from where I grew up. So I don't know that I ever actually crossed paths with Skylark. But he did live right around the corner from where I was living at the time I was living there.
I'm sorry.
Hey, I never crossed paths with the guy. That I recall or that I know. He might have seen me. I might have seen him. But that's. But anyways, yeah. Anyways, well, we moved out of there. Didn't see him for the longest time, but then we went to high school together.
But the Piscataway guy.
Yeah. Sebastian.
That was before you were 6 years old.
Right. Well, we went to high school together.
Right. So, before you were 6.
Well, then we ended up in the same high school after not seeing each other for a long time, and then we went our separate ways for college, and then we reacquainted ourselves with each other on Facebook. And he travels a bit, so he was in San Francisco a few years ago, and we hung out in San Francisco. So it was kind of
that's
cool.
good.
So we've been in touch. We get along when we hang out. It's not like we hang out all the time, but when I'm nearby, I'm sure he would be like, oh yeah, we totally had to hang out sometime. And he's into. I think he buys records. He probably doesn't have the extensive record collection that I have, but he does have a turntable and does own some records. So I'm guessing he would be able to show me around as to where the cool record stores are at in Philly. So that's the game plan. When I get to Trexlertown, is to find an opportunity to hang out with Sebastian, and hopefully he can kind of show me around where I need to be shopping in Philly. So I've already thought of that. See, I got the important things all worked out.
Do you know where to find a good Philly cheesesteak, though?
Geno's or Pat's?
Okay. See, you already know that, too.
Yeah. Of course, according to Sebastian, that's where all the tourists go. You can get a perfectly fine cheesesteak anywhere else. But he's a vegetarian, so what does he know?
Damn.
Well, he knows where to get good vegetarian
that
food.
kind of goes along with that sushi recommendation.
Yes, and he picked out an awesome vegetarian place that we ate at when I met him in San Francisco called Herbivore. And I got a really good vegetarian pad thai.
Oh, yeah.
It was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he said, I said, well, where do you want to meet? We meet, get some lunch. And he's like, well, I've not eaten meat in over a decade, so it's got to be someplace that's got a good vegetarian option. And I'm like, I don't know. So, I mean, I'm adventurous. Whatever, you pick out where we eat. and so he picked out this awesome vegetarian place, which was much better than me trying to pick out a place that has vegetarian options.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I followed Brian's rule before I even knew that Brian had this rule. So I did not pick out the place that happens to serve sushi and say, hey, you can get sushi here. I was not going to do that. I was not going to be that guy. I learned my lesson. Although I think that story happened after the other. So.
Ah.
Anyways. Where were we? We're just all over the place today, aren't we?
Well, yeah, aren't we always?
All right. Well, I can pick out another topic then. Something made me think of this topic earlier. But here's a nice article. Someone who got a interesting letter from camp from her son that was away at summer camp, and she posted the letter. Yeah. It started, hello, Mudda, hello, Fada. No, So the article is a good build-up to this, so I'm just going to read the whole thing. Last year, my 8-year-old son went to summer camp. It was the first time he had been away from home for more than a night. An hour after he left, I missed him. By the time I went to bed, I found myself wandering into his bedroom, just to feel close to him. As the days passed, I wrote to him daily. Each hour dragged as I'd waited for the mailman, hoping and praying for just one letter from him. By that point, I missed him so much I began to imagine what he might write to me. I fantasize I receive a letter something like this. Dear Mom, thank you so much for letting me go to camp. I have learned so many cool things, like how to take a fish off the hook, tie sailing knots, and even how to groom a horse. Thanks for packing the sunscreen. I've been out on the lake a lot, so it has really come in handy. You sure think of everything. Since it's been so hot, I've been drinking tons of water. See? I really listen to all your good advice. The other boys here are really smart and nice. I'm making some lifelong friends I will cherish forever. We've had fun learning camp songs, playing cards, and catching frogs in our free time. During quiet time, I yawn loudly and exhale. During quiet time, I read the book you sent along. What a great selection. And just because you're my mom, I made a special gift for you in arts and crafts. I'm trying a lot of new foods, just like you suggested. You were right. The oatmeal at breakfast really isn't bad when I add raisins. And don't worry, Mom. I've been using all the manners you've taught me over the years. We are camping under the stars tonight. I hope to see fireflies. I love you, W. XXOO. Tell my brothers I miss them. So
wow, she is idealistic, isn't she?
That's the fantasy letter. Now, would you like to hear the real letter that arrived in the mail?
Yes.
The real one.
Dear Mom, good you packed extra underwear since I had diarrhea. It got on my shoes, but not my pillow. I'm having fun at camp and learning stuff. I rock at windsurfing and kayaking. I've ate more push pops than anyone. I've ate 23 since Monday. We got a call on the line. Hello there, caller.
Hey, yo, I hear you come to Philly and hang out with the fishes.
Since when is New York running the Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce?
Yeah, I used to live in New York. You got a fucking problem with that?
No problem there. No problem.
Yeah, we know how to make people like you fishes.
I'm looking to come to your fine city and spend some money to help your local economy. If you could direct me to all the right record stores.
Don't know what this shit is about this uncooked fish crap, but we don't do that here.
You don't do that there. Okay, well,
we don't do that.
The cooked cheesesteaks will be perfectly fine. I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Once again, this bit's a lot funnier when people can see the picture. But that's okay.
Yes, this bit is funny too.
It's a one-sided joke, sorry.
One-sided joke. No, I think everyone is waiting to see who Dune is going to pretend to be this week.
And next week will be he'll be playing the guy from New York Storage Wars.
Oh dear goodness.
Yes. We finally found a voice you could do. Unfortunately, it's not the right voice this week.
It's not the right voice. Transplant voice.
Yeah.
I don't know, what is it? What does a Philadelphia accent sound like?
I don't know. Well, my mother's side of the family is from Philly, so maybe I probably have a mixture of Philly and Jersey. So but I don't know. I don't know what a Philly accent is. Maybe we need to Google this.
Yeah, I probably should have done a little research than just image search.
Yeah,
Oh, you guys will love this.
Okay.
Last week we were in Sydney. We were seeing the big light show on the.
Big light show.
Uh-huh.
Kind of breaking up. You saw a big light show in Sydney. You still there, Brian?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, he left.
He dropped off. Call dropped. All right, let's get back to this letter. I've 8 more push pops than anyone. I've ate 23 since Monday. Still 2 days left. 37 is the record. By the way, you're all missing out on the wonderful spelling here. There we go. So you were in Sydney with a light show.
Yes. So Skype decided it didn't want to hear this. So we were in the elevator at the hotel.
Uh-huh.
This woman comes in, and she talks to us, which is kind of unusual because in Singapore they never talk to you. So she talks to us, and she comes right out and says, you know, she kind of freaked out that she was tagged as being American. And then she continues to say, well, that she doesn't, how would they know I don't have an accent? And I didn't say a word, but I wanted to say, that means you're from Queens.
Oh.
Because I'm guessing that I would have been pretty close. But it was just, I mean, it was just that I'm incensed they detected that I'm an American. In fact, my wife was so confused about it as we left, she thought, you mean she's not an American? I said, no, she is. Yeah, that's how crazy this lady is.
How did they figure it out?
How's she set for cats?
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been another good question.
Yeah.
Anyway, doing well. We got you on the line.
Did I see you in the movie Dirty Dancing?
My goodness.
Wow. Woodshop wrote in a while ago. Congratulations, Dune, on your newfound fortune.
Yes, I was going to say I haven't. I probably waited too long to reply because I think it said you need to reply right away, and for whatever reason that went to my junk folder. So I've been there for a few days. Gosh.
Oh man, you know, junk folder.
I hate that.
Foiled again by the junk folder.
So important.
But Woodshop writes in, congratulations, Dune. Now you can buy, and I don't have the right sound effect. Touchless trash can for every room.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Woodshop writes in, a Philly cheesesteak with rice and a Sprite. Rice?
You.
No, I thought that was with fries. And
I don't know.
and
Philly
Sprite.
cheesesteak without the sandwich part would be awesome. I could definitely do that.
Yeah. My last name writes in, I still got the extended file with shotgun. Extended quote while wet quote. There's something wrong with this messenger program that certain characters mess up. So I'm sorry, don't know what you're saying. My
There
last
should be an
name writes
upgrade
in,
to that program.
my last name writes in, yo, this is the situation. I am the situation.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to start this letter over since we've gone so sidetracked with this.
Okay.
So Dune, when you called in, we're reading the real letter from the kid from summer camp.
Yes.
Dear Mom, good you packed extra underwear since I had diarrhea. It got on my shoes, but not my pillow. I'm having fun at camp and learning stuff. I rock at windsurfing and kayaking. I've ate more push pops than anyone. I've ate 23 since Monday. Still 2 days left. 37 is the record, and I can beat it. Sweet. I went horseback riding, and the horse in front of me took 3 huge dumps. Smoke came off the poop.
Nice.
It was awesome. I used my toothbrush to dig for worms. Don't freak out. The guy in the bottom bunk let me use his. It's safe. I don't know his name, but he can burp the alphabet like me. A kid named Zach can burp the alphabet backwards. I'm practicing that. We put oatmeal in the counselor's baseball hat. It was pretty funny. Oatmeal is bad, Mom, even with raisins. I shot a rifle. I'm a good aimer. Can we get one when I get home? Did you know you can light farts on fire? I'll show you
boy.
Saturday. Love, W, XOXO. P.S. Your spaghetti is way better. P.S.S. Tell my brothers to have lots of farts for Saturday.
Oh, Mama was, I'm sure, proud of her son.
Her comment was, this year I'm sending a whole book of stamps. I can't wait for more letters.
Oh my God.
There you go.
She probably laughed so freaking hard.
There you know. Brings home his date, picks up his date for the prom. She's going to have that letter.
Yeah.
Along with the baby first bath photos.
Yeah, the picture in the bathtub. Yeah, what the hell's up with parents and that crap?
I found those pictures and hid them, but then I never brought it.
I'd almost like to see some parent being brought up trying charges on child porn when they post that, on Facebook
I
or whatever.
think there has been something like that, Brian.
Yeah. Or when you see that, you just kind of go, oh, the last time I saw the person's doing 20 years in jail for posting child porn.
Yeah. Where do you draw the line? How do you define what's not and what is? I don't know.
If you can see the hoo-ha or not.
Well, some of those pictures.
Oh.
But, that reminds me of a funny story about me being a baby and being given a bath. Apparently, my parents learned a lesson that bathing the baby and eating breakfast near the same vicinity, not a good idea. They also found out I have great aim.
Good.
Hit my dad's.
Did you hit the bowl?
I hit the bowl. I hit my dad's bowl of Cheerios.
Oh yeah. Yes. Oh yes. Flavorizer.
There we go.
Nice.
There was a great picture posted on Twitter a few days ago. It was hilarious. It was a couple of looked like girls were having a pajama party or something like that, jumping on the bed and whatever, and one of them decides to do a selfie and post it. 2 of the girls were facing the camera in front of the bed. The other girl was on the bed with her back to the camera. And there was some funny posting to the picture or whatever. And I go, oh, I guess I missed No Pants Day.
Oh.
No Pants Day.
Oh.
And apparently no undies either.
Nice.
Oh, it was hilarious. Oh, yeah. I mean,
no
Neo, can you send us some pictures of that?
What?
Oh, never mind.
Dude.
Oh my goodness.
I try to, make you as uncreepy as possible on this show, but there's some things...
You can only help so much.
There's something... I can't find a way to spin that to not be creepy right now, Dune. I'm thinking...
Yeah. You should have just played the drum fill, but I'll bump.
Yeah,
that lightens all moods.
Or maybe we could...
Lucky for me, it's the Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce dude and not Dune.
You know what? I'm thinking right now the voice in your head should be saying,
"For God's sake, shut up!"
Absolutely. I should post that again.
Yeah.
or I like...
you like what?
Crap, I have to think of his name. This one guy basically said, "Oh, did that just come out of my mouth?"
Yeah.
Or like Chuckle Bump would say.
Wow, did I say that out loud?
Yeah, exactly. I miss Chuckle Bump. Where is she these days? I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. I see her tweet once in a while, and that's about it.
Yeah, and she's on Facebook, but I've not seen much from her. But I don't watch Facebook that closely these days
She doesn't
either.
love us anymore, Gators.
Yeah, that's what it has nothing to do with the hours and how ridiculously late at night it is in her.
Oh come on, she stayed up all the whole show before.
She has
She
done
doesn't need
that.
to sleep. It's only like 5 in the morning. Her time when we
Sleep
finish.
is highly overrated. But yeah. So let's see. I think I covered everything there is to cover about my job opportunities in Trexler Town and Philadelphia, and and now we're back to Just Dune on the line
Just doing, yeah.
with his Bad Influence Tivoli T-shirt. So let's see. What should we?
I gave you links to Gators.
You
just
gave me
remember.
links to. Yes, I've got those open.
Yes.
Let me.
I put another one in there too, actually, after the fact.
Oh, okay. Well, I've still got the window open.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look. All right. Well, that article's stupid. I'm not going to read that one. I don't know why
Okay.
I bookmarked that.
I don't know.
I forget what that one is. So let's talk about beer.
Oh, beer.
Beer.
There you go.
Well, actually, no. I take that back. This is not about beer. This is about Coors Light. So,
Oh. I'm sorry.
which is might be better than Michelob Ultra. So,
Yeah.
How about what is it? What's the one you've
Amstel
been
Light.
drinking?
Amstel Light is
Amstel
what I
Light.
drink these days.
The yellow water.
No, Amstel Light's not bad for a light beer. Now, Michelob Ultra, that's the yellow water.
Oh, okay. Wait, which
okay.
one's the one Dune drinks?
Dune. Well, he has drank Michelob Ultra, but I don't think he's drinking
not
anything
long
right now.
No, I haven't touched a beer in quite a while.
Right, and lately
Oh.
you've been cutting the cheese too.
No cheese.
Oh.
No cheese, which
So
I
Only sparingly on salads.
well,
That's it.
I don't know. I always have a big block of sharp cheddar in the
It's
fridge.
you know what?
Stuff's
It's
low
helped me
carb.
tremendously.
Oh,
Not with weight.
I
I'll just leave it at that.
okay. Well, I don't have that
Oh.
problem.
Okay,
So-
well I did.
Again? Did you have to go to the doctor again, Dune?
No.
Oh, poor dude.
Do I need to get the paper rip sound effect here?
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought you had
Poor
medication for
dude.
that.
Just say, well, that's the problem. The medication is for after.
Ah,
Yeah.
I thought the medication was every day for preventative.
No. There's there's nothing to prevent that. Oh well. Yeah. That's true.
Okay.
But still, even yeah. Never mind.
Well, how many bottles of water are you drinking a day?
Oh God, a bunch.
Okay.
Probably 7, 8.
Okay. Because that's I think
That
that's
helps
what's
a
helped
lot.
me. Yeah, I've been drinking tons of water. I always have a water bottle at my desk, and I
Yeah,
make
but
sure that-
by doing away with the huge blocks of cheese, which I love, by the way. I'm a
Mm.
cheddar. I'm a sharp cheddar fan.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's much better now. So.
Well, usually every evening when I sit down to watch an episode at midnight, I get the big block of cheddar, and
yes, as did I.
but I slice 5 slices of the cheddar, and I then cut that up into quarters, so I have nice little thin cheddar squares, and then I 18 pieces of cheddar. And then I open up a pack of pepperoni and take out 18 slices of pepperoni. Why 18? Because serving size is 9, and so I have 2 servings of pepperoni. And that's a nice evening snack of pepperoni and sharp cheddar.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good.
And every now and then, if I'm like hungry and I need to eat something, I'll cut a nice big thick slice of cheddar and cut some sticks out of that. But I've not been doing that very often. So I think I'm having a moderate cheddar snack on a daily
So that's
basis.
the biggest problem is instead of the 4 or 5 slices of cheddar like you're talking about, I would also do that. But
You'd eat half the damn
there's,
block.
there's this thing while you're slicing. It's like slice 1, slice 2, eat 1, slice 3, slice 4, eat 1, slice 5.
Or do you just take
So
the
I
whole...
might walk back to the chair with 5 pieces,
Right.
but I've actually eaten more like 15.
I see.
It's sort of like what was the guy who used to be the Cajun cook guy.
I don't know.
Where I can't think of his name, but on TV where he'd be showing and he'd measure the wine while he was pouring it into his
Little
what he
bit
was
of
cooking.
wine for here, a little
Well,
bit
the
of
thing
wine
is,
for me.
he would dump the bottle and have a
Oh,
measuring
it
cup
was
under
the guy
it.
who used to say, "I guarantee it."
That's
You
him.
know,
Yeah,
I love that guy. That guy was awesome.
So he'd take the cup, and as he was pouring the cup, the bottle is still tipped, dumping into the pot. So he'd go 1 cup, and of course, so really instead of like 3 cups, it's really more like 8 cups. That's sort of the way it works.
I see. Well, anyways, my weight has I'm back on a downward slope with the weight, but it's a very slow one. I've
Mine is at a painful crawl.
Yeah, my weight is determined to not break out of the 20s and get into the teens. I did hit down to 222, but I'm now back up to 222.6. So I'm hovering at that low 20s area, and it's
I got the 216, and then I went back up to 219, and then it's kind of been hovering right there.
Yeah. All right, so we're not that far apart right
Nope.
now.
Nope.
But you started. Where did? I don't know if I want to ask where did you start, because that might not be a question you want to answer.
I was at 3 bills.
Okay. All right. So I started at 267.
Yeah, I was at probably 310, maybe 3.
So you needed that head start that you.
Oh yeah.
Had
Oh
on
yeah.
me. Okay. Well, but I'm getting there.
Remember, Dune was rocking the 5X shirt now.
That is true. And I bought myself some new shorts, because my old shorts were starting to be at the point where they would end up at my ankles. So I bought. Now the thing is, the shorts have elastic waistbands, so I was able to buy
elastic pants.
So I was able to buy the size 38 shorts and have them fit comfortably. Size 38 pants, a little tight. Size 40 pants, a little loose. So I'm still.
Well, that's what's nice is that's kind of where I'm at. I'm in the point where I wear a 33 in a short and a 34 in jeans, and I can kind of switch back.
That's great.
So.
I see. Yeah, you're not that much lighter than me, and you're rocking the 33s, 34s, and here I am trying to squeeze into a 38. Where are you carrying this weight?
I'm bigger up top. I'm more.
Oh.
I still wear a 2 and 3X shirt.
I see.
I'm a big guy up top.
Well, I got the big, the gut is where I seem to be carrying it.
Well, there you go. And now the people know.
So
this is what you miss.
You're saying when you say up, like what? You're rocking the B cup, or what's?
Actually, the boobies have kind of gone away. Thank goodness.
Oh, okay.
I'm never going to get rid. That's the big thing. I wish I could come out and visit you, and also, go to a plastic surgeon and have them remove about 30 pounds of extra skin I don't need anymore. That'd be the best part. Unfortunately, I can't get. They won't. They don't consider that a necessary operation.
Nah, and nor should they.
They want to give these people like free sex change surgeries, but they won't cut my fat off.
Who's getting a free sex change?
Oh, that's one of the big things now that there's people that they're talking about actually that's actually happening.
Well, for psychological reasons, is that?
Well, yeah, they were born the wrong sex, so by God, they're owed to be taken care of. I'll have to find you some stories on it. That'll be interesting.
All right. I mean, I see the point. I don't know that I agree with it, but I mean,
well, I would. Of course, I wouldn't agree. I would only agree with it if they would agree to cut my fat off. That's the catch.
Well, tell them that it's your. It would help your.
If I could spin the religion into it, maybe that would work.
Well, to play devil's advocate, to be fair, I think what's the word? You know what? I'm not going to touch this with a 20-foot pole. I see their point. I don't know that I agree with it, but I see their point. You know, that is a very traumatic, can be a very psychological.
So you're saying it's hard to
Painful.
relate.
I'm saying it's hard to relate to, but I'd imagine if like you're really born the wrong gender and you really feel like you're the wrong gender in the wrong body, that could be very psychologically painful. And so I can see why someone would pose the argument, should we help someone out that has a legitimate psychological need for this operation? I'm not saying I would agree with the argument. I'm just saying I understand the point. But as far as
the unfortunate thing is that probably 99% of us are born and accept the gender that we, shall we say, were given.
Right.
But there are some people, you know, because we don't have that problem, we don't understand what those people go through.
Right, exactly. And
it's difficult.
I understand,
it sucks.
but I don't understand.
Right.
And
I agree with that. I don't really understand it. So be it.
Right. Right.
It's a relatively small number of people. Like, you get some people that get the operation done twice. You know, they go and they go back. Okay, so who screwed up there?
Okay, now that means that now when that happens, it's like, you know, come on, you're making the people that legitimately need this operation look bad when you do this back and forth thing. Come on.
Yeah,
well, you also have
like
psychological diagnoses that are bad.
Yeah. And then, well, we could go on about this topic
One of my
forever.
online friends talks about how he was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and he lived with that for years, and it turned out to be an inner ear problem.
Ooh.
You know, so he was having stuff like, you know, dizziness and, you know, just a whole bunch of horrible things. And they sent him to a shrink, and the shrink just, you know, had him on all this different medication, stuff like this. It was ridiculous. He didn't need all that shit. It was the wrong way to go. You know, terrible.
Yeah, it sucks when that happens.
Yeah, bottom line is Dune wants fat surgery. That's it.
Fat surgery.
End of story.
End of story.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm holding out for.
There we go. We should. Yeah.
So if I win the lottery, then it's a done deal.
Oh, hey, you got that.
I'll
now we
come
know
out,
what you're doing with the Facebook lottery. Winnings.
I'll come out and I'll buy your wife the MacBook Pro I promised her.
Right.
And then get the fat lopped off.
I'll figure out how to install Windows on it.
That's right.
Oh, incidentally, since we're talking that sort of topic, what really cracks me up is you get some celebrities, say like, oh, the Donald, who I follow on Twitter all the time, and there'll be some grandiose statement or whatever, and there are tons of replies to like the Donald, and all the time there's someone that posts, oh, I have this great weight loss plan that really works. Like, what the fuck did that have to do with, you know, any of this thing that was being talked about? Nothing, but, you know,
Just
people are
wanted to let you
reading,
know.
you know, people are, you know, people follow these celebrities and read every word and every comment. Might as well get your ad in.
Yeah, why not?
You know, I think I'm going to start answering also on these, you know, comment chains, because I usually never do. Just the blanket tagline, place your ad here.
You know what, Brian? Your last tweet was very disappointing.
Uh-oh.
The no pants day?
You post this picture of what looks like a great ass, and then I clicked on it, and it's not. Damn it, Brian! You disappointed me.
Did you see my reply to that also?
Let's see. I see you retweeted it, but I didn't see a reply to it.
Yeah, retweeted it, and then I posted a comment against that picture.
What did you reply?
This is no shirt day posing at pretending to be no pants day.
Right, because it's a guy lifting weights, and it's just a picked apart where his arm is next to his chest, and it looks like
an ass.
Looks
Yeah,
like
it's
ass
a good
cheeks.
shot. Yeah.
Yeah. I now have to go to Bing image search and find some nice ass pictures to make up for this.
Okay, right.
All right. Oh, there we go. Yes. This is
See,
much
this is sort of the thing.
better. Much
This is
better.
like,
Is that
are
what you actually
a
searched
gay,
for?
Are
Yes.
you a gay male? Right? Are you a gay male? How you respond to this picture will answer that question. Right?
These are some nice asses I'm looking at right now. There we go. This totally makes up for it.
Yeah.
All
Are you
right.
turned on by a feminine ass or the studly guy? That answers the question.
Venison writes in, sorry, this guy is using heavy, no bandwidth. Took 20 minutes just to get this messenger up.
You know, that's one of the things. By the way, since I've started to listen to Venison again,
Yeah.
I've actually
I'm
unblocked
sorry.
him from Messenger. Did you? You know, I've
You mentioned that.
yeah, I've actually
I'm
come a long
impressed.
way. I am impressed. I'm kind of shocked.
You are growing as a person.
Yeah.
That's
You'll
because
be-
I haven't been
you'll be
poking
s-
venison very much.
You'll be
during the,
singing the
shows.
praises of Obamacare before we
Yes.
know it.
Yeah.
Probably not, but
happening as we speak. But no, I do
Yeah.
get a kick out of listening to him when he does complain. Actually, I hate to use the word complain. He tries to. He actually poses the question. I don't know what this guy is doing, but I can't get bandwidth until after like midnight or 1 o'clock or something. You know, it's almost like it's like how dare this guy use this bandwidth?
you know,
It's
dude,
funny how he puts it.
I
It's
keep
funny how-
prodding
You know,
him on the whole thing.
He's got so much of it. Why
always-
doesn't he share the wealth? You know?
You know, yeah.
After all, I mean,
Poke and
today is the age of the redistribution of wealth, right?
Well, if you just had a Comcast account, they're turning everybody's Wi-Fi routers into hotspots for them, so you can.
I
find
just-
Oh, did you guys see that John Oliver
that-
thing
no, I
on
didn't hear
net
about that.
neutrality?
No, I didn't, but we should find it. 'cause
Holy crap! It is funny as hell. I mean, obviously, of course, it's a audio thing. But if we just play the audio track on it for this show, that would be doing the world a favor because it's
hey,
just
You drop your
amazing.
can.
Okay, let's.
It runs
Back to
about
that whole
15 to 20 minutes. I mean, so it's long,
Okay.
Oh.
but it is just so good. I mean, obviously, when they wrote that up, they understood that issue.
Okay.
And it's really good. So John Oliver is like a week ago.
All right. Dude, were you trying to say something?
No.
Ugh.
I just Sir Mars said something about
Yeah,
Comcast
Comcast
make
is
it-
setting all Wi-Fi routers up to. They're turning on automatic hotspots for everybody. So if
Oh.
Venison had a Comcast account, he could just get Wi-Fi wherever he's at.
But you're saying like if I don't have Comcast, but you're saying they would actually make your router in your house.
No, I don't think that's
Yeah.
what he's saying.
No, that is exactly what I'm saying.
That they could connect
No,
to
no,
your.
no. You have to have a combination modem router. If you have one of those, they will turn it on and make it an automatic hotspot. Now you could go into your account and turn it off, but it's default that it's on.
That's disturbing.
And the thing is, Comcast says it's going to affect your bandwidth. No, it won't. But you have to have a Comcast account somewhere
So
to
it,
be able to connect to them.
so it lets other people get to Comcast through your modem if they have a
Internet,
Comcast
yes.
account, if you so choose to leave it on, which, there
Yeah.
are
Yep.
going to be people that
Yep.
aren't paying attention.
It's automatic. Yep.
See, that's something that should be opt-in instead of opt-out. I am,
No,
Oh,
I think it should be opt-in. But the thing is, Comcast is originally doing this as a. We know you have Comcast. Go ahead. You have Wi-Fi everywhere. It's their way of doing it. Now they need to get it out. There's been tweets about people how to turn it off and
Right.
but
If it was an actual separate radio system, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
even have it just sharing the same IP bothers me.
yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah, I think-
because if something illegal activity happens on your modem, you're responsible for the activity that happens on there in theory. Now, this actually kind of weakens that because now you can go, well, hey, it could have been some
That's right, that's
bozo on my
Comcast.
hotspot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Comcast. Yeah.
So,
Now, I don't have a router built into my modem, and I refuse to get one. If I
did
have to,
for a
I'll buy
while.
my own.
I did
Yeah.
for a while because they upgraded me to a better modem, and the one they sent had the Wi-Fi and all that built in, and it kept on crashing. So I had to exchange it, and I've told that big long story that resulted in me getting a lower bill and an extra $10 off after
I refuse to get
after
a
I
combo,
pointed out
so-
all the ways they fucked up. All right, so
Well, the way to work with Comcast is you turn in the modem and say, well, I have my own.
right.
Done.
Yeah, the
$5
problem is I have a
a-
combination.
Well, if I
so-
wasn't planning on moving within the next year, I'd buy my own at this point. But at this point, I just traded in for the modem the model that doesn't have the built-in.
Yeah.
So I found this last week tonight with John Oliver for a clip on net neutrality. So at Brian's recommendation, I think we should check it out.
Our top story tonight concerns the internet, aka the electronic cat database. But first, let's take just a moment together and appreciate how amazing the internet is. You can use it to file your taxes, apply for jobs. You can go online right now and buy a case of coyote urine. Do you know how difficult it used to be to obtain coyote urine? You literally had to give a coyote Gatorade and just wait. It was a mess. The system was a mess. But if you've turned on the news lately, you may have heard some worrying references to the internet changing.
The Federal Communications Commission has agreed to move forward on a proposal that could change the way we use the internet. At risk, the basic principle of net neutrality.
Net neutrality.
Net neutrality.
Yes, net neutrality. The only two words that promise more boredom in the English language are featuring Sting. And hearing people talk about it is somehow even worse.
As anticipated, the notice proposes to ground the net neutrality rules in Section 706 of the Telecommunications Act of 1996.
Oh my God, that is the most boring thing I've ever seen. That is even boring by C-SPAN standards. I would rather read a book by Thomas Friedman than sit through that hearing. I would rather listen to a pair of dockers tell me about the weird dream it had. I would rather sit down with my niece and watch Caillou, a children's show about a bald Canadian child who lives a life devoid of any incident. F*** you, Caillou! Grow some hair and leave the house. Find out what the world's about. Come on. But here's the thing. Net neutrality is actually hugely important. Essentially, it means that all data has to be treated equally, no matter who creates it. It's why the internet is a weirdly level playing field. And startups can supplant established brands. That's how Facebook supplanted MySpace, which supplanted Friendster, which supplanted actually having any friends. Do you remember physically having friends? It was awful. You couldn't tap people's faces to make them go away. The point is, the internet in its current form is not broken, and the FCC is currently taking steps to fix that.
The FCC is endorsing new rules that could clear the way for a two-tier system.
The rules would open the door for the first time for internet providers like Comcast and Verizon to charge tech companies to send content to consumers more quickly. Netflix, for example, might pay a premium to ensure that its customers can stream movies more reliably at a cost a startup competitor might not be able to afford.
No, this cannot happen. How else is my startup streaming video service Netflix going to compete? It's going to be America's one-stop resource for videos of men getting hit in the nuts. You don't even know you want it yet, that's why it's brilliant. Ending net neutrality would allow big companies to buy their way into the fast lane, leaving everyone else in the slow lane, although telecom companies would prefer that you put it in a slightly different way.
When you say fast lane and slow lane, it's a good illustration, but what you really should be talking about is a fast lane for everybody and a hyperspeed lane for others.
Bullshit. If we let cable companies offer 2 speeds of service, they won't be Usain Bolt and Usain Bolt on a motorbike. They'll be Usain Bolt and Usain bolted to an anchor. And telecom companies will say they would never slow down a website speed in order to get more money out of them. But let me tell you a little story. Recently, Comcast was negotiating with Netflix. This graph shows Netflix download speeds on various providers. That black line plummeting downwards was their speed on Comcast during the negotiation. See if you can guess when Netflix agreed to Comcast demands. I'll give you a hint. It's right there. That has all the ingredients of a mob shakedown. Oh, Netflix, nice show about life in a ladies' prison. Such a shame if there was going to be something happen to your connection there. So frustrating that would be. And it's not just anti-corporate hippies who think that abandoning net neutrality is a bad idea.
The net neutrality movement is leery of big corporate players, but in this debate, it's on the same side as some of them.
Google, Facebook, Netflix, Amazon, all signed on to this letter supporting net neutrality.
What's being proposed is so egregious, activists and corporations have been forced onto the same side. That's basically Lex Luthor knocking on Superman's apartment door and going, listen, I know we have our differences, but we have got to get rid of that arsehole in apartment 3B. He's too loud, Soup. He's just too loud. And you might wonder, well, look, if everyone is against this, how is it even possibly happening? Well, consider who would benefit from this change. Cable companies. Verizon wants a 2-tier system so badly, they sued the government to force the rule change that's currently being discussed. These companies have Washington in their pockets to a conveniently almost unbelievable degree.
Comcast has spent $18,810,000 in lobbying last year. That's more than any other company except for defense contractor Northrop Grumman.
So just to be clear, the ranking of who buys government influence is number 1, military-industrial complex, and number 2, the provider of lizard-lick towing. Look, I could show you the troublingly cosy relationship between cable companies and Washington in any number of ways. I could show you the president golfing with the CEO of Comcast, or saying at a fundraiser at a cable executive's house that he'd been there so many times, the only thing I haven't done in this house is have Seder dinner. But perhaps the most succinct way is this.
The president has picked Tom Wheeler, a former top lobbyist for cable and wireless companies, to be the next chair of the Federal Communications Commission.
Yes. The guy who used to run the cable industry's lobbying arm is now running the agency tasked with regulating it. That is the equivalent of needing a babysitter and hiring a dingo. Thanks for stopping over. Just make sure they're in bed by 8. There's $20 on the table for kibble, so please don't eat my baby. With the fact that they are practically overseeing their own oversight, it is hardly surprising that cable companies are basically monopolies now. A federal study found that 96% of the population had access to 2 or fewer cable broadband providers. It's almost as if they've agreed to stay out of each other's way like drug cartels. But hold on, no, that's not fair. That's not fair. I mean, if hypothetically a cable company like Comcast were planning to merge with a company like, let's say, Time Warner, it's not like their CEO would sit down and mark out who had which turf, right?
Both in video and in broadband, we don't compete with Time Warner. You have to start with that very fundamental point. They're in New York, we're in Philadelphia, they're in LA, we're in San Francisco. You can't buy a Comcast in New York, you can't buy a Time Warner in Philadelphia. So there's no reduction in competition.
Exactly. You can't reduce competition when nobody is competing. You could not be describing a monopoly more clearly if you were wearing a metal top hat while driving a metal car after winning second prize in a beauty contest. And Maybe it's because of their lack of competition that they get away with providing such shitty service. We pay more for our internet service than almost anybody else on Earth, and yet the download speeds we get lag behind Estonia. Estonia, a country where, from the looks of it, they still worry about Shrek attacks. Is it any wonder that in a massive recent customer satisfaction surveys, Comcast and Time Warner Cable came in dead last. And when you look at the companies that were scored better than them, people were basically saying, yes, Bank of America took my home. Yes, Taco Bell gave me diarrhea. And sure, GM tried to kill me. But Time Warner and Comcast are the worst. They are the worst. And I know the cable companies will say, oh, they support net neutrality protections, or they remain committed to the open internet, or just the tip. But let me remind you, they also say that they'll be at your house between 2 and 6 tomorrow afternoon. And does any part of you really expect them to f***ing turn up? And yet, our government looks set to end net neutrality and let these companies run hog wild, and we're just going to let them. And you know why? It all comes back to this.
It seeks comment on ways to construe additional language in Section 706 and even suggests using Section 230B to broaden the scope of the Commission's usurped authority.
Oh my God, how are you still so dull? And that's the problem. The cable companies have figured out the great truth of America. If you want to do something evil, put it inside something boring. Apple could put the entire text of Mein Kampf inside the iTunes user agreement, and you just go, agree. And that's why advocates should not be talking about protecting net neutrality. They shouldn't even use that phrase. They should call it preventing cable company f***ery, because that is what it is, and it might actually compel people to want to do something. And the interesting thing here is there might actually be something you can still do.
The FCC will be taking public comment for 120 days.
That's right. The FCC are literally inviting internet comments at this address. And at this point, and I can't believe I'm about to do this, I would like to address the internet commenters out there directly. Good evening, monsters. This may be the moment you've spent your whole lives training for. You have been out there ferociously commenting on dance videos of adorable 3-year-olds, saying things like, every child could dance like this little loser after 1 week of practice. Or you've been polluting Frozen's Let It Go with comments like, Ice Castle would give her hypothermia and she'd dead in an hour. Or, and I know you've done this one, commenting on video on this show saying, fuck this arsehole anchor, go suck your president's d***, you're just friends with the terrorists. Now, I don't know what any of that means, but I don't think it's a compliment. But this is the moment you were made for, commenters. Like Ralph Macchio, you've been honing your skills, waxing cars and painting fences. Well, guess what? Now it's time to do some f***ing karate. For once in your life, we need you to channel that anger, that badly spelled bile that you normally reserve for unforgivable attacks on actresses you seem to think have put on weight, or politicians that you disagree with, or photos of your ex-girlfriend getting on with her life, or non-white actors being cast as fictional characters. And I'm talking to you, Ron Paul fan 2016, and you, One Direction forever, and I'm talking to you, One Direction sucks balls. We need you to get out there and for once in your lives, focus your indiscriminate rage in a useful direction. Seize your moment, my lovely trolls. Turn on Caps Lock and fly, my pretties.
There we go. Everyone's browser should be heading over there right now. But yeah, I've been saying for a long time on the show.
Yeah, isn't that
the,
just brilliant?
The things the cable companies get away with, fucking bullshit. You know, I don't understand how they're legally able to run these monopolies that they're running. There's supposed to be laws against this shit. What the fuck is our government doing?
Because they got the the FCC and the Congress all in their pockets.
Why do we let this happen? Why do we keep voting these same jackasses into office?
I think John explained it perfectly, because
they're boring. We'll just go, yeah, we'll vote them in again.
Are boring it to death, right? Oh, I think that's true. People don't understand net neutrality. They don't know what that means. That doesn't even a problem. You know, I hate my cable company, yet I'm fucking dependent on it.
But
what can I do?
You know, I remember years ago when I was still living in New Jersey, Jim Gerhardt used to always talk about grip. Grip. Get rid of incumbent politicians. His theory was just find out who's currently in office and you vote for the other guy. Now, I'm not so sure that's a great idea, because that usually means that half the people are going to be voting for the opposite party, and usually the guy on the other.
Hey, did you hear
tickets?
The latest at Virginia primary? Eric Cantor is gone.
Nice.
Did you hear that?
That's great. No, I haven't heard that.
Just unfucking believable.
Well, they'll just get another.
Now I'm not
a
Eric Cantor hater. In fact, the teabagger that they're putting in instead might actually be worse. But I just find it amazing. It's just amazing.
Here we go.
No, I'm just saying. You know.
Hey, the best thing about being a teabagger?
Yeah.
It's our nuts on the back of your neck.
There you go.
There, hey, like
no,
that.
That's fine. I don't mean to. I don't mean to be offensive, because I follow people on the left and I follow people on the right. I comment. I try to be respectful. But there are some things that are just fucking nuts, like you say, right?
And the thing is, I think with all sides and all groups, there are fucking nuts, and there are people that have good ideas that believe what they're doing. And I think the Tea Party and Teabagger sanction has that as much as anyone else. I mean, there are.
Or like on the other side, there was a series of tweets from these extreme liberals that were basically saying, well, there's this study about showing that conservatives have a lower IQ. And it goes on and on and on and on. It's like, and there's a university study. And I said, so who came up with the grant money? And they were being all defensive and all this kind of stuff. It's like, it's fucking bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You're talking like the Nazis did, or like the the racist Southern Democrats that prevented blacks from voting. What fucking difference does it make on IQ? It means no difference.
Yeah.
And your study is crap.
And,
I mean,
and
IQ
87% of all
IQ tests are flawed is unbelievable.
Yeah.
So it's ridiculous. So the biggest problem that we have is that we have to figure out how do we, not only in our country but in the world, how do we get along? Yes, we have people that are on the left. Yes, we have people on the right. We have to figure out how to get along. Can we come up with a consensus to say, okay, this is how we're going to do stuff?
Well, I think
we don't even know how to argue on this company. I'm like, okay, so Obamacare includes contraception, right?
Right.
So the right says, and you can jump in on this, Dune, the right basically says, oh, well, my religion, blah, 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 blah. Well, that's the wrong way to address that issue. You kind of say, it should be instead, let's see, your birth control pills are actually putting you way out by about $12 a month. Fucking real?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, unless you're Sandra Fluck, and then it's $2,000.
Well, yeah, right. But man, the flip side is that Obamacare is not paying for abortion, as far as I know. And actually, I don't really care.
Right.
My objection to, the Hobby Lobby got in on all this.
Right.
It's like, let's say if I was an employee, I would say, wait a minute, my employer gets to decide my health care issues? What the fuck is that?
Well,
I'm going to go work for somebody else.
Well, that's what you should do. That's the whole point.
Well, the whole employer-based healthcare system is that this country relies on is fucked up to start with. Why?
Yeah, the reason why we have an employer-based healthcare system is simple as this: because stupid fucking people won't get health insurance unless they get somebody else to pay for it.
Right.
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 I mean, we had a guy working for our company A before company A became company A. He was a really nice guy. Had good, he had a good company health plan. Actually, it sucks. He found, his big dream was to become a consultant. He became a consultant. His income popped, whatever, but he was self-employed.
Right.
And that means he had to go out and buy his own health insurance. Okay. Well, I was talking to his wife, and his wife bitches about how expensive health insurance is and all this kind of stuff. It's like,
right. Well, it is more expensive if you go it alone than if you're in on the company plan.
And then 6 months later, he found a job that, in fact, the company was going to pay him as an employee as much money as he was doing consulting, but he also got health insurance.
Right. And that's
that's part of that is part of the compensation package, and you got to add that in. You have to include that in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly what it is. That's just part of being paid.
Right. And
that's the way the game works, and it needs to be thought through.
Yeah.
And that's a person taking responsibility for themselves.
Right. And one thing I like about Obamacare, I'm not trying to say pro or negative. One thing I like about it is there are affordable options there. I went to the website for California, just to look. Hey, if by some chance tomorrow I need to sign up for health care myself, what's being taken on my check versus what I pay on my own. And I looked at what I could get for a silver package, and it was something that it's like I could handle this. If I was, I'd want to be employed, but if I was employed and I had to cover my own insurance, I could handle that. I don't know how good it is, how it compares to what I have now. I don't have those details, but at least there was something available to me that I could go it alone without having to rely on the employer package. And I really think...
Well, and my problem with the people on the right, their only strategy is, let's repeal this thing. Okay, maybe we should repeal the thing, but what are you going to replace it with? There is no plan out there as far as I've ever heard or anybody talk about. Or why don't you identify the bad parts of Obamacare and attempt to overturn those pieces? I think they would have a lot more success than...
Right.
How many votes have they had on repeal so far?
Too many.
And what is the success rate? Oh, that's right, 0. So what the fuck, right? The strategy
they're playing
using
to their side, because the people that vote for them are cheering them on all those votes, while the other side of the country is booing them for it. It's it's politics. It's
and
we're here fighting your fight. That's what it is.
To me, the strategy is like the strategy of the old Southern Democrats that blocked basically the equal rights stuff of the 60s. They blocked it for years and years and years and years.
Right.
They basically had a stonewall position that finally crumbled. Instead, okay, we have this system. Yeah, it probably does suck, But how do we make it work, and how do we fix it?
Yeah, how do we improve?
And there's nothing from the smart side. I kind of look at the right as being the smart side, actually. There's nothing from that smart side that says, oh, but here are some problems. You know, of course, the number one problem is they don't have the balls to say, that's part of the teabagger thing, I think, is we really object to pay for, you know, these knuckleheads that are going for the free ride. You know, it's a legitimate thing.
You don't think I have the balls to say that?
I think a lot of
say
people
that every day.
I think a lot of people
tired
have
of
the balls to say that.
I'm tired of paying for other people's shit. Period.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they.
You know,
I think a lot of people are saying it.
Okay, so this guy that's underemployed or unemployed, how do we get them health care? Because the guy's going to show up, I mean, in the old system, and which is why the old system was fucked up as well, is this guy that was underemployed or unemployed or uninsured, had no money, he would show up the emergency room and they would have to fix him anyway. So how do we make all that stuff work and make sense? Am I right?
Well, that's what Medicaid was, or is.
Right.
Well, and then they're expanding that.
Just because you have no money didn't mean you didn't get anything.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's that big burden on the system because, you know.
Well, nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed now is that it's still free for them. Nothing's changed. There's still somebody else paying for it.
And I agree. So of course, the problem with Obamacare.
What's changed now is there's 800 more people to administer, you know, this shit.
I see.
You know, one of the problems with the Affordable Care Act is it's not any more affordable. You know, so there are problems to be worked out.
Right. Okay. Well, I think we all agree there are problems to work out, and all our politicians on both sides of the aisle could be doing a better job at working that out.
But to me, the problem is the problem is there's no one willing to have a true, healthy, respectful dialogue to kind of talk about the issues. I mean, we can always disagree.
Right.
But we have to talk about it responsibly and respectfully. Right, Dune?
I'm going to bail.
Oh, come on. That was such a positive message that we're all respectful of everyone. Don't bail on us. I'm sorry. Do you feel like we're ganging up on you or something?
No. It's late. I'll listen online. I'll hope to hear some dollar bin specials or something.
Okay. Oh, I got some dollar bin specials.
Yeah,
I got some dollar bin specials, and we're going to talk about a guy with a big penis. So you don't want to miss that. Wait,
right.
what?
Holy
What? No, it just happens to be the next story up on my screen. All right, thank you for calling in, Mr. Chamber of Commerce for
or real dude, either one,
or just dude.
All right, guys, take care.
All right.
Bye, dude.
There we go, our very own.
A second there,
dude.
Mars. I thought you'd fallen asleep.
No, I left and came back.
Mars strangely disappears during the political conversations.
Yeah, I don't like politics, so I don't talk about him.
He's apolitical. He doesn't recognize politics.
I do. I just keep my opinions to myself.
I know what party you're in, Mars. I know what party you're in. You're in. I don't give a fuck.
No, I'm in the coffee party.
The coffee
That's the party I'm in. The coffee party.
The coffee party. Is that anything like the Crustacean Liberation Party?
Well, the Crustacean Liberation Party is awesome if they end up on my plate.
That's not the
You're
platform.
liberating them from their shells.
No, that's
I am liberating them from the sea, from their shells, and onto my plate.
And I don't think that's quite the platform that the Crustacean Liberation Party has.
Oh.
But
No, I like I always told everybody, and I've told you guys before,
right.
I believe Obamacare was a good idea to begin with. It's just morphed into something. This is alpha. I'm going to tell you, this program's alpha.
Right.
I think it's got a lot of work to do.
You're waiting for beta.
Yeah, we're waiting for beta.
Okay.
You know what I found
That's
very
my feeling
interesting?
towards it all, and that's all I go into.
I'm waiting for
What
VHS myself.
What I found interesting is that during the last election, only once did Romney actually talk about Obamacare versus Romneycare. He was on a Huckabee show, and he articulated the difference between the two. Only
so you
once
guys
he
are
did
watching
that.
all these. I watch
It was almost
cartoons.
like, it's almost like, so why aren't you talking this out on the campaign trail to say, hey, this is the difference? It blows me away.
Because there wasn't really that big of a difference, and it was a point of weakness to the polarized
and that's
campaign.
and that's why he didn't exactly. That's why he didn't bring it up, because
He'd made the
when
right
you go
call
and
for the he that's the right call in the current game that is our fucked up political system. But the difference was very simple. Romneycare was a state program, whereas Obamacare is the country program. And his platform was to give it to the state, let the state make the right call for what's right for their state. What works for Massachusetts may not work for Alabama. You know, it's that simple. You know, if and our call just got dropped. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see if let's call Brian back. All right, but that was the difference, I think. I don't know what he said on the show that Brian was referring to. There might have maybe.
I don't know. You guys watch that? I usually watch cartoons like Powerpuff Girls and Quick Draw McGraw.
I don't watch
stuff
that.
Like that.
I don't watch that.
Yeah.
I watch what makes it to YouTube, or you know, maybe the Daily Show.
I watch Are You Being Served and those.
I get my news from Jon Stewart.
Actually, Jon Stewart's freaking hilarious. But I haven't watched him lately either, so.
Yeah. All right, so
I'm back.
You're back. So now was that
Romneycare was a state,
right?
And then it went.
Well, that's
it was a state-based issue,
right?
And actually, he didn't even talk about that.
Oh, he didn't.
No. The difference to him, well, one of the differences. There were a number of things, but of course, the one thing was the mandatory nature of it. You know, because that's one of the objections, that it's mandatory. So, and to some extent, I said, yeah, you know what? The reason why it's mandatory is because the health insurance companies wanted all that revenue. I don't think it should be mandatory. I think if you're stupid enough to think that you don't need health insurance, or you're rich enough that you don't need health insurance, you shouldn't have to buy it.
Well, the other side of that coin is that people that don't get the health insurance will end up getting treatment, and if they can't afford it, who pays for it? That's the argument. I'm not saying.
Well, so instead of being greeted at the door by a medical professional, you should be greeted by an accountant and said, "Oh, you don't have health insurance, and you have no way to prove it, that you could pay for it. We're going to turn you away."
Are you actually in favor of turning away people in need of care? I mean, I understand it's their own fault that they didn't make the responsible step, but still, are you in favor of that plan? Is that what you're saying you honestly think we should do?
Well, since I haven't taken the Hippocratic Oath, yeah, I don't care.
Just send them off to whatever.
Send them off to that guy on the other side of the sidewalk that is going to say, "Hey, we'll help you out." I'm a charity organization, and I can help you out.
I think we should have some sort of national system like Canada. You know, or I think that those many countries do that. They have their problems, but at least you have something, you know, and we all pay into it with our taxes.
So Mars. So how about them kittens?
Oh, you don't want to talk about a national? You're now I've hit a sore spot.
Oh, kittens! I'm sorry, I had to unmute there. They're kittens. Yes.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
That was just to be inclusive there.
Okay.
I wasn't out to end the conversation.
What do you think of veterinarian care for kittens? You know.
Kittens are perfect. They don't need veterinary care.
Well, they do if they get into a fight with the other cat and it results in a broken hip.
Yeah, actually, nowadays with the expensive vet care, you probably need pet insurance as well.
Yeah, because what was that? $3,000 operation, I think.
Well, they have insurance for animals. You can get
They
medical
do.
insurance for animals.
Yeah, you do. Yep.
So-
And you almost need it nowadays.
So let's talk about the kid with the big penis.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Teen charged as an adult due to big penis. A 13-year-old Ukrainian boy is being charged as an adult after he was found to reportedly have the penis and teeth of a boy much older than him. According to the Moscow Times, the boy was arrested after he stole a cell phone. After being sent to prison, he underwent a medical examination, and the doctors concluded from the size of his penis and his teeth that he was between 16 and 17 years old. As a result of the doctor's conclusion, the judge decided to try the boy as an adult. So the bad news is that you're being tried as an adult. The good news is that the court has officially declared you to have a big penis. You know?
Wow.
Kind of a good news, bad news situation, isn't it?
Okay, I have to ask this, and I'm embarrassed because it's like child pornography.
Uh-huh.
Did they post pictures?
No. No, they did not.
Okay.
You know, it's like the Michael Jackson trial.
Uh-huh.
There was all the deals about his penis. Did they post pictures?
I don't want to know, and I never looked.
No.
But it's good comedy, even if it creeps you out.
The picture with this article is of an unbalanced set of scales, is what it is.
Oh.
But no.
They can just drink a lot of milk.
No penis pictures. This was safe for work. Yes. But you never know, and that's why I do all my work browsing through TeamViewer back to my home computer.
That makes a lot of sense.
So if they ever notice that there's activity, they won't know what it is.
Right. They just see activity to your place at home. Yeah.
Well, basically, the thing is that there have been many times at work where I need to test that something works outside of the network. And it's no secret that I do this by connecting it to my computer with TeamViewer and then testing it from my home computer.
It's not like the company shouldn't actually give you a computer to have in your home to be able to do that activity.
Right.
So you're connecting all through company gear.
Right.
But that's beside the point.
Right. So, while I'm connected at home testing things, I may as well catch up on the news now and then on my lunch break or,
Okay, there you
while
go.
on the phone talking someone through a process that I've talked them through many times. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. A TeamViewer is a reliable source.
Yeah. No, it's great. So
Or a
anyways,
viable source, actually.
speaking of-
Could be liable, but probably not.
Speaking of politics and statistics, let's talk about a cracked article here. The 28 most infuriating true statistics you don't know. So here we go. Number 28. Last year, Walmart turned a profit of $17.2 billion. Last year, Walmart employees received $2.66 billion in government assistance due to low wages. And I'm thinking, shouldn't we send Walmart a $2.66 billion bill to repay that government assistance due to them not paying their workers a fair wage?
You would think.
That would still leave them with over $14 billion. I mean, or no, over $13 billion. That'd still leave them with plenty of billions.
I don't know. I like all the billions.
I don't know.
Gators.
I think, if your employees are, collecting government assistance because they're not making enough money to support themselves, and you made a significantly larger profit than the amount of money that was paid to them, you owe the government a cut. You owe that money back. I think that's fair.
Yeah, actually, they should pay him more. Then everybody shouldn't have to pay government assistance.
Right. If they gave that money to the employees to start with, they wouldn't need the assistance. That would be fine. But they didn't do that. So I think they should pay the government back.
Well,
So,
they're not gonna do
so
that.
long as the government doesn't piss it away, I think that should go right to the deficit.
Well, okay.
Take that $2.66 billion, apply it right to the deficit. You got a harmonica?
That was a vine that launched on me.
Oh.
If
All
you
right.
saw the picture, you would just kind of go, holy shit.
I'll just leave that at that then. All right, moving right along. Number 27, U.S. Department of Defense budget 2014, $526.6 billion. U.S. taxpayer dollars spent on cancer research from 1971 up to 2014, $200 billion. Not even half of what we spent on defense this year. Number 26 has a nice picture of a bunch of guys in graduation gowns smoking cigars with the caption, "Smoke 'em if you got 'em, fellas, because you won't be buying many cigars when student loan payments kick in." How bad's the situation?
Pretty much.
In the next minute, the U.S. student loan debt will have increased by $155,040.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Here's one that hits me hard. Hits me personally right here. By its second season, the cast of Glee had more songs chart than the Beatles. They just wrapped up their fifth season.
That's depressing.
That is serious. That's more depressing than all the other things we've covered so far.
Wow.
Number 24. More than 25 million people in the world today are living as slaves. That is more than the population of Shanghai, Florida, and Australia. It is also more than the total number of Africans shipped to the New World during the entire history of the transatlantic slave trade. All right, that one's pretty depressing.
Mm-hmm.
Number 23. What drugs do Americans overdose on the most? Is it cocaine? Heroin? Nope. Overdosing with prescription painkillers causes more fatalities than cocaine and heroin combined. That's believable. Much more easier to get your hands on it. Number 22. And if anyone wants to comment on any of these, feel free to stop me. Number 22. British surveys show that more than a quarter of children have quit doing activities they love, and almost half have hidden a talent, all for the same reason: they were afraid of being bullied for their talent and enthusiasm.
Aww.
Number 21. In 2012 to 2013, approximately 2.7 million healthy adoptable cats and dogs were euthanized in shelters in the U.S. due to lack of resources.
Aww.
Hey, we have a call on the line. Hello there, caller.
Oh, hi, Gators.
Oh, hey, it's Brian.
It's Brian!
You're a little late this week, aren't you?
Oh, yes. And Gators, you better check out the NoHoldBarredRadio.com website because the now playing page is broken on it. It doesn't show any information on the title or artist anymore because the now playing page is broken.
All right, what's broken?
The now playing page on it.
All right, well, let's see. Hey, we have a call on the line. I don't know.
Oh my God, what?
Looks fine to me.
Don't forget to disable your no script when you go to that page, Ryan.
No,
You have to right click and say, and then temporarily allow this.
Oh, has he got something blocking it? All right, well, anyways, we'll look into that.
Yeah, I think no script blocks it.
So, Brian, how's it going?
Oh, good. And how was your long trip? We're not doing a show for a while.
Both trips are very good, very productive, and met some good people in Portland. So, yeah, good trip. And I saw a waterfall. So now, did you fill in for me last week? I know you asked about doing that.
Oh no, I didn't because I did a show before because I thought you were going to do a show last week because no one told me you were going on vacation.
Oh, but you emailed me and asked, and I said go ahead.
Well, yes, but I thought you were going to do a show, but I forgot that you were on vacation.
I see. All right. So what's new with you?
Oh, nothing much. And how are you, Sir Mars?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You know.
All right.
Oh.
Everyone's doing good. That's great. Okay.
Oh, and can I ask you a serious question, please, Gators?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Is it illegal to stream YouTube on an Islam radio station? I'm just wondering.
That depends on the content.
Yeah.
Like what do you mean?
Well, if the content is copyrighted, it does technically run afoul of copyright law, although how much that's enforced or if you're going to get caught is questionable. Anyways, so Brian, did you do a show today?
No. I was taking a day off today.
That's too bad.
I listened. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, that's too bad. Well, maybe next week. You'll be coming back next week?
Yes, I will.
Ah, cool. Hey, cool. Well, hey, Brian, it's always great to hear from you. And anything else you want to say before we wrap this up?
That's my line.
Oh, that was, no, it was my line. You stole it from me first. I'm taking it back.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I just wanted to say I hope you guys have a great weekend, and I hope you and Sir Mars and that evil pissy Neo have a great weekend. And about to you and Sir Mars next week on the Sample Return of the Suburban Homeboys on www.wobblejoo.com and wobblejoo.com where all the good times are gone. Take care. 3, 2, 1, click.
All right, thank you for calling.
Click.
There goes our very own Brian, host of the Autistic Hour on wildbunchradio.com on Wednesdays at some point before my show.
If you look around, there's a mount point with nothing but Brian shows all day long for 24 hours a day.
Oh, wow. I've got to find that.
I can send that to you if you want.
If you could throw a few keywords that would trigger the spam filter, that would...
No, I'm saying this in your messenger, man. You got to have the link. I mean, what are you talking about?
You could tweet that to @BrianBlues.
Oh, okay. I'll do that too.
Then he'll retweet it, and then I'll block him. No, I'm kidding. I kid. I wouldn't block Brian Blues. But number 20, legally required minimum leave in working days. Paid public holidays plus paid annual leave. Australia 27, Austria 35, Belgium 30, Canada 20, Denmark 29, Finland 34, France 31, Germany 30, Greece 26, Ireland 29, Italy 33, Japan 10, Netherlands 20, New Zealand 27, Norway 27, Portugal 35, Spain 34, Sweden 25, Switzerland 20, UK 20, United States 0.
Really?
What the fuck? We're getting the shaft.
No, we're just way ahead of those slacker nations.
No, we're not.
I mean, even Japan gets 10. Come on.
Number 19. 1 in 4 children in America will grow up unable to read. 2 out of 3 children who can't read by end of grade 4 will end up in jail or on welfare. 75% of food stamp recipients score in the lowest 2 literacy levels. Low literacy costs over $70 million a year in the healthcare industry. Sorry, we're undergoing maintenance right now. Check back soon. We'll be back before you know it. So unfortunately, I can't go on to page 2 of the statistics I was reading to you. Thank you, Cracked, for picking right now to shut down the material I was in the middle of. Fucking.
Thank you, Cracked.
So
you didn't cache the page?
Why would I do that? It should be available. It's always available all the time, except for right now.
Let's just keep hitting F5. It'll come up sometime.
All right. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go to a little break so I can.
I have to take a dump. That's a good thing.
I gotta pour myself another mug of coffee. Brian,
you didn't have coffee during the Oliver thing?
I was finished with my first mug of coffee by then.
Oh.
I was paying attention to it, so I didn't need to get more. And Brian's got to get. Wait, what is it you're eating today?
Oh, that's long.
That's long coffee.
I even done with the coffee.
Oh.
I'm just raring to go.
I gotta get bugged too. So we will be back. Let's you know what we should do? We should play Damon F's song. Let's see if I can find where did I put Damon F's song? You know, I forget where I put Damon's song.
I put it on the desktop.
No, I have Soulfinger on the desktop, but I don't have.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Here it is. So here's Damon F with Demand.
Way to go.
Know somebody that complains constantly about Dell, Asus, motherboards, Intel, printers, faxes, soda, and may possibly be considering the fact that his own anus is conspiring to destroy all of his computer equipment. Worse yet, does this person constantly complain about massive PST files while sending 8-page emails? If you answered yes to any of the above, then what you need is the Jonathan Gators TLDR email filter. That's right, this innovative new program can take even a Gators rant and extract the few pieces of relevant content therein. Let's see how the program works. Firstly, let's take the average Johnny Gators email.
God damn it, there is no code I can count on anymore. Where does the disk operating system overwrite? Right over the few meg that has the file I just deleted seconds ago by accident. Way to go, unnamed uncredited person that threw the code into a dumpster to be retrieved by Bill Gates. You were right to throw that away, it fucking sucks. Next time you decide to write shitty code, get a fucking paper shredder.
My, what a steaming pile of bullshit. But let's see what the TLDR filter can make of it.
Oh no, I broke my computer again. What a dick I am.
The program then presents them in a 6-line format to maximize relevance with minimal waffle. As you can see, this new product is an amazing thing. And how much do you think it costs? $50? $100? Well, you'd be wrong. Because we're giving away the Jonathan Gators TLDR email filter for free. Because, let's face it, it's an act of fucking charity. So pick up a copy of the Jonathan Gators TLDR filter for your email client today. The average user claims that they save up to 6 to 8 hours worth of productive time per day when they don't have to read Gators mail. The Jonathan Gators TLDR filter. The most exciting new productivity tool in the world.
Venison 88. Providing you with square, scary, and not quite central entertainment. Venison 88. Home to Venison.
Cut! You forgot the times and your grammar was ridiculous!
I'm sorry.
I'm afraid this is beyond sorry. Here, Spot! Here, boy!
What the?
Snackies.
Shit!
Anybody else forgotten anything? I didn't think so.
So listen to Venison Stew every Tuesday and Friday.
And that's at 4 p.m. Eastern, here on
Wild Bunch Radio. www.wildbunchradio.com.
Oh, no, no, no. You got that wrong. I love balls.
Balls. All you need are balls. Juicy, sweet balls. All you need are balls. All you need are balls. Juicy, sweet balls. All you need are.
Be sure to tune in to ADHD Radio, Tuesdays, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The most motherfucking addicting show on the No Holds Barred Radio Network.
Balls, all you need are balls. Juicy, sweet balls. All you need are balls. All you need are balls. Juicy, sweet balls. All you need are.
And we're back.
We are?
Hey, what did you buy for a record?
Congo something. Congo. This is record 1 of 3 of the Decca Presents Jungle Drums album, including Central African conga, Tahitian conga, East African rumba, and African samba. It was a really... Oh, that's why I wasn't getting it up louder. Wrong fader. It was a really cool cover I found at the Funky 78 shop in San Francisco that was filled with Glenn Miller records. And so now I need to track down the actual records that go in here, and I found the first one on eBay. So that's 1 down, 2 to go. Yeah, I think this is one of the more interesting 78s I've found so far. I don't know. What do you think, Gothard? I guess we've lost Gothard. Gothard is not a fan of the African drumming. All right, well, Brian, what does Brian think of the African drumming?
I think it's cool.
Yeah. Oh, and there's Gothard. He's back.
I shifted my laptop, the USB port
Oh.
wiggled, the thing in it, and then it was like, oh, I don't want to talk to you now, because I plugged it back in. It's like, now I have to restart Team Talk.
Oh, that sucks. So, what do you think of the jungle drums?
I think they're... Go for the jugular.
Pretty cool. I just need to find 2 more records, and I'll have the full set. And I've got a eBay search set to email me the second another one shows up.
I want some tigers growling or lions or something in this.
That'd be nice, but they don't have that.
Maybe they'll go right in the middle of it.
You know what?
Oh, that reminds me, Gators. I gotta rip a disc for you. I picked up a sound effect CD at Goodwill.
Oh, cool. I gotta rip a bunch of
Say Mars. You could take the Clash London Calling and get those caw sounds out of that.
Oh,
Or I could just stick a microphone out my window.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what I can find for sound effects here. Let's see, animal. Let's see, we got chimpanzee.
No, those don't work there.
All right.
I'll punch him in the face. Sweet chimpanzees.
Dinosaurs.
So, by the way, I admitted to my Twitter friends that I have never.
Ooh, that's a
I've
good
never
one.
tried.
You've never what?
Never tried Nutella. I don't even know what it tastes like. And so
Don't eat it. It's not good for you.
instructed me that I must try Nutella. I must do it.
It's made with hazelnuts. It's good for you.
Yeah, I mean, I just have never tried it. So I've been kind of on the search for a small, tiny jar because I'm a cheap bastard as a sample size.
No.
Also on Twitter, I've had some discussions about Bovril,
That one works.
Marmite,
Marmite?
and Vegemite.
Oh, Marmite.
Marmite?
No, Vegemite. Vegemite tastes like ass. Don't take it. Don't get it.
Now, Gothard prefers
Right.
Marmite to Vegemite, but he likes them both. Is that correct?
Now, one of the things is that I've said is that okay, these 3 products, they are all the same. But as it turns out, Bovril originally was a beef extract.
Beef extract.
Apparently, because of the mad cow, a dozen years ago, they switched to...
Yes.
Oh, that was good timing there. They switched to chicken, so now you can get chicken Bovril.
I don't have chicken sound
They
effects.
also came out with a vegetarian version, so basically there's the yeast extract, which... Okay, so what's the difference between the yeast extract Bovril versus, Marmite and Vegemite? What's the difference? Probably have to do some DNA testing too. And in my local supermarket, all 3 are on the shelf next to each other.
As they
So
should.
you have or I should say 4 because they have the chicken one as well. The chicken
I
Bovril.
just stay away from that aisle then. That's fine.
Well, you have peanut butter and Nutella in that same aisle, so.
Oh.
And jelly, whatever, and bread.
Right.
I think
Eggs.
Google deliver everything to me now.
Eggs are on that aisle, by
Eggs
the
are
way.
in that aisle.
Yeah.
I see.
Wait, why is
Now-
eggs in the same aisle as peanut butter?
Now if you don't want to splurge...
Yeah, it's a good question, and I don't know. It's just interesting here is, in the U.S., you go to a refrigerator case to get eggs.
Right.
Because they have been pasteurized. which basically means they heated up the eggs to about 120 degrees and then quick refrigerated so it wouldn't actually be cooked. But here they sell eggs that are not pasteurized, so they're just warm on the shelf in the store.
Ah.
Oh.
So you want to make sure you cook your eggs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right. But, well, you know, if you want to try to save some money when buying the Nutella, you can always get the generic stuff. Now, Gothard, what was that stuff you found on sale that one time? Some kind of a nut butter, I think it was called?
It was the Hello Kitty nut cream.
Hello Kitty nut cream. That's right. There you go, Brian.
Nice.
You can save money by buying the Hello Kitty nut cream instead.
And it's cheaper because they're paying the royalty to Hello Kitty?
Whoa.
I think it's cheaper because it was marked down after there was no one who wanted to buy something that was called...
because nobody would buy it, yeah.
Buy
Yeah,
something
so
called nut cream.
Oh.
That poses the question: is this a squeezable bottle?
If Dune is still listening, that would be for the tea baggers.
I was thinking it, but I wasn't going to say it. We gave him a hard enough. We
Sorry,
gave him
Dune.
a hard enough time.
Sorry, Dune. That just had to go.
Haven't we picked on the poor guy enough? I mean, come on. Let's.
Okay, so since we're picking on him, let's bring up Ann Coulter.
Ann Coulter, okay.
Who?
Did you hear what she did
What
just
the hell
lately?
was that?
That was
What
wolves.
has that yeast-infected pustule of a cunt done now?
I see Gothard's
She basically brought up that old Taco Bell ad with the what's all this Spanish yabba dabba Taco Bell, whatever it was.
Yo quiero Taco Bell?
There
Yo
you go.
quiero
There you go.
Taco
So she
Bell.
brought that up in response to, I guess, children, Mexican children that are in the American concentration camps were complaining about, the condition and the food and whatever. So she thought she would, make fun of the Mexican children in our concentration camps.
Oh.
That's awful.
Detention center. So, awful.
You see,
cunt.
now my description of her was not too far off from the truth.
Yeah, that's a
No.
pretty accurate description.
Exactly.
I think that was pretty light, Gator
Yeah.
Gothard.
I don't think you went far enough.
The woman is a bitch. I'm sorry, but she is just a
Yeah.
raging cunt.
I
and how she would actually think that, number one, that was funny.
or appropriate, or a smart career move.
Right.
I'm thinking brain
how
damage.
does she not? Yeah, whatever.
Brain damage. Got to be brain damage, you see.
Right.
Brain's not working right, not thinking of the right things, and then you say stupid things like that. So, anyways, page 2 of our statistics has loaded.
Oh, by the way, sorry, Dune, but I'll try to find something.
I don't.
On,
what does Dune have to do with this? Let's not even associate Dune with this, okay? We were just talking about someone who said something stupid that I think most people would agree was a pretty
well, I
stupid
would want to
thing
be
say.
fair and balanced by picking somebody on the liberal side that does something stupid as well. But that's okay. I didn't find anything stupid.
I'm going to say that this commentary had nothing to do with sides of the aisle. Stupid is stupid no matter where it is.
Well, I agree with that. But to be fair, you weren't picking on her because she was from the right. You're picking on her because she was
right.
Well, that was stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
The fact that we have children of any type in a detention center is not a way to be a reason to be proud to be American.
Yeah, and giving them diarrhea is not going to help anyone.
Well, they didn't actually say that the children were having diarrhea. They
Well,
just had some
that's-
issues with the food.
They are eating at
That
Taco
is
Bell.
what Yo Quiero Taco Bell would do.
Runs for the
Well, that
border.
was her suggestion. But
Yeah.
Whatever.
Number 18.
18.
12 to 13% of homeless adults in the U.S. are veterans. On any given night, there are over 57,000 homeless vets, and another 1.4 million are in immediate risk of becoming homeless. Number 17. Over 71% of convicted violent criminals in the U.S. will be arrested for new crimes within 5 years of being released from prison. If anyone wants to chime in about any of these statistics,
say that one again.
Over 71% of convicted violent criminals in the U.S. will be arrested for new crimes within 5 years of being released from prison.
Yeah, that means the system was just working perfectly.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
exactly. Ugh.
One would think, okay, I'm going to prison. I'm going to spend a few years. I'm going to get out and make sure that I never go fucking back again.
You'd think,
right?
You'd think.
You would think, but somehow that message doesn't get across, which is too bad.
It is.
What skills did you pick up while you were in prison? I don't know. How do I get back in here?
And I have no sympathy for the person that ends up back in there within 5 years, but it would be fair to pose a question: is there something that we could be doing differently to make that system more successful?
And I don't know the answer. It just
no, me neither. I don't know enough about it to have an answer, but that's certainly a question that one should be posing.
The interesting thing, the incarceration rate in the U.S. is pretty much as high or higher than anybody else. What are the other countries doing to keep the incarceration rates lower?
Well, I think
we should be kind of thinking about that.
Well, there is people that talk about, another thing that's often brought up is that our incarceration rates are so high, but that's when you're talking about nonviolent crimes and, the drug offenses and a lot of bullshit that you'd question, should we really be locking up all these people in prison over this shit?
Right.
For-profit prison system.
Yeah, that's a for-profit prison system. That's, bullshit.
Well, we're not completely for-profit.
Right. But there have been stories or cases where they build a prison and it's like, all right, let's get some people in here. And that's not what it's supposed to be about. Number 16. Every year, Americans throw away 141 trillion calories worth of food. That's enough to feed 200 million children 3 meals a day for an entire year. And it'd probably be better than Taco Bell.
Probably is Taco Bell.
No.
Hey, don't mess with Taco Bell. It's a fine eating establishment.
Well, they do have.
What happened to the old idea of the poor starving children in China?
I remember I once heard someone that thought...
if you get chickens, you can just throw away your food to the chickens, and then they turn it into eggs, so they kind of recycle it for you.
There's that.
There you go.
Well, I remember someone once said that she misunderstood...
Or to the pigs,
yeah,
because the pigs will eat anything.
Right.
And from the pigs, you make bacon.
I remember I once heard someone who was talking about when she was a kid, she misunderstood her parents when they told her, think of the starving children in third world countries when you're throwing out your food. She thought that what her parents were telling her was that the garbage goes to those countries so that the starving children could eat it. So they thought that they were encouraging her to throw out more food to think of the starving children, because that's the only logical conclusion you come to, because how would eating more food help hungry people?
Right.
Yeah,
in fact, when you tell me about these starving children while I'm trying to eat, my appetite actually goes down.
Right.
So you head for the trash can with the butter knife to scrape off the plate into the trash can.
Right.
Good idea.
Number 15. Instead of talking about nicotine addiction or the negative...
See, actually though, I'm sorry. If you actually change that to say, think of the homeless people, actually the homeless people are going through your trash looking for the food that you throw away. So that actually could be literally helping the homeless.
Yeah. There you go. Think of the homeless. Throw that out.
Right. That's gross.
Moving right along. Number 15. Instead of talking about nicotine addiction or the negative health effects of smoking, Philip Morris's Think, Don't Smoke ads mostly focus on parents telling their kids not to smoke. A study showed that 12 to 17-year-olds who watched the ads were 36% more likely to start smoking. Number 14. An estimated 822 million consumer records were exposed in 2013. 72% of records were exposed by external hackers. Passwords were exposed in 48% of breaches. Number 13. We have a nice picture here of England. Can you identify this country? If so, pat yourself on the back. 65% of college-age Americans could not.
Of what? Italy?
No, England.
They couldn't recognize England.
Right.
Interesting.
Number 12. Well, you know, Gothard, it all goes back to that wonderful T-shirt you wore for our class group photo.
Yes, I know.
Yes. I got to pause for this story again because, you know, thinking of a bunch of stupid college students reminds me of this. So, end of the year, senior year, we had a nice group class photo, which I really should have bought a copy of. Brian, your
Likewise.
Your phone loops me back a little bit in the background, like the microphone's like picking up what's coming out of the earpiece. Am I turning up loud or? Oh, there we go. That's much better. Okay. Number 12.
I'm sorry. What was happening?
Like your microphone is picking up what's coming out of the headset, so I heard myself coming back on a delay faintly in the background, and it was throwing me off.
Oh, that's interesting.
But it's better now. So.
Yeah, because you said that because essentially I was looking at my iPad, and it was closer to my face, so there was probably some sound bouncing off the iPad. And as soon as you said that, I moved the iPad away, which means the problem went away.
Yeah. So
it's interesting.
So it's the iPad.
Actually,
the
what
iPad
happens
is
with that with that headset, the microphone is close to the earpiece. If you have your earpieces up high, you know the volume's up high, you'll be able to hear what the other person's saying.
I see.
Yeah.
So
right. Oh, okay.
So, anyways, so we show up for this.
This is why I bought this model, because you guys recommended that it was a great model.
It's a good mic.
And would know the idiosyncrasies of it. Thank you, Mars.
Yeah,
No
Mars is
problem.
our resident expert on this piece of equipment.
Yes. Even though it was put in the wrong spot.
Yeah, we
covered that.
We spent an hour looking for it. But anyways, so we go to this group photo. The whole class and my loop back is back. Yeah.
Brian, take the microphone. Is it bent in or is it bent out?
Well, it was closer to my mouth, so I bent it out.
Well,
yeah, bend it down towards your chin more. Bend it all the way down as far as you can go. You just pull it down.
It's rotated all the way down.
We want to hear your chin.
Yes, we want to hear your chin.
It was rotated all the way down.
Okay.
And I'll swing the headband over my head a little bit forward.
Okay.
That'll have it actually at my neck, so we'll have a guttural sound when I talk.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
So Gothard and I go to have our picture taken with the class group photo, and Gothard broke out the perfect T-shirt for this occasion. Gothard, what did your T-shirt say that day? Gothard?
Yes. I was fascinated by the sound of microphone movement.
That's why I turned that channel down for a moment. All right.
No, what my T-shirt said was, never underestimate the power of stupid people in large groups.
Oh, I had one of those. It was a black shirt with a white writing on it.
And the best,
I had one of those.
Hot Topic.
And the best part is, we're gathering around as a group in this area. Gothard's off to the side somewhere. The photographer's balancing out the group. And he's like, you move here, you move here. He grabs Gothard, and he goes, you move here, and puts Gothard front and center of the group.
I had more respect for that photographer after that.
Yeah, I don't think that was an accident. I wish I bought a copy of that, but I was a starving college student. It was that or some records at the record store that afternoon. And records won. So,
by the way, I just posted this article on Twitter describing homelessness in Singapore and Berkeley, Berkeley, California.
Right.
And this news correspondent describes how homelessness is treated in these two different places.
Okay.
I'll start off the deal. Down the streets of Berkeley, California, homeless people are seen at nearly every corner.
What? Not Berkeley?
Yeah. Before I arrived, it was almost unimaginable to me to the extent of their ubiquity and the tolerance the community and state could show them. And then it goes on. I mean, this is, we could literally read it.
Right.
Then she gets down to Singapore. Singapore is a well-manicured city. Nothing will seem out of place because deliberate efforts are employed to ensure that everything is kept in orderly manner, even its people. While seeing homeless people around is not a ubiquitous sight, it should not be assumed that there are none. Rather, the government is bent on keeping its image as an efficient institution with the best housing policies in Asia. And then it kind of goes on to, yet in 2010, when the government took wind of, so there was this group of homeless people, and Al Jazeera was to their defense. And when the government found out about Al Jazeera and what they were doing, the government raided this beach area where there was homeless. And the homeless were evicted from their only shelter, and some were even fined $200.
Oh.
So, moral of the story is don't be homeless in, after you cough, don't be homeless in Singapore.
Okay.
It's too expensive to be homeless, apparently.
Yeah, who can afford to be homeless in Singapore?
That's right. Because there's a fine for that.
There's a fine for that. And good luck collecting on that. So let's blow through the rest of these statistics. Number 12, Legends Football League, formerly Lingerie Football League. Players don't receive any salary or health insurance, and the safety equipment is crap. NFL cheerleaders are paid only $75 to $100 per home game. There are 10 home games per season, excluding playoffs. Meanwhile, a Super Bowl ring and has a medal value of over $5,000. All 53 players are given a ring, while the Super Bowl trophy makes interesting noises on the headset over Skype. What are you doing over there, Brian?
What?
There's like this. You got a very noisy mic today.
Weird. I don't know. I can't figure out. I don't know what that is.
Okay. I'm going to work on the gate. Is what I'm going to work on. I think we need to turn your gate up is what we need to do. And I'm sorry to bring the show to a halt to do this, but the long-term benefits of tweaking the settings now will greatly improve the future of the show.
That's all right. I could do filler.
All right. Well, Chad's got the hip hop going.
But the problem is that this covers up the sounds I'm trying to block. This I can't dial in on the right setting if everyone's going to talk over it. All right, now I need to read my buttons. Where is compressor, gate, dynamics?
It's over there.
Oh, there we go.
No, not there. There.
All right, so now I'm looking at channels 9 and 10, and right now the threshold is set to negative 40.1 decibels. So I'm going to turn that up to 44 decibels. And Brian's noise comes through a little bit there. I'm going to go up to... There we go. Now... Thump,
Hello?
thump, 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 thump.
Thumpity thump thump thumpity
So,
thump.
Brian, is there anything you're doing over there that might be thumping?
No.
Okay. All right.
I would say
you
someone's
underwater?
tapping the line, but it's not a tapping sound.
No. Okay.
Right?
Are you underwater?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I think I... Oh, yeah.
Yep.
There we go. We're going to lay it down here. All right. Number 11. In a survey conducted by Arizona State University, nearly 50%. Neo, something you want to say?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Never mind. I'll just shut up.
No. You've barely spoken this show, so I mean, if you
really,
if you want to chime in.
No, not at all.
All right. You know what? No one cares about these statistics. So
What statistics? Okay.
yeah,
80% of statistics are made up on the spot.
I already told that joke.
Ah.
I usually tell that joke at least once every episode. But of course, the winning statistic is that Congress has an approval rating around 10%. Yet in every election since 1964, members of the House of Representatives seeking another term have been reelected more than 80% of the time. And you know why that is? That's because when people rate Congress low, they're rating the other side. They're rating everybody else. They love their guy. And then plus...
Well, that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody, everybody hates the other guy's incumbent.
Right.
But my guy, but in defense, I was living in Houston, and my congressman was a guy that happened to be the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. He would be running unopposed in primaries and in the election because, hey, the guy that's the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, he's going to deliver the bacon to our district. Period. Everybody's voting for him.
Right.
Duh. That's what you want.
Right.
You want a guy with power. So you're going to, like Virginia just dumped Eric Cantor. Now, he's only been in office for a little while, but he is a powerful position. Why would you give up a more powerful position for a nothing? Because this new guy's not going to be the majority leader.
But the only way we're ever going to evolve our Congress is to get the lifers out. You got to think of the big picture.
I would agree.
You're being too short-sighted if you think that way.
Yes. Now, some people would have term limits to one or two, 2 terms.
Yeah.
Well, in Congress, that's 4 years. I think it would just say, I would say you'd want Congress limitations to be, say, 4 to 6 terms.
I think that
6 terms would be 12 years.
I don't know. You could get pretty. You could get pretty.
And then Senate would be, say, 2 or 3 terms.
Well, you could give.
And then the guy has a career in the Congress, but then he moves out.
I'd rather just get rid of career politicians. 1 term, goodbye. Maybe 2 if I'm feeling generous.
And to me, the problem though is that the guy that's just in, he's trying to figure out how the system really works. By the time he's got to figure, typical guy that you hire in
That's
the door.
The problem. The way the system works is the problem. I don't want
some
people.
Some of these new guys are making it not work. This pile of teabaggers in there, most of them are first-termers.
All right.
And they're playing their principles to the max. I have nothing wrong with principles, but at some point you have to sit down and negotiate and work out the deal. They're not working out the deal. That's the problem. I mean, one of the problems.
Right. So,
of
meanwhile,
course, as we all know, democracy is the worst system of government there is, except for all the others.
Meanwhile, let's talk about poop.
I thought we were.
Dump, 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 dump.
I thought we were.
Dump, 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 dump.
Yeah, that's weird.
Dump, 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 dump. I thought this was a thump jam. Come on, Mars. Don't stop now. We were just getting started.
I don't know how this goes. I'll observe.
Okay. There we go.
Whoa.
Now we're on a roll. Oh man, this is almost as good as the African drumming album. All right. All right.
Where's that coming from?
When Bars types, it comes through
Oh,
loud.
he typed it into Hangouts. He got this, like, big, like, thousands of characters of nonsense.
See, I'm not so sure I like this headset that Mars and Brian are using. They're both...
No, I'm not... Gators, I'm not on the headset. I'm using my microphone, which is on the same table as my laptop.
All right, all right.
So I usually try to mute when I'm typing, but... I was like, what are you guys thumping? What does that mean?
Holy crap!
Oh.
We are total professionals here.
It's okay.
It's okay. This is why Neo hates our show. But meanwhile, in Seattle...
I don't hate your show.
No, come on, I hate my show. Who are you kidding?
Aw, don't hate your
No,
show.
it's
Love
just
your
when,
show.
when I don't smoke on your show, I become very annoyed and a bit sporadic.
Oh.
Oh, well, we lost Brian online, but we're going to talk about poop.
Yay, poop! What?
Play my video.
We'll get there. We'll get there. But there's poop to be discussed before we start playing videos.
Okay.
Fecal matters?
Fecal matters.
Discussing fecal matters?
We must discuss the proper burning of fecal matters, or more accurately, how not to burn fecal matters. But
on this episode of Fecal Matters...
Is that like having spicy chicken and next thing you know your poop is burning?
No, this is more of a literal type of burn. And it burns,
Literally?
Ring
of fire.
Yes.
That ring of fire. That ring of fire.
Okay, poop.
I don't know, it's just...
But I spell it backwards.
These lovely noises are actually better than hearing someone's jaws of life chewing on pizza crust and chips.
The person whom you're trying to reach is currently unavailable.
I don't know who you could be talking about.
She's hot. Who are you talking to?
I was trying to call Brian.
Hey, who feels like eating some popcorn right now?
Ooh, I might actually in a little while. I need the fiber.
So apparently we're going to eat popcorn now. You in, Brian? You got popcorn?
I'm back.
You're back.
Well, it's breakfast time. His time. He should not have popcorn.
Well, he's finished breakfast, so now it's time for his morning snack of popcorn.
No.
Right.
Gators, are you allowed to have popcorn on your thingy? Is it too many?
Hell no.
Hell no.
He doesn't like popcorn on his thingy.
Okay.
Wait.
Anyways.
Why the fuck would people want to roleplay a goddamn eternity?
A what?
Like a pregnant person and like a teacher. Like, it's a really weird pairing. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
Wow.
Oh, I thought you say roleplay an attorney.
That was
like, wow, that's a horrible, horrible thing to do.
All right. All right. Who's looping me back now?
Brian?
No. That's coming from the right side. That's Ted.
Brian.
Who's over there? I'm not.
That's
It can't be
not
me.
Ted.
I'll mute a second.
No, well, I gated you. All right. Maybe it was Brian. Okay, now there's a truck. All right, you can unmute Brian. We'll power.
Sorry about my truck.
We will power
I'll tell
through
you
this.
Go away, truck! There.
No, the truck is welcome. The truck is much better. Okay. So. Boom.
Better?
Well, let me check. Boom, boom, boom. Bounce.
I say boom, boom, boom.
No.
Everybody say
We say
Well. Yeah, talking over my sound check is really helping me out. Thank you, people. Thank you.
Sorry. Say sibilance.
Nobody can resist the whale.
Okay, Gators. Okay, your turn. Your turn, Gators. Your turn. I'm sorry.
Oh, we're driving them fucking bonkers right now.
Okay. I'll be good. I'll sit back here.
All
I
right.
won't talk.
So now that we've
Not
chased
bad
away
influence.
all the listeners, let's get to content.
Okay.
Seattle police discover flaming bag of poop behind East Precinct.
Oh.
A quiet morning at the Seattle Police Department's East Precinct was interrupted Sunday when officers found a man burning a paper bag full of his own feces behind the building. Officers are finishing up some paperwork at about 11 a.m. when someone alerted them to a fire in the alley outside, according to police.
Did you check with Venison before ratting him out like this?
How did Venison get to Seattle? Oh,
He has his ways. He used the Underground Railroad.
The Hobo Railroad.
That's wrong, girl.
Man. Jeez, Brian, your line doesn't like us right now.
I guess. Was it a bad joke?
I don't know. Basically the question was when I was talking about this guy burning the bag of his own poop behind the police station in Seattle. The question that was posed was, did I clear it with Venison before I ratted him out?
Oh.
All right. So when they went outside to investigate, officers found a man standing next to a burning paper bag in the alley just west of 12th Avenue and Pine Street. After putting out the fire, police began questioning the 31-year-old man. Oh, that's way too young to be Venison. Who was standing next to it. He quickly admitted to starting the blaze, saying he had taken a parentheses poop and was trying to burn the quote poop away, according to police. The man also pleaded ignorance that it was against the law to burn bags of poop behind police stations. Officers arrested the man.
Wait, is that law?
Well, the law probably doesn't specify what substance it's illegal to. It's probably illegal just to have a fire going like that out in an alleyway.
But is it restricted to being behind the police department?
Probably.
The police?
I'm thinking not. I'm thinking it just has to do with open flame in general.
Okay.
Officers arrested the man, who has not been named, and booked him into King County Jail for reckless burning. Reckless burning, there we go. Police say a Seattle Fire Department crew mercifully came and hosed down the alley. So, this poses all kinds of questions, like, how did Venison get to Seattle? And why did the guy poop into a paper bag? And why did he then feel the need to burn it on fire? And of all places,
stay warm.
Of all places, why behind a police station? Even if he was ignorant to the law, did he still think this was the best place to pick?
And we all know that ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Gators, think of it this way. The hobo was actually really smart doing this behind the police station. Because it was probably cold that night. He was going to make he burnt the bag of poo so he could have free room aboard that night.
That could be.
That's what I vote for.
That could be.
Yeah.
Right. But then, here's the other trick, is how did they get them to think that he was only 31 years old?
That is the question.
They showed him his teeth.
Oh, good one.
Excuse me.
Yay. Oh, we never got to this story about Coors Light. Marathon's Sardina jumps off a cliff in the name of free Coors Light. It would take a lot more than free Coors Light for most people to jump off a 50-foot cliff. Not Marathon native Michelle Sardina, who did just that and had it videotaped to become a first-ever winner of the Beer Giants' How Far Would You Go for Free Coors Light contest. The 21-year-old was one of 3 grand prize winners to earn a year's worth of the silver bullet in the form of 24 cases during the next 12 months. That should come in handy for her upcoming senior year at the University of Florida. Honestly, couldn't sleep one night and somehow came across the contest. I looked at the other submissions and said, I can do better than that. It was the last day I could possibly submit it, she said. Sardina posted the video to Coors Light's social media pages and received word in rather unique fashion on Sunday that she was a winner. The company arranged for an elaborate surprise and marathon that involved kayaks, divers, camera crews, and of course, lots of Coors Light. Sardina and longtime best friend Kelsey Wonderland, also a marathon native, traveled to a Gainesville area quarry on April 15th to shoot the winning stunt. Jumping was easier said than done, as evidenced by the YouTube video Sardina posted after her plunge into water. I knew the place because my friends had been there, but it was the first time I had ever been there, she said. I was afraid that if I stepped off wrong and didn't jump far enough, you could hit the rocks. She eventually worked up the nerve. She first says, do it for free beer, right? Then she shouts, for free Coors Light beer, as she gets a running start to jump. A few weeks later, Coors Light obtained Wonderland's contact information from Sardina under the pretense it would be to verify her age and contest entry. Really what happened when they called me 3 or 4 weeks ago, they asked me about her interest and ideas for how to surprise her, Wonderland said. She and I go kayaking a lot, so that was the reason we chose that. So, there you go. Free Coors Light for jumping off a cliff. Now me, it would have to be a better beer, you know? Free Guinness for a year? I don't know. I don't know if I could bring myself to jump off a cliff, but I'd think about it. But Coors Light...
Did they contact her in the hospital?
Apparently she did just fine. She jumped far enough, the water was deep enough. It sounds like it went off without a hitch.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What is that racket in the background?
Background noise that is semi-gated.
There's an airplane
outside.
Airplane.
Are you moving around some 55-gallon drums?
Well, the reason...
No, that, sir, is a 747 or bigger going over my condo. I was woken up this morning by an airplane literally almost landing on my condo. It was a seven like something big ass plane.
The reason it sounded like a barrel being rolled around was because I've dialed up the noise gate, which means that
Wait a minute. A 747 attempted to land at Hayward Airport?
I think it attempted to land on top of my condo. That's what I think it attempted to do.
I don't know. Maybe it was on the way to Oakland and was coming
down.
This was about 5 years ago or so. I was out walking with one of the coworkers, and we saw the 747 headed toward the Oakland airport. And so we thought, no, that's unusual because 747s don't go into Oakland. So we sat, we kind of stood there and we watched. And it came down in the pattern, and it's almost like he decided, oh, fuck.
Wrong airport.
And, the wheels didn't even touch. He just took off again, kind of went around it, and we kind of watched the guy go around and go land at San Francisco. So it's like, wrong fucking airport, dude.
Wow.
No, they land to Oakland now. It's Oakland International, so we get big planes there.
That's bad, though. I mean,
you get 747s land there?
Mm-hmm. Yep, we get big planes at Oakland International now.
So. The only thing I've seen really big is like the DC-10s.
But that was lucky, though, because, I mean, if you're landing at the wrong airport, that means you might not be cleared to land at that airport.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I did hear about an Air Force pilot. He was flying an FB-111. And, this guy was, a major or a colonel, relatively high-ranked, experienced pilot. And he was coming in for a landing, and the tower said, you're a little off course here. And this, hotshot pilot says, go fuck yourself. I know what I'm doing.
Oh.
And he landed at a little dirt strip nearby, and the plane ended up in the woods.
Oh, nice.
This enlisted guy in the tower, he didn't know what the fuck he was doing, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, they're flying low because I think there was a heavy fog bank this morning. So.
I see.
Yep.
Oh, don't you love it when weather sucks? The routing conditions are, shall we say, changed.
Yeah, they fly in, if they fly over Hayward instead of their normal route. So.
Right. Yeah, only when the weather sucks.
Which isn't that often here in lovely California.
Yeah. So what were we talking about?
Well, even at our place of employment, when the weather sucks, planes getting into Oakland go over our place of employment.
Mm-hmm.
Off, Grant Street there.
Right.
So, yeah, only when the weather sucks. When you don't really want them to be near you.
Right. There we go. So, meanwhile, I should have brought this up earlier when we were talking about Walmart. Another thing that I found, I didn't hear this story before, but, anyone who's ever worked at Walmart knows that they love dear leader, good old Sam Walton. I mean, I haven't... The process isn't the same at every Walmart, and it may have changed over time. Because I've worked for Walmart 3 times, so I've gone through the training process or the first day or second day processes 3 times now, and the first time was the most thorough one. The second time was basically, hey, welcome aboard, here you go, and off to your departments, and then the third time was pretty much here's your register, and. But they were different Walmarts in different areas. But the first Walmart that I worked at, we had to watch 3 videos before we could actually work in the store. One of the videos was a video about the history of Walmart and Sam Walton and what a wonderful guy he is. Such a nice guy. Even though he was wealthy, he was a very down-to-earth guy that lived a simple life, drove a pickup truck. I mean, he's the type of guy that...
Old pickup truck.
Old pickup truck. And, he's the type of guy you'd want to sit down and have a beer with. And,
isn't that what they said about GW?
Probably. That would make sense.
Right.
So...
didn't realize that having a beer with him was in Fallujah.
There you go. Then video number 2 was why unions are outdated and unnecessary, and Walmart is not anti-union. We're pro-associate. So why should you give part of your paycheck to a union when we have our open door policy and you can air any grievances at any point in time using our open door policy? Coming in for a landing.
Yeah. That's what I'm worried about. Damn student drivers.
Pull up.
No other show has
this. Sorry.
All right, video number 3, of
course.
Hey,
no. It's a feature, Mars.
It's a feature. It's a feature.
Oh, it's a feature.
The feature of the show.
Feature of the show.
We get the noise from the Hayward Airport.
Damon and Liam will bring you the big airplanes from the major airport. We got the small planes.
Apparently today I have both of them, so...
So, video number 3, of course, was a great documentary about the experience that you will have if you try to take money out of the register. The police coming in, the handcuffs, the fingerprinting, the shame, the
they showed
consequences.
You that?
Oh yeah, great little video about.
Did people point and laugh at it? Ha ha! That's hilarious.
No, the room was pretty silent throughout all videos. But it starts with the guy being, manager's like, "Can you please come with me?" And then the manager shows him the video of him taking money out of the register like an idiot. He looks up, looks almost directly at the camera. Like, oh, it's all clear, no one's watching. Takes money in plain view right out of the register, shoves it right in his pocket. And the manager's like, yeah, you have anything to say for yourself? Am I going to be fired for this? And then, the police, the handcuffs, all this stuff.
I should have taken more.
Is it worth it? Only you can decide. And that was the 3 videos we had to watch. But the point is, one of the videos I had to watch is all about the history of the store and Sam Walton and what a wonderful guy he is, or was. Dear leader. So, wonderful guy Sam Walton is.
Propaganda.
Let's talk about Sam Walton. Let's talk about the history of Walmart. Sam Walton is the American entrepreneur best known for founding the giant Walmart and Sam's Club chains of discount stores. Walton started out in that market sector by purchasing a Ben Franklin variety store in Newport, Arkansas in 1945. Opened a second store in Bentonville, Arkansas in 1950, and by 1962 he owned or co-owned some 16 stores in Arkansas, Missouri, and Kansas. Walton opened the forerunner of the modern Walmart chain, an outlet called the Walmart Discount City store in Rogers, Arkansas in July 1962. As Nelson Lichtenstein chronicled in his 2009 book, The Retail Revolution, How Walmart Created a Brave New World of Business, Sam Walton recognized early on that in the discount retail business, payroll is one of the most crucial things you have to fight to maintain your profit margin. There we go, a quote from the book. "We must have cheap help or we cannot sell cheap goods," wrote Frank W. Woolworth to his store managers in 1892 when his chain of Five and Dine had but a handful of outlets. "When a clerk gets so good she can get better wages elsewhere, let her go. It may look hard to some of you for us to pay such small wages, but one thing is certain, we cannot afford to pay good wages and sell goods as we do now, and our clerks ought to know it." Sam Walton understood this as well, as he wrote in his memoir, "No matter how you slice it in the retail business, payroll is one of the most crucial things you have to fight to maintain your profit margin." That was true then, and it is still true today. By his own
if you can show your employees how to collect food stamp subsistence, go for it.
And I think, well, like I said, I think Walmart owes that money back to us. I think Walmart should, pay that back to the government. But the government shouldn't be allowed to piss it away either. By his own admission, Walton was a chintzy employer in the early years. Since all retail clerks were exempt from the federal minimum wage law in the 1950s, Walton could pay as little as 50 cents an hour, which was a rock-bottom wage even for small-town Arkansas. When in 1955, Charlie Baum, the manager of Walton's Fayetteville Ben Franklin, gave his girls a 25-cent an hour raise, Sam was immediately on the phone. "Charlie, we don't give raises of a quarter an hour. We give them a nickel an hour." As Lichtenstein reported, in 1960s, Congress passed legislation that nearly doubled the federal minimum wage to $1.15 an hour and imposed stricter limits on which businesses were exempt from the minimum wage standards, excluding only businesses whose annual sales were less than $250,000 per year, markedly lower than the previous ceiling of $1 million in sales per year. Walton, who had been paying newly displaced female agricultural workers rather low wages to clerk at his stores, managed to duck under the new minimum wage sales standard due to the unusual nature of his store's business structure, a structure that was already in place for other reasons, not as suggested in the rumor above that this article is addressing, one that was concocted solely to skirt minimum wage laws. And now we have another excerpt from the book. But all this changed in the early 1960s. Like the domestics and farm workers whom the Southern political and economic elite had excluded from coverage under New Deal social legislation in the 1930s, the chain stores, backstopped by a Republican Southern Democratic alliance in Congress, waged a bitter rearguard battle to exempt some 4 million retail workers, mainly white women, from minimum wage guidelines. John F. Kennedy made a raise and an extension of the minimum wage for retail workers one of the key issues in his quest for the presidency, while conservative Republicans, led by Senator Barry Goldwater, the Arizona department store heir, denounced the idea. Kennedy and the liberals won this round, although the new lay faced tough going in the rural South, where the $1.15 an hour minimum almost doubled the going rate for female clerks. Sam Walton, for one, hated the new minimum wage, and he would simply not abide by it. Of course, Walton's attitude was not unusual for a white Southerner of this era. If their seniority rich representatives in Congress failed to staunch a law they thought unfair to the racial or labor arrangement characteristic of their region, many otherwise law-abiding Southerners simply violated it. And Walton thought he saw a loophole that fit his business practices. The new minimum wage law exempted all retail establishments whose annual sales were less than $1 million a year, ceiling lowered to $250,000 in 1965 when Congress was briefly controlled by liberal Democrats. Taken as a whole, Walton's chain had sales well above this limit, but as he expanded into the discount sector in the 1960s, he created a series of single-store, family-dominated corporate shells, each with a slightly different ownership structure. Initially, these had been designed as a vehicle by which store managers, local investors, and members of the Robson family could contribute their capital to the cash-short Walton chain. By the 1960s, this increasingly Baroque ownership structure also had the decided benefit of allowing Walton to duck under the new minimum wage sales standard. This saved him a lot of money because in 1968, the minimum wage had climbed to its 20th century apogee. But Walton could employ at pin money wages thousands of women who were pouring off Arkansas and Missouri farms during the years when the revolution in American agriculture belatedly reached the Ozark Plateau. As Lichtenstein also observed, when court decisions held that Walton could not avoid minimum wage laws via the method he was using and required him to pay back wages and penalties to clerks at 3 of his stores, he maintained that he would fire anyone who cashes the check before relenting. When the courts finally ruled that his decentralized ownership structure was but a scheme to avoid the new wage and hour law, Walton and most of his store managers were furious. They hated the assistant district attorney from Fort Smith who pressed the case because, as one manager put it, now dingbats in the store would be making $1.15 an hour. When a court order called for Walton to issue checks to the clerks at his stores in Harrison, Rogers, and Springdale for back pay, including a double-time penalty for what they had lost, he told a meeting of his employees, "I'll fire anyone who cashes the check." Cooler heads soon prevailed, but Walton's determination to hold the line on his labor costs had hardly softened, nor had his contempt for the regulatory state and its laws. So yeah, nice friendly guy. Threatened to fire his workers because he was forced to pay them their fair due. Yeah. Nice
okay, but he's not running.
What an American hero.
Yeah.
He's not
American
running,
hero.
He's not running Walmart anymore.
No,
right?
no, but his...
Okay, so I follow this guy
that
writes for TheStreet.com. You know, this is a Wall Street journalist guy. And he covers a lot of retail stuff, this guy, including Walmart. And he had this article. He showed like 5 years of revenue. And you look at Walmart and, gee whiz, revenue has been going down. And then they kind of brought up the whole, you know, annually Walmart throws a big shindig and pay big money for rock bands or whatever to show up at these shindigs, right?
Okay.
Have you ever been to one of those? You've heard of these, right?
No, I've not.
Yeah, every year they bring shareholders and top management and have a big old party.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, it's infamous. Anyway, so this guy's article says, hey, look at the revenue, and here they are going again, throwing their big shindig. You know, kind of telling Wall Street, like, wait a minute, do we want this? You know, how is this to the shareholders' interest?
Yeah, that's a good question.
But Wall Street's kind of pissed off at what the heck are you guys doing? You know?
Well, they always bill it to Wall Street as, oh, well, we need to do this in order to retain the top, top management, in order to keep these really talented people around.
See,
for sure, yeah.
And the thing is, the bottom line is, though, last year they turned a profit of $17.20 billion. I'd never understand this whole concept of it's not how much you make, it's how much you make against the previous year. How does the previous year have any effect on what you have now?
That's the way Wall Street works.
And that's bullshit. And that's the problem with the system.
No. You're basically saying, hey, my company is growing.
Right.
And all the other
So it's
companies
all
are
about
saying,
growth.
my company's just also growing.
And I'm not trying to put down growth. Growth is good. Yeah, of course. More is better than less. But this whole idea that, oh, I only made 17.20 billion instead of 27.20 billion. Oh my God, this is awful. Fuck you. That's not awful. That's pretty damn good.
Well, true, but see, you're comparing against other companies, and you know, let's face it. Why is everybody on Wall Street into sports? Because everybody wants to prove the same thing, that I'm the best. I follow the best team.
And that's another problem with the system.
It's got to be the Yankees wins the World Series because we don't back losers.
Well, hell yeah,
that's
because
the way.
you know,
That's
Yankees
the way
rule. Hell
they
yeah.
trade the company.
Oh.
You know, does it make any difference? You know, does it make any difference that, oh, gee whiz, Bob and Jim's shoe shop is actually making a decent profit? No, that doesn't make anything because he's not even in the same league with, who cares, Reeboks, right?
But a profit's a profit.
See, you're looking at it wrong. You're not looking at the way.
No, and they're looking at it wrong. I'm right, they're wrong.
I'm actually with you on this, but this is the way Wall Street works.
And they're wrong.
There is a program on CNBC hosted by this guy. I think his name is Lamont. It's called The Profit. And what this guy is a billionaire that looks for a company, number one, that could use a little bit of help. But he looks at it and says, are these guys going to make it? Do they have the right stuff to make it? And he doesn't care about what Wall Street does. He doesn't care what Wall Street says. He's looking at, let's build a company up. And I think this guy to me is a hero.
I like
the sound
of this guy.
If you happen to see this show, it's on CNBC called The Profit. I think you'll agree with me. This guy is right on the mark. This is the way business should be done. If I could have my money instead of in, Wall Street stocks, I would have it in, in the private companies like this guy's doing. I would have all my money in it.
Okay, I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
And then you have companies like Amazon that routinely lose money, and their stock is so high, just because people believe they're somehow going to be profitable someday.
Right, because a lot of the things are based on these projections. And as long as the projections hold, people keep believing on it. Now, when you have some disappointments, and it's disappointment after disappointment, then Wall Street kind of loses faith in you, and then the stock price starts to drop. But you could lag that. I mean, if you plotted actual revenue versus the stock price, you would go, those aren't even the same frickin' thing, even time delayed. You'd have to put markers and, oh yeah, this kind of went in the different direction because Wall Street finally figured out the guy was fucking lying.
Right.
Well, it's a lot based on futures too. It's like sentiment, like market sentiment's a big thing too. Like,
well, sentiment. Part of the sentiment is the guy sent out his projections, and then the sentiment is part of like a factor in, is this guy fucking lying through his teeth?
Like, how many IPOs have there been where the stock price has been too high and a bunch of people bought in because of the fervor and excitement, and then only for the stock to drop to half of its worth? Like, it's all bullshit.
Facebook is an example. Twitter is another example we're seeing. All of these things. In fact, when someone says, oh, such and such is going public, everybody loves this company, Twitter or whatever it is, I kind of look the other way. Because we've seen this many times. They have the initial price that's way astronomical, and we have no data because a private company doesn't have to show any data. And everything's based on the futures anyway, so like you say.
Right. Oh, hey, Bitcoin's back up to over 600.
Wow. Bitcoin's one of those things I think the whole thing is a fraud.
Yeah, I sure wish I bought it. I sure wish I bought some when they were dirt cheap, though, and then dropped it.
Well, there's one cool thing about Bitcoin is there will only ever be so many Bitcoins. So it's a currency without inflation, right? So like I actually think it'd be cool if Bitcoin became the currency because it's decentralized. You don't have the Fed running their own personal printing press where they can print as many coins as they want. It's like it's an open source algorithm that continually makes it more difficult to produce coins, and then eventually the algorithm has a fixed limit on how many coins can be produced. So there will be a fixed amount of currency. The currency can't be devalued by printing more of it. And you can't launder it because each coin has its own unique cryptographic signature. So you can't make copies of it. I think it's actually pretty cool. Like, it took me a long time to understand what the hell Bitcoin actually is, but it's
but still you have you have the rest of the marketplace that fluctuates against it. So you're not really a fixed level. You're just taking a fixed point and you're letting everything bob around you. So,
but I think
if you took away the reality of the rest of the world, you go into a fantasy land, then it works perfectly.
I just think it would be cool to like stop countries that manipulate currency to make their labor and goods cheaper. Like, if Bitcoin had a fixed value across the world, like there's only one currency, then China can't say, well, you should move your work here because our currency, your currency buys more labor here than it does back in your own country because we've artificially devalued our currency.
That's not just currency. That's
and
also
that's the
policy.
reason why. That's the reason why jumping into global warming issue, which I think is a good issue, but the fact that we have a China that's never going to comply, what's the fucking point? Oh, I'm going green. Why? Well, because the Chinese are not. They're belching out more CO2 and whatever than anything. Why should I even bother? I'm standing on the foredeck of the Titanic. It's still going down, right?
Well, because it's out of sight, out of mind. I mean, we get our $18 Blu-ray players and we think they're created out of thin air. No, they're created, under the worst possible conditions and controls, the cheapest possible way. And,
and then when it's perceived that they can make the same $18 Blu-ray players out of, say, Burma instead, or Bangladesh, zam, they move them. They move the factories.
Right, and these countries, they actually swell with pride that they're making all these things, like that they got the work, and they're like, aha, see, Americans, you're too stupid to make this shit. That's why we're making it. It's like, no, you're only making it now because you're cheap. The second you become expensive, like,
but also, to the credit of the Chinese, on one of the product announcement for Apple, it might have been an iPhone or iPad or whatever, they kind of says, okay, we're going to do this, and they went to this Chinese company, and in 18 hours, this Chinese company, put together 50,000 workers.
Well, sure.
So in less than
really
overnight,
easy to do that. It's really easy to do that when you force all the workers to live on site, and it's essentially a work camp. Like, those people don't have lives. Like, they work 18-hour days, and they have to live in dorms on company property. Like, just thinking about how the goods are produced doesn't make me feel like a good person for consuming them. It's like, there's getting something for a good price.
I totally agree with you. But how do you compete against that inequity?
People have to vote with their wallets. I mean, basically, consumers have to demand, goods that are produced responsibly. Basically, if you walk into a store and you
here's the deal. You look at today's iPhone, iPad, whatever, and you go, oh fuck, that thing goes for $500, and it's made with this cheap labor in China. If we move the factory here, how much would it cost if it was made here? Oh no, we can't have that. I'm not going to spend $1,200 for the same thing just because it's made here. I mean, people flock to Walmart to get that cheap product, even though there's the cheap labor there.
Well, it's an error in our judgment.
Right.
Like, my parents didn't buy a new phone every year. Like, my parents, saved up to buy a television. Like, this idea that, I mean, we...
Right, and I have the same thing. I mean, I have an iPhone 4S. Oh, my God, it came off of contract last November. I've got to go buy a new phone. No. I still have the 4S. I'm going to keep the sucker until there is some wicked new feature that I absolutely have to have, which I don't see yet. Yes, I'd like to have 4G, but I don't care that much. It's not that big of a deal.
I guess it would be unfair to say...
I'm Wi-Fi most of the time anyway, so what do I even need 4G? Actually, of course, being in Singapore, there ain't much 4G here, so what difference does it actually make? None.
Yeah,
but
I mean, if you go...
jump to get a 4G phone? No.
Yeah, I mean, I really believe that every dollar you spend votes for your values. Why are we hearing music?
True. But even still, if I'll be honest, we like to buy paper products. Toilet paper, Kleenex, paper towel. We go to.
Uh-oh, time's running out. Quick, get to your point.
It's the cheapest.
All right.
Whoa.
Next topic.
What are you talking about? It's 9 o'clock. Isn't it supposed to be the end of the show?
No, the end of the show's not for another hour. Sorry, I've always wanted to use that button, and I was getting a little bored starting to drift off, so I figured this would be a good time to use it.
Well, you like to talk about Walmart. Oh, that's right. You hate to hear that I like to go to Walmart and pay.
Hey, I shop there. I just think that they should pay their employees better. I think and it's not. I'm not trying to single out Walmart. Walmart just happens to be like the biggest employer.
In fact, a lot of the other retailers.
Did you know Walmart's going to have convenience stores now?
Oh, that's terrific.
And they have medical clinics too.
That's just what we need is them to get bigger because the bigger the company is, the better. That's terrific. You know what I like? I like Costco.
Just as long as the employees can afford to buy those services or products. Of course, convenience stores typically are, at jacked up prices.
Now let's talk about.
I hate to buy anything from a 7-Eleven because, well, thank you for the convenience. I'm paying an extra high price. No, I'm going to avoid Walmart, 7-Eleven if I can. And the Walmart convenience store will probably be expensive as well. Unless they're going to stick with the whole Walmart thing and be really cheap.
Well, we'll find out. Meanwhile, let's talk about another news story I have here, and then we'll see what Mars has. But
about sandwiches for a second.
Sandwiches. What about sandwiches?
Oh, by the way, Mars, who was the sponsor for today? I forget.
Vaginal adhesives.
Mars got bored of the conversation too. I did not hit the button soon enough. So what do you want to say about sandwiches, Gothard?
Well, I went to Big G's this morning.
Oh God, I miss Big G's.
At about 7 a.m. when they first opened.
Brian wants to know what Big G's is. There's this deli in.
It's a deli.
Winslow,
Maine.
Been
around. Yes, and the thing is, they make their own bread, but they make their own bread in like the most industrial-sized bread pans. So, a slice of bread is probably 10 by 10.
It's
and an inch thick.
Big ass sandwich. You buy a full sandwich, you eat half of it there, and you bring the other half home.
You buy a full sandwich, it's probably got a pound of meat in it.
Ooh.
And the price for a half sandwich is not worth what, because it's not that much more to get the whole. So you always get the whole. Although I think the last few times we went there, because I don't like the sandwich later that evening. It goes stale fast. The best thing to do is to find a sandwich that you both want and split a sandwich.
So they're not in league with the kill all cows now group. A pound of meat in the sandwich.
Oh yeah, it's a big sandwich.
Cool.
Yes.
Anyway, so they're named they have different sandwiches under different people's names or characters or so forth. Like there's a Doctor Strange pork from, of course, the Muppets. There's a lot of Muppet-themed ones there.
There's a Bill Clinton named sandwich that's filled with a lot of bologna, I seem to recall.
The Bill Clinton.
Nice.
I like that.
There's the Bill Cosby sandwich, which is a roast beef sandwich with pickles. It's a good sandwich. Go ahead, Gothard.
But anyway, one of the ones that stayed is the Governor King, which is after our now Senator King that's in the U.S. Senate, but before he was our governor. And so today I was in there, and the only people in there was one cashier and the owner that I never see in there. So, and it was dead. You know, it's 7 in the morning. No one's buying sandwiches. So I start talking with the owner about the Governor King, and apparently it's one of the few sandwiches that the actual person it was named after was in the place making it.
Oh, there you go.
Which was interesting,
Cool.
and so he described it as the governor came in and was like, "Oh, I want something with like cheese and ham and turkey on it to be named after me," and so the owner's like, "Well, why don't you add some coleslaw to that? That always adds a bit of flavor to it."
That's one of my favorites. I like that sandwich.
And so he's like, "Yeah, that's good." And he's there with his bodyguard, because of course he's the governor, and the bodyguard's like some tall state trooper. And he looks at the state trooper and goes, "And some fucking bacon."
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
That is, I've ordered that sandwich many times.
And that's why the bacon's in there. There was a state trooper standing next to him, and he's like, "And some fucking bacon."
Awesome.
That's a great sandwich. Turkey, ham, coleslaw, bacon. Oh yeah, that is a good sandwich. I've ordered that many times.
So of course I had to order it. It was interesting to hear the story behind a sandwich.
So you ordered a Governor King
especially
at
when it
7 a.m.?
involves making well, I was staying up at Mike's camp in above Skowhegan, so I was driving from Skowhegan at 6 o'clock to get back to here by 8 o'clock, so I could go to
anywhere near
a job
Solon?
I had scheduled it. Yes.
It's funny that's where that is. I didn't realize he was near Solon, because I never even heard of Solon until I was when I was in Portland working on the migration. I met one of the guys that works for Company P.
It doesn't sound right. I'm working on the migration.
Working on
see.
the network migration, converting our Portland location onto Company
I know,
P's
but you're working on
network.
migration in Portland. That just did not sound right, Gators. I'm sorry.
And so I met the guy that is Company P's guy from the Salt Lake area. He's a very nice guy, and he's very good at scripting or batch files. He makes lots of batch files. And so we were talking and talking about different things. And at some point I mentioned, well, I lived in Maine for about 5 years. And he's like, oh, my some relative, I forget the relative. He's like, well, he's got a little place in Solon, Maine, not Solon. Have you ever? I'm like, not familiar with that. Is that anywhere near the coast? He's like, no, it's pretty. I'm like, well, it's probably middle of nowhere then if it's not near the coast. And
oh yeah.
And he's like, it's north of, I forget the name of it, some kind of Indian name. So sure enough, I pull up a map, north of Skowhegan
it's north
is
of
Solon.
Yep.
So it's funny you start mentioning north of Skowhegan, and I'm like, oh,
now if
Solon.
you look at Solon on a map and you go west from there, you'll see a lake called Ebden Pond, and Mike has a a camp, what they call a camp, but a little lake house on the northern end of that.
Nice.
That's where I was this morning.
Ah. So you were
So
out,
I woke
out
up,
for a sandwich.
stretched out, looked at the lake, and I started driving back. And about 7 a.m. I was hungry, so at 8 o'clock this morning I ate a Governor King.
Oh, why not?
Why not?
Cool.
I would have gone for the French
Got good
toast
stuff.
myself, but
I know, but I wasn't staying because I had to get going, and I figured if I got a sandwich, I could eat it all day.
oh, there you go. That's a good point. Oh yeah,
Now,
Emperor
just
Paul.
finish the last of it.
Does the coleslaw make the sandwich at all soggy?
If you
Yes. Or not really.
if you don't eat it right, the sandwich is best eaten right away. It will be soggy if you save the other half for dinner. Still tasty,
Yes.
but not as good as when you first got it.
But the thing about the coleslaw is it hydrates the bread so it doesn't dry out as much.
That is true. Because
There you
usually
go.
the bread dries out when you had the second half for dinner.
Because it's very unpreserved bread, so it will go stale quickly.
Yeah.
But it's good when you first have it because they slice into it and it's just very good.
Yeah, many a Saturday when I lived in Maine was spent. We woke up, got in the car, drove out to Winslow for lunch, or if it was early enough, breakfast, and then we'd head over the bridge to Waterville to Bob's Record Connection to do some dollar bin shopping, and then maybe head down the road to Bull Moose if we didn't spend too much at Bob's. But more often than not, we didn't make the trip to Bull Moose. It was like, oh, I can't spend any more. Yeah. Man.
There's this program on the BBC. You know, everybody talks about processed food and how it's horrible for you and whatever. And, you know, so there's not a lot of processed cheese, what the hell is that shit really, right?
Cheese food.
Basically,
is,
any cheese from a company called Kraft is, I hate to say it, and I even eat some of it, it's crap, right? Anyway, so there's this program on the BBC, I think it's BBC. It's British anyway.
Do you know that Kraft Foods is owned by Marlboro Cigarettes? Philip Morris?
What?
You
No,
know
not
Philip
anymore.
Morris owns?
Not anymore.
They don't own?
Not anymore.
Who?
No.
Who did they sell Kraft to?
Kraft is Kraft. Kraft was spun off, and it's Kraft. In fact, they had bought Cadbury, and then in the last year, they took a lot of the companies that were foreign and spun that off. So Kraft is really literally just the Kraft stuff now again.
Let's see. The company was formed in 2012 by a demerger from Kraft Foods Inc., which in turn was renamed Mondelez International. The new Kraft Foods Group is focused mainly on grocery products for the North American market, while Mondelez is an international distributor of Kraft Foods, snacks, and confectionery brands. Kraft Foods Group is an independent public company. It is listed on the NASDAQ stock exchange.
Yep.
Okay.
Anyway, so this BBC program, what they do is say, yeah, okay, processed food has a bad rap. Let's show you how to do it. And I've seen a couple of different episodes. I talk about different food products. They'll say, okay, let's take cheese. Here's how you make regular cheese. And the setting of the thing is in this barn in, I guess, in the UK, you know, rural areas. So it's in this barn. So you kind of look at it as like, oh, that's kind of a natural sort of setting. So it's kind of cool. So it goes through the process that describes how you make real cheese. And then goes through the process and does it, makes processed cheese, where you're seeing they're adding all this extra water and crap, and you kind of go, wait a minute. You start with this much cheese, and you add all this other shit to it, and you kind of turn that into a cheese block. The whole process is kind of gross. But then they compare the finished products like shelf life and other issues. You kind of go, okay, other than it's fucking gross, this is a better, the process is, shall we say, easy to understand why it's quote unquote a better product.
It has
They did the same thing with did the same thing with bread. They took regular bread, a natural homemade product, and then a processed bread product. The shelf life of the homemade bread was about 2 minutes, and the processed bread was weeks, before mold would form.
Right.
So, yeah, if you could make your own bread, that's cool. But the processed bread is something you buy from the store. It'll last for weeks. You get it home.
It's pros and cons. So it's trade-offs. It's compromise. It's,
But the whole setting is actually kind of cool on how, okay, I get it. Now, of course, they don't go in the economics. Of course, the reason why they, water down cheese, et cetera, is because they can make a better duck. Water is cheaper than cheese.
Well,
right?
yeah, that generally is. Anyways, as thrilling as this cheese talk is, I did want to talk about prostitution.
Oh, no.
Well, no, this article just poses one weird question, because it's an article about people busted for, trying to solicit a prostitute in a sting. Police conducted a reverse prostitution operation that resulted in the arrest of 10 men, including one who thought he could pay for sexual services with a salad.
Oh.
And that's all I'm really going to read of this article, because what the fuck? First of all, why did this guy think that salad was an acceptable form of currency? Or is there something we don't know about the prostitution industry?
We wanted to pay with lettuce.
Is this the first time he's tried to pay with salad? Or did he have some kind of special arrangement with certain prostitutes? Has he paid for sex with a salad before, or is this the first time he's trying to do this?
So Gators, my question is, before he tried to pay, did he toss the salad, or did he leave it the same?
Well, I was waiting for someone to use a salad tossing reference in this. I don't know if he was trying to use a salad to pay for a salad tossing or what. I would think a salad tossing would be
or was the salad part of the sexual act?
Well, there are carrots involved.
I would think a salad tossing would be a rather more pricey option when hiring these services. So I would think that would require a higher quality of salad than tossed. I don't know, but it just maybe it's like one of those things. You read the article, you do a double take.
In nature, animals will trade food for apes will allow will trade food for sexual favors or to allow mating or like.
Huh. Well, there is that.
Yeah.
We are apes, sorta.
I mean, Gators. I could do the normal and ask what Vamp would have to say about this, but
Well, you know what Vamp would say about this.
I will toss a salad.
That is what Vamp would say about that.
There you go.
And then after he's done tossing the salad, what do you do?
Let me make something really fucking clear. I suck dick.
Well, there you go.
I like the cock. I banged a goat.
Why does he question that? I don't understand that one.
Even he was surprised at his action.
Oh my goodness.
Vamp? Yeah.
Ow! That one's awesome. That's still my favorite.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you gotta love Vamp for giving us such great material to work with over the years.
Yes.
Anyways, Mars did contribute some great material, and we've still got 40 minutes left to cover all of it. Sorry, I didn't mean to just squeeze all your contributions into the very end.
No worries.
I'll make an effort to get to your stories
I figured
earlier.
you had a full show planned, so I figured, well, I might as well send something in.
Planned? That's
the trouble
funny.
with being off for 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, I've been building up these links for 3 weeks.
No, he's only been gone for 2 weeks.
Yeah, but 3 weeks ago is when we last did a show.
Oh.
Usually
true.
I build up material for 1
This
week.
this 2 weeks, so it's been 3 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a simple math equation.
I figured he team viewered into his home computer while he was away and looked at links.
Of course.
Yeah. Of
Yeah.
course.
Meanwhile, the world's biggest TV can be yours for $1.7 million. And of
I
course,
want this.
it's the visually impaired member of the group that.
I want this TV though.
Well, I guess
even I can see this one.
you have
Gators,
partial
probably.
sight, so the bigger the
Yes,
TV,
even this
the
would
better
be a
for
great
you.
computer monitor for me.
That you could actually read.
Yeah.
There is a new Sony 4K TV that's coming out that's 84 inches.
This one
I think the price is $12,000. See, so a lot cheaper and probably big enough.
This one,
the 84-inch is 24,000. The
this is
the,
a 24. This one is
yeah,
a 4K resolution. It's 370 inches.
Yes.
Now the interesting thing is Sony USA says this is going to be available. I have seen it in the stores here.
The 370-inch TV?
No, the
84-inch.
Oh, yeah. I've seen the 65s many times.
Yeah, yes, you've seen one of them. You're looking at it right now, aren't you? You bought one, didn't you?
No. It's too much money.
No, you only.
But it was.
You only bought two.
It was nice. It was a nice image, and it would be a great TV, computer monitor.
Yeah, it'd be a great computer monitor. Yeah, I want the 370-inch computer monitor. That would be nice.
Brian, you know it's not a question of if; it's a question of when. When are you going to buy it?
Well, in fact, my only interest really kind of came into it because I bought one of these. There's a brand new Sony Action Cam, the AS100V, and it has this cool Dick Tracy watch remote thing that comes with it.
Ooh.
Oh my
It's a cool thing, okay? And I bought one of these, and it's kind of fun. It's basically competing with the GoPro. The GoPro is cool because it's a total marketing. It has all the accessories coming out the ass, and Sony decided, well, shit, that's smart. So they have all these accessories, and their list is growing of all the cool stuff you can get with, their Action Cam. And yes, people are willing to pay, $500 or whatever for this thing. Ooh, I did.
Nice.
Anyway, it supports that new Sony super duper format. Which the 4K will use. The salesman did tell me that this camera was a 4K camera. As it turns, when I really looked in the specs, it isn't, and it's not a big deal. But I kind of got interested to study 4K a little bit because, that would be kind of actually cool to get an actual 4K camera. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the cheapest one now is about $2,000.
Oh, so you're only going to buy two of them then? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Then you've got 8K.
There you go.
So Gators, are you gonna get one of these?
No.
No.
No, I got to save up for a potential future move.
How would you move a 370-inch TV across
That's why
country?
I'm not going to buy. It's bad enough I got to figure out how to move a floor model Victrola across the country.
Oops.
How are you gonna move 2,000 records?
That's the other thing I got to figure out. Well, I'm kind of hoping.
Hey, I know a good source of boxes.
Nice.
Yeah, I know a guy. That's not a problem. I'm kind of hoping that Company P is kind of like Company B in that they will help pay for the move if you're being promoted within the company. But I don't know. So, I don't know. I don't know what the policy. But I'm sure I'll find out more.
Hopefully, hopefully that is actually a point of negotiation.
Ah, well, I'm not good at negotiation, so how do I negotiate that?
You yell, pay my no.
Well,
never mind.
Well, here's the thing, though. But if it's
part of the negotiation is you don't be too eager for it. You kind of go, yeah, I can envision myself being there working. This does look like a good fit for me. So you sell your ability to fit, but don't show eagerness.
Right.
Yeah, I want it, but you know, do you see a dampness in my lower region because I'm peeing my pants?
Well, the other thing is that I gotta, I've never dealt with a situation where I've needed to negotiate a salary. Usually it's been, we're hiring you, this is the rate, and
just ask if you get the same pay that you get in California and Pennsylvania, and you'll be perfectly fine.
And when they hired
me,
me,
but see, the other part of the negotiation though is not only the pay, but also you basically just openly talk about, shall we say, the move policy or the move package. What are they going to pay for? What are they going to? I mean, they could just say, don't worry about it. The truck will show up. All your stuff will be in there. See you in Pennsylvania. It's paid for.
And that's what
that's what
for.
you hope. Yeah.
Now, when it comes to negotiating a salary, how do I do that? I mean, now I've heard some.
Just say I made this much before.
I've read one. Well, that's the other thing. Well, I mean, I guess they could look up what I'm currently making, but how? I don't know. What's
now? Is this technically a promotion or is this just a lateral?
I think it would be a promotion because I'd be responsible for the northeast region. I'd be responsible for Trexlertown, Reading, a few areas of Massachusetts, and New York, and New Jersey. This to me sounds like it's gonna be, this to me seems like a promotion. Now,
oh no, you're going to Pennsylvania from California.
Of course, I've also been covering multiple locations in my current position, but I was primarily hired for one.
Yeah, right. But of course, when you do travel, you get travel expenses. Which is fine, and then that's what you get there. But I think just in the process, you just kind of naturally talk about, just let them tell you what it's going to be, and try not to again pee in your pants.
Now should I let them throw out the first number?
Yeah, that sounds kind of good. Or I was kind of hoping a little bit more, but I'm willing to work with you.
So, I should let them throw out the first number? Because I've read certain things that say it's better for you to throw out the first number because the first number that comes out is the range that things are anchored to. So if you throw out a high number to start with, then that usually results in negotiations working better in your favor.
Obviously you have to kind of play it and work it. But try not to assume that they already have a fixed number in mind. And maybe they do. Maybe, we're willing to pay X amount of dollars and that's it. You do keep in mind, they have this expense of moving you, but the flip side is they save by moving you, they save that recruiting fee, finding a guy, interview process, all of that painful stuff goes away because shit, we got a guy.
Right. Oh, by the way, getting back to messages from hours and hours ago, my last stand writes in, by the way, in Philly, don't talk to a Snooki. And
okay.
Woodshop writes in, I used to have to work with some Airbus France people. We would always have to plan for them to all go on vacation for an entire month. They didn't work in August or something.
Oh.
That's Europe for you.
Yeah, that's going back to when we were talking about all the vacation time that people get it right. Which, man, our company is. You know what? I feel bad for some of the other locations. Some of the other locations are because the company that owns us now has basically thrown out that vacation time doesn't carry over to the next year. You use it, or you get paid out what is owed to you. Although apparently there was some fine print, and in some of the locations up north of us, the GM there basically said, whatever you don't use by the end of the year, you lose. Plain and simple. And apparently,
that's how a lot of companies are.
People are quite pissed off about that, and I think that's wrong.
Yeah, my company doesn't roll it over.
That is flat.
And I'm salaried, and mine doesn't roll over.
Well, right, but if you don't roll it over, you should pay it out. I think that's theft.
Nope.
That to me is theft, and that's
They only do it. They only pay it out if you leave the company. Like that's the only friends of mine who have left the company. They'll be like, oh, how much they'll pay them how many vacation days.
In California, they can't take away your vacation time. In California, they have to pay it out to you if they're not going to roll it over.
Well, my company, they don't.
No, I checked with...
My company has 400,000 employees.
I checked, and you work in the state, right?
Mm-hmm.
No,
it's just for some reason they don't have to do it in California. I mean, in other countries where they operate, they do.
My understanding is in California, they if they don't roll it over, they have to pay it out.
I think there
might be some exception that comes into play.
Yeah.
So
also known as bullshit.
What?
Also
known
as bullshit.
Employee, maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. Sounds like bullshit to me.
Seattle just upped their minimum wage to $15 an hour. That'll be rolled in whatever.
They're working on.
But then at the same time, they instituted this. Well, there's this other rate for teenagers.
Ugh.
Well, screw that.
Oh, meanwhile.
Oh yeah, well, teenagers. It's like an unsaid thing, but they're all. Places like McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, whatever, they all rely on, kids to do the work.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well,
right.
I understand the logic there because a teenager isn't living off that
like
wage.
Some fast food restaurants, the ones that get the good kids are the ones that are paying well above minimum wage anyway. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's only certain markets. Some markets you got lots of kids and you can just pay them whatever you want because tough shit. Other places, they recognize that, hey, we want good kids, we want good workers, we got to pay more. I mean, what is the minimum wage? The minimum wage is, gee whiz, this is the lowest I am legally allowed to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
If I could pay you less, I would.
Meanwhile, in South Africa, toilet protests, campaigners reveal rears.
There you go.
Wow.
Mars knows how to pick his articles.
I do.
And there's a guy with some tidy whities that I'm looking at right now. Police fired rubber bullets and tear gas to disperse protesters who bared their rears during a protest over a lack of proper toilets in South Africa.
Aim for the crack! Aim for the crack!
Exposing the rears.
I thought South Africa was civilized.
Well, I don't know. Now, the question is, was there a lack of sit-down toilets or squat toilets?
What?
I think they were buckets.
Buckets.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hundreds of residents barricaded a major road in Soweto protesting against bucket toilets. During the apartheid era, residents in black townships were provided with an outside bucket instead of flush toilets like those in houses in white suburbs. Protesters say the bucket system should no longer exist.
Neo has experience with these.
What?
Neo has experience with bucket toilets. She had a guest stay with him who had
Why
their own
must you bring this up?
Wait. Neo...
I wish you couldn't use a bucket. She used the couch.
Wait, there was a bucket. Wait, all right. You have to tell the story now.
Oh, God.
Neo, what's the deal with the bucket?
One of my mom's acquaintances ran into some trouble. So she told me to bring her into the house, make sure she's comfortable, and try and help her out while she was gone. Well, lo and behold, the bitch had a bucket next to her because she was coughing up stuff and throwing icky toilet paper that she coughed into the bucket.
Okay.
I call her Meth Head Billy.
Well, a few nights after bringing her in, she said she couldn't hold her poop, so she went on the couch and in the bucket, and I had to clean it up.
Ooh.
Yes. No. That means there's a flushing sound. There was no flushing sound.
There was no flushing sound.
I guess that was the wrong sound effect for this. I guess the closest sound effect I have for this would be...
Oh my god, I think I pooped myself.
Yes, Pedge is always to be known as poop in the bucket person.
Poop in the bucket. The poop in his pants person is what Pedge...
He has a blue barrel, doesn't he, for that?
What's that?
Yeah, Pedge has a blue barrel.
Yeah,
he has this blue barrel in
that.
front of his trailer.
Yeah.
Home.
I'm not familiar with Pedge's living situation. All I know is one day he was hanging out in the show with us, and all of a sudden he randomly said,
"Oh my god, I think I pooped myself."
And it just all went downhill from there. That was a great show. We spent the next hour laughing and joking at Pedge's expense, which he hated, but he brought it on himself.
Oh my god, I think I pooped myself.
Yes,
But,
yes, that was Pedge. Yep.
Meanwhile...
But she's gone, no cat litter later, one less couch.
But yeah, I had to clean up another person's poop. That was not related to me.
That is...
Oh, shit.
Now, Gothard...
This is how I know that I can never really take care of elderly people, except for probably my parents. And I am not mentally able to be a nurse, because I will slap the shit out of people.
Oh.
Now,
that'd be fun.
Now, Gothard, on the other hand, dodged the bullet once, because, well, we told that story on the show. I think that still plays in automation. When,
yes.
We all knew that Grammy was going to be taking some medication, and we made ourselves very scarce that day.
Boom bands.
That was the day that sound effect got clipped.
Boom bands.
But and we lost.
Brian left. Oh, he's back.
There we go, and he's back. So, meanwhile, the real question is, though, would you drive a car that runs on urine?
Yes.
Maybe.
She's a pisser.
Possibly.
She's a pisser. Nice.
Now, the thing is, though, you got like when you drive a diesel, that has a certain distinct smell to it because of the diesel fuel.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Not all of them.
The turbo
Not all
diesels
of
don't
them.
anymore, do they?
When I grew up, my parents had a Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme wagon that ran on diesel. That car...
That's because it's a Cutlass Supreme thing that ran on diesel.
It stunk.
It's an American diesel. Of course, they smell like ass.
Well, what if it's an American urine? You know? The point is that some diesels smell like diesel when you're running
You know
them.
what? You eat lots of asparagus before you fill up the tank.
Yeah, that's the problem. What if you're filling up the tank with last night's asparagus? Are you going to smell that when you're driving down the road?
Maybe.
It's
As long
like biodiesel smells like French fries.
Now that I'm fine with.
That's just not fair, though.
The world produces around 10.5 billion liters of urine each day, enough to fill 4,200 Olympic-sized swimming pools. That's a lovely image right there. While most of us,
It's all pee.
Piss.
While most of us,
There's too much pee in the pH.
While most of us will label this as waste, scientists are hoping to use urine to someday generate power for vehicles, homes, and cities. A group of scientists from Korea University has outlined a plan to use carbon atoms recovered from human urine to produce cheap electricity. Yeah, this, they claim, would be done by replacing expensive platinum used in current fuel cells with carbon naturally found in human waste. Fuel cells are promising technology that convert chemical energy into electricity by reacting hydrogen and oxygen. They work by developing hydrogen gas to a negatively charged anode on one side of the fuel cell, while oxygen is channeled to a positively charged cathode on the other side. Blah, blah, blah.
And you can have stations that fill up hydrogen into your car.
There you go.
It would be the porta-body filling station.
Or you could just piss into the gas tank.
Yeah, there you go.
Uh-oh, we're out of gas. Hold on a second. Let me...
There are versions of fuel cells that don't require urine, but...
But this is good, because what do you usually do at a rest stop? Fuel up and take a pee break.
Yeah.
Well, now you don't have to walk as far.
Oh, they should just have an attachment in the seat.
Oh, there you go. There you go. That's
just fill up if you're driving?
You wouldn't even have to stop.
Yeah.
You'd be driving along. I see the tank just went from halfway full to full. Billy, did you go potty?
Now instead of, being pissed off that the kids have to go like 5 minutes after you pull out of the driveway, it's, oh my God, the needle's going towards E. Damn it, kid, will you go?
And by the way, the Volkswagen Jetta station wagon turbo diesel gets around 50 to 55 miles a gallon.
Yep.
Nice.
Apparently there's this new car, I don't remember who put it out, but I heard about this, that was released in Europe that gets 100 miles per gallon, and it's a full-size car, and it's not allowed to be sold in the U.S. because the Americans refuse to allow it.
Well, I've heard lots of stories about cars that have better mileage in Europe not being able to be sold because of environmental impacts, and it doesn't meet our requirements.
That was the problem with this article, is it really didn't say what the why it wasn't allowed.
But the other problem is that apparently Europe has a different gallon than we have, which makes the number sound worse than it really is. Meaning that
they go by liters, don't they? They don't go by gallons.
Well, no, but I actually read an article where they said that the number they were citing was a different type of gallon or something like that. I don't remember the details, but
there is a British imperial gallon, which I think it's bigger. I'll have to Google that.
Right. So they would drive further on a British gallon than they would on a U.S. gallon. So
the excuse is that, well, it's not the same measure.
It makes
so therefore we throw it out.
Right. The question is that number accurate to our gallon, or are we talking about a bigger gallon? Because I think someone, not intentionally, it's just that someone noticed that they were getting better mileage, and then when they calculated it, they didn't realize they were calculating it based on a different gallon. And so it skewed the difference and made it sound like, oh my God, we could be doing so much better, which it's still a legitimate issue. I mean, do our standards for requirements that prohibit these certain models from being imported to this country make sense? Should we ease that up in the name of more efficient fuel economy? Because if the fuel economy is more efficient, you're burning less fuel, which would in turn result in less emissions. Even though, and is there some I don't want to say conspiracy, but is there something that is working against this because it would result in be unfavorable to big oil? Is big oil really trying to block these things in the name of selling more fuel, or are
Well, just watch the movie. What was it?
Who Killed the Electric Car?
EV1. Yeah, just watch the one about EV1. You learn what's going on. Who killed the electric car?
Yeah, apparently, well, the bottom line was that I guess the electric car was useful for certain purposes, but also the batteries are expensive and the technology wasn't quite there yet. But what was really a bummer about it was that there were people that loved their electric car, wanted to keep their electric car, but they wouldn't let them, and they forced it away and destroyed them. And
right, because it was a lease program, so the owner of the car was GM. So when they decided to pull the plug on it, they literally pulled the plug and dragged it away.
which was wrong.
Yeah.
They literally scrapped
They
it.
owned the car, so.
Well, they were assholes for doing it, and they deserve whatever
Well-
bad press they get for it.
Well, for whatever, yeah, right. They deserve the bad press that, yeah, they pulled the plug in this program. Maybe they thought that it was draining their bottom line, or whatever the reason is. They could do it, and they could take the bad press.
And
which is interesting because shortly after, you know, the EV1 was, you know, going, Toyota jumped in with the Prius and just took over the marketplace.
Yep. Priuses are awesome.
I got 2 of them.
I got 2.
2nd and 3rd gen.
Yep. They're good cars.
You know, and
cars.
you know, the same with the Prius is that it's not the most economical car out there. You know.
No,
but
it's
it is
better than everything
put on the
else.
pedestal of the greeny car, and you know,
so
that's what
and
most
they're
people
reliable.
that are.
So there you go.
So it's more of a symbol than anything else.
Well,
yeah,
I don't know if it's really a symbol.
Hmm?
Honestly, Brian, I don't know if it's just a symbol. The reason I say this is, it's a good car. Toyota makes vehicles that last forever. It's a good car. It's better than a regular gas car, and you know what? They last like a long time. It's not
Yeah,
just
they
a
use
symbol,
them.
unfortunately.
They use them as cabs. I mean, they're so
Yeah.
reliable.
Dude,
that
Yeah,
I had
actually,
Google-
here in
I had
Singapore,
Google-
probably 2/3 of the cabs are Priuses. But then again, for the city, it's ideal because,
yeah,
you know, when you're in city traffic, the engine will just turn off, and you can do some cruising around just on pure electric.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of knows
I
when
had-
it really needs to run the engine. So,
anyways,
I had Google deliver some groceries and all
Whereas
their.
if you live in a more rural area, the diesel system is better in a way than a Prius.
Right.
Because you end up not see where a Prius shines is in bumper to bumper traffic.
right. In fact,
Where a diesel's going to be
I know a person in Santa Maria area that actually has a friend that has a Prius in that area, and had a long highway commute and was bitching, well, the gas mileage isn't that good. Well, you should have been looking at the details of, you know,
Right.
what makes Prius driving great. I mean, if you just
don't know,
flat out push on the gas pedal, you're going to maybe get 15 miles per gallon, or 17 or 18.
I don't know about that. I have a highway commute. I drive 20 miles to and from work, and I get 45 miles to the gallon.
Yeah, and actually, I was commuting. It was mixed city and highway, and I was averaging 45. But I could make a big difference on my style of driving, from getting, you know, like 38 on this commute to do the same commute and do nearly 50. The driving style makes a huge difference.
Right.
Well, that's the thing about
Well, it's true for gas cars too. If you floor it in
Yeah.
a gas car, you're going to burn a lot of extra
absolutely.
gas.
Yeah, but
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
Top
I mean,
Gear took
I've-
they took a a Beamer M5 and a Prius and demonstrated which has better gas mileage. You say, oh well, definitely the
Oh.
Prius. Well, they
No,
slammed the gas
not
on
the how
Prius.
they drove it. That was a good episode.
Yeah. I mean, but I mean that was the demonstration was style of driving makes all the difference in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You could
They slammed
have
the gas down. They didn't stop. It's like, really? You know you could be slamming the gas down. The gas mileage isn't going to be that good.
Now
Because that's
there was
just using the
another
engine.
episode I was
Yeah.
rewatching recently where they took 5 supercars, they put in 1 gallon, and had a race. Well,
Oh, yes,
all the
that was a
drivers
good one,
had
too.
to pedal to
That was a
pedal,
good one, too.
and this Ferrari got 1.7 miles per gallon. Like, what they should have done is like, okay, let's do these supercars and let's have them drive them economically and see which one does better. It would have been a completely
Jeremy
different race.
Clarkson?
It would have
Really,
been
Jeremy
boring.
Yeah. He does
it would have
not
been
drive
worse,
economically.
but it would have been a different race.
Yeah.
I was surprised. Jeremy in that one, I think, came in second or third. I forget what it was. But he's such an asshole, heavy metal, lead-footed driver that I was surprised he did as well as he did.
Yeah.
Everybody else is going, what the fuck did they talk about Top Gear? God damn it.
Yeah.
Well, I just know from driving my parents' Jetta turbo diesel, it's like it gets great gas mileage even when you're accelerating. At worst, it's getting 40 miles to the gallon.
How good does it accelerate?
Extremely well. It's a manual.
I'm surprised
6-speed.
for a diesel. The turbo
It's a
must be really
manual 6-speed.
Well,
some
people drive stick,
and it's a turbo.
Perform well.
Yeah, this one, if you want to, you can make it go fast. It's not a problem to make it. It accelerates almost as well as the SHO I used to have.
Okay.
But instead of getting 20 miles to the gallon, it gets anywhere from 45 to 55, depending upon your driving.
Oh, not bad. Anyways,
so
one last little thing I want to touch on before we get ready to wrap up the show for tonight. So going back to the Jungle Drum record I played earlier, I was telling, you know, the guy with the storage locker filled with tapes where the Spock tape showed up.
Yeah.
Well, I was kind of emailing him about, you know, my record shopping and this and that. And I told him I found, you know, this album called Jungle Drums without the records, and now I'm looking for the records, and I found the first one. He sent me links to two 78s that were called Jungle Drums, which are both not it. So I sent him a link of a picture of the actual cover and said, nope, more like this. And so he's like, I was half right, a VA compilation. Which, no, it's not a VA compilation, if he actually read the cover. So he's still wrong on that. But anyways, but he always comes back with interesting tidbits or information. If you get into weird jungle music, you'll probably get into things like Extabay, or Frank Hunter's White Goddess, or East of the Sun, or maybe even Our Winter Love by Bill Purcell and Bill Justice. And then he sends me a YouTube link to Our Winter Love by Bill Purcell, 1963, which I'm not familiar with, so I'm going to throw this on to find out what it is. Okay, this sounds interesting. I don't know what this has to do with jungle drums.
I hear jungle drums in it.
I'm going to just duck this in the background and read his little blurb about this, because of course he's filled with the whole story. Apart from novelty records, it was the first serious record to hit the top 20 at the wrong speed. Canadian songwriter Johnny Cowell had this up-tempo jump number entitled Long Island Sound that he'd play in between sets as a jam. And one day, after starting to get requests for it within the set itself, decided to cut it onto an acetate ref and send it out to see if anybody else thought it had legs. He forgot to mark the speed on the reference disc, so everyone thought it was a 45, including Mitch Miller, the head of A&R at Columbia. Too busy with the Mitch Miller Singers and their TV show to do anything with it, he handed it off to Bill Justice to see whether or not he could do anything with it. He brought it over to pianist Bill Purcell, still having no idea that it was a 78 and not a 45. And he started twiddling around with the double chord hits to mimic the reverb of the reference being played at the wrong speed, and then got the idea to add an electric guitar solo. It wasn't supposed to be a fuzz guitar solo, never mind double-tracked one for each ear, but the input module had developed a short, so the sound came out distorted. Being a throwaway track laid down in 2 takes at the end of a session late one night, there was no time for a do-over, so they just added a second fuzz guitar solo to offset the first to make it sound like they planned it like that all along. 16 weeks later, it was on the charts, and Cowell called in a rage about how they sabotaged and sapified his up-tempo jazz number. 6 weeks later, it was in the top 10 and became the first hit record with a fuzz guitar solo.
Yeah, it kind of comes down to that jazz idea. If you play a wrong note, You make it right by playing it twice.
So I'm trying to hear what sounds too slow, and what's because it sounds like most of this is kind of overdubbed, I guess. So
It does sound a little slow.
it is a kind of.
Oh, this is the redone of it.
Oh, there's the guitar, I guess, or
fuzz guitar.
And do you have a way
So
of
what if-
taking this
what if you
file
upspeed it
and
back
playing
to-
it at a 78 speed?
well, I'd have to download
Equivalent
it
from
first.
45.
Let me find a downloadable version of this, because this is a YouTube clip right now.
And then upspeed it?
Yeah, I'll do the math
speed it
and we'll
to
speed it up. All right, let's find MP3 will be close enough. Let's see.
You would lower your standards for this.
Yeah, because I want to download it fast.
Right.
Did someone just take
nice.
a picture?
Someone took a picture.
Because FLAC files are bloated.
All right, so I just went to download a file from a nice, reputable site.
Hey, Mars, I stuck that in, huh? Is that cool?
Yeah.
I just went to a nice, reputable site to download Our Winter Love by Bill Purcell, and I have now been prompted to click the save file to download Our Winter Love Bill Purcell downloader.exe. That sounds legit,
Oh,
right?
nice.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just
download it.
Maybe I won't do that. Maybe I'll just go to one of my bookmarks here, where you could save YouTube videos. There we go, keepvid.com, and we will download this as an MP3. Usually I have an MP3 option. Oh, here we go. There we go. Snip MP3, loading Java applet. Any moment here we will
play
have
my
this now.
diabetes song.
All right, we'll play your diabetes song.
Diabetes. Thump, thump, thump.
Is brought to you by Liberty Medical. You need a better
Liberty Medical. Thank you for bringing us that. Oh, and now it's bringing me to the downloader link again.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Strange. Actually, I'm Wilfred Brick.
Oh, this is pretty funny.
For a few minutes. Obey these simple rules and do these simple things. I promise you, you're going to be getting ladies every 15 or 20 minutes. Now, I'm going to give you my best, so pay attention to Wilfred the Love Doctor. If you want to get ladies,
Wilfred the Love
you're
Doctor.
gonna feel my language. So loosen up, take my medicine, and you're going to learn to do like Brimley. I have a big like a horse and an unquenchable thirst, but I take doctor's medicine so I don't come first. I do my commercials. I want to get paid. My ads get me rich. My dick gets me laid. Nice,
Wow.
Brimley.
Yeah.
Nice, Brimley. I've done things I
Oh my God.
Nice, Brimley. Nice, Brimley. I've eaten
Is this the upspeeded song we were looking for?
No, this is something that Ted sent us, that what he wanted us to play.
Or
While
is
I'm
this
working.
when you play it backwards? Is this when you play it backwards?
Yeah, this is when you play it backwards. That's exactly what that is. It's when you play it backwards.
That's right. Paul is dead. Paul is dead.
Ah, turn me on, dead man. Turn me on, dead man. Turn me on, dead man.
Laugh all your cares away and have some Brimley fun, because I've got 15 or 20
Some
problems.
Brimley fun.
Is not one.
Oh, there's video that goes with it too.
Bitches aren't one.
When did he say bitch, Ted?
So, Brian, have you heard any of the rapping? I forget if I played this when you were around or not. Did you hear the rapping Brian Williams clips?
No.
Oh, it's great. It's like the only good thing that, what's that guy's name? That's doing the Late Show now. Or the...
Not Colin.
Fallon.
Oh, Fallon, yeah.
Somebody Fallon.
Although I'm sure it's someone that works for Fallon that actually did it. But here we go. This is great.
All right. Snoop Dogg.
So much drama in the LBC. It's kind of hard being Snoop the old double G. But I, somehow, some way, keep coming up with funky ass shit like every single day. May I kick a little something for the G's and make a few ends as I breeze through 2 in the morning and the party's still jumping because the mama ain't home. They got bitches in the living room getting it on and they ain't leaving till 6 in the morning. So what you want to do? I got a pocket full of rubbers and my homeboys do too. So turn off the lights and close the doors. But what? We don't love them hosed. Yeah. So we go smoke and ounce to this. Jeez, I'll close down while you motherfucker bounce to this. Rolling down the street, smoking and dough, sipping on gin and juice. Laid back with my mind on my money and my money on my mind.
That's crazy. Oh my god.
Nice.
Wow.
Yes, it is absolutely brilliant. And they've done more than one of these. Let's
wow. I mean, you can't get away with anything anymore.
No.
I mean, Mars, you hear about, a couple weeks ago there was this big thing about Jeremy Clarkson saying the eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I've heard about it. I haven't listened to it. But
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous, and fucking Pure's Morgan was tweeting the hell out. Like, oh, how you lost the job, dude? Are you correct?
Black to the white, the red and the brown, the purple and yellow.
There you go, Rapper's Delight.
The boogie to the
Nice.
the boogie to the bang bang. Boogie, let's rock. You don't stop. Rock the rhythm that will make your body rock. Well, so far you've heard my voice, but I brought 2 friends along. And next on the mic is my man Hank. Come on, Hank, sing that song.
Check it out. And the C.A. San Diego and the rest is
Nice.
You see, I go by the code of the doctor of the mix, and these reasons I'll tell you why. You see, I'm 6'1", and it turns up on a night dressed to a teen. You see, I've got more clothes than Muhammad Ali, and I dress so viciously. Everybody go, hotel, motel. What are you gonna do today?
Say what?
Because I'm a blind girl and get some straight drive off and the death OJ. Everybody go,
Hotel, motel, holiday inn. Say if your girl starts acting up, then you take her friend.
Oh, it's just great.
I see it's not the 14-minute version.
No, it's not. I wish it was, but
What gets me mad about the Jeremy Clarkson controversy was they didn't take the clip that was released. They basically grabbed the scraps from the floor, not literally, but the edit outtakes, and said, "See, you used the word nigger."
Oh.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, of course.
Usually Jeremy just blows off this stuff, but he did post a video that said, "Look, I never used that word," and explain, what it was kind of about, whatever. But I mean that's ridiculous. I mean this age is just fucking nuts.
yeah, it is. I mean, the smart thing to do is to just never say it under any circumstance, unless you got like, what was it? Wasn't there an interview where Samuel Jackson was giving someone heat for not? It's like, just say the word, and it's like, no, that word's a career killer,
Right,
Yeah.
and it's absurd. It's just I like George Carlin's take on things. There's no such thing as a bad word.
Bad thoughts.
Of course, he was
but not
talking
bad
about
words.
the 7.
Right. Shit,
The
piss, fuck,
7
cunt,
plus.
cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits.
Right. And then, of course, he has the expanded list and stuff like this. There aren't bad words. It's the context that you use it.
Yeah.
And, maybe Jeremy Clarkson is a racist, but he's smart enough to know not to use that. That was probably a bad choice to go eeny, meeny, miny, mo in this clip.
Right.
But there are alternate versions of that tune that we grew up as learning as kids. Catch a tiger by the toe,
Yeah.
catch a teacher by the toe. I mean, hey, come on. You don't... In fact, the idea of banning a song, I think, is absurd. Whatever.
Well, I finally got the file loaded up in the SoundForge here.
Yeah, how did the EXE go?
I did not download that. So now I need to figure out what I need to do to speed this up by the right amount. I'm trying to figure out...
You shirked the 78, right?
Let's see. Well, I'm previewing it now, and now we could... So how many semitones is 45 to 78? That's...
Oh.
Wait a minute, your tool can't speed up things without changing the tune?
Well, I mean, this is what it would... Basically, the overdubs are at the right speed, but the rhythm track was played too slow. So, of course, the piano and stuff that was overdubbed is going
would
to
have
sound
to go
sped
higher
up.
as well.
Right. But I guess this is... I'm not sure how much we need to go. Actually, no, that's...
Well, what's it originally at, 33 or 45?
It was at 78, and they played it back at 45. So we want to take this
Okay,
from
so
45.
you just go up from 45 to 78,
So if we
right?
cut this onto a 45 and I put it on my turntable and set it to 78, that'd be fine. I just need to get a record cutter. I've seen...
You mean you don't have one?
I might be cool, but I'm not that cool.
Oh.
I thought punk artists released stuff on 45 because those machines were cheap and easy to get.
Relatively speaking, but I don't think that would be the case anymore because CD burners are rather cheap and easy to get, and save as MP3 even cheaper.
Yep, pretty much.
But maybe back in the day.
Well, in the early days of punk, and things were moving to CDs.
It's 9.58
those were going up
semitones.
Oh, all right. So that's 9.5. All right. So we'll go 9 semitones and 50 cents.
See, Gators, I think you would have known what the semitones would have been by, you know.
So something like
Don't
here.
give them any shit.
Oh.
So the backing track is at the right
Did
speed,
you go to school
and the
for music?
overdubs are sped up now. But this is the speed that the backing track should have been.
It's not bad.
I don't know. This doesn't sound like... This doesn't sound like a up-tempo jazz number.
Yeah, add a little saxophone to it or something.
All right. Anyways,
And I'm back again.
You're back, and I'm not hearing an up-tempo jazz number buried in this though. I don't buy this guy's story.
They must have really modified it a lot, Gators.
You know what? The guy that sent me this story about this track has often been full of shit. So,
well, let's hear it more.
Venison.
No, I've closed this. You know what? I'm going to I'm sorry. What did you say, Gothard?
Was it venison?
No, it was the guy with the storage locker.
The guy with the chunky milk.
Yeah, the guy with the coffee creamer. That was homemade. Homemade from what was still my question. Coffee creamer
You
and
drank
vanilla
it, Gators.
stuff.
You drank it.
He strained the rotten coffee creamer out of it by running the coffee through a filter a second time. And I sipped at it to be polite and then ditched the mug.
Think how much protein you got out of that drink.
Ugh. I didn't get sick, though. It didn't do to me what the sushi did to me. And that brings us around full circle. So I think it's time to put another show to bed here as we pass the 10 o'clock hour in the Pacific time zone. So this has been another fun-filled edition of the Suburban Homeboys here on the No Holds Barred and Wild Bunch radio networks. Brought to you distortion-free on Wild Bunch for once.
Yes.
And hopefully we'll be getting some website updates because Zoe is back and active and doing stuff.
Yay, Zoe!
You know, and I'm not any of the times that I've made comments about Wild Bunch's website, it was never to be mean or anything like that, because Zoe has been through a lot. You know.
Yeah.
How long ago was Zoe's heart attack? So Zoe needed some recovery, but it sounds like Zoe's back and is going to get some things happening here soon. So that's great. Anyways, stories I did not get to. There's a guy that lives in a Boeing 727 in Portland.
In Portland, that's the reason I gave that one to you.
Ah. Well, you know, that's kind of a cool thing. You take an abandoned, old airplane, no longer in service, gut it, and turn it into. I think someone turned one into like a shed or something in his backyard. That was pretty cool. Although I think it was a part of two airplanes stacked up on one another to make this kind of apartment type.
Yeah,
thing.
I've seen a number of housing shows talking about aircraft built into houses. That's cool.
Yeah. Teen falls off a cliff while talking to mother on the phone. So public service announcement. Watch where you're going while you're talking on the phone.
There you go.
That's right.
And
there is that video that went viral several years ago. This woman walking down a sidewalk, talking on the phone, and walked right into a fountain, face planted into a.
Right.
I mean, it was funny as hell, but she was really pissed about it.
Oh yeah.
Somebody bid.
I noticed.
But yeah, I see people walking and talking, like zombies on the phone, here in Singapore.
Yeah, it happens.
Getting on the train, off the train, whatever. It's amazing. Of course, one thing about Singaporeans in the public there, they don't make eye contact. So they could make perfect American.
There you go.
Maybe they watch too much American TV.
That could be. That could be.
Don't really
speaking
know.
of which, has anyone been watching I Want to Marry Harry?
No.
I don't get that out here.
Oh, it's great. They take a bunch of attractive chicks that want to be on a dating kind of reality show, and they take this guy, a British guy who looks kind of like Prince Harry, and they train him.
I think you talked about this the last show. I think you were talking about.
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
That's a cool. It's a cool idea.
And so they all think he's. They haven't actually flat out told the contestants that he's Prince Harry, but they all pretty much believe he's Prince Harry. There were a few skeptics, but the skeptics are gone now.
That's how you get voted off the island, right?
Right. One of the girls was asking him too many questions, and so he asked her to leave. And voted her out. And there's a Southern girl. I missed the beginning of the show, but somehow at the beginning of the show, he took two girls on a date for horse riding. And the other girls had to shovel the shit. And this one Southern girl was like, well, he would want his woman to be able to, do this properly, right? We should learn how to do this for him, or something to that effect. And I was like, wow, this girl is just, looking to please her man. And so I kept throughout the show just making jokes like, maybe she should go shovel some shit to, kiss up to, I.
Do you think Princess Di ever shoveled shit?
No, exactly. That's what was so stupid about this. No, he don't want his woman's never going to shovel shit. Yeah. That is a skill that is not going to come in handy. You are sadly mistaken.
Apparently the concept of British chivalry doesn't come through to some of these idiots.
No, she just wants to, know her place, and her place is shoveling the shit. But she did get awarded every episode ends with him picking a winner and a loser, and the loser gets voted out, and the winner gets like the Queen Palace or something like that. There's a special room that she gets to sleep in all to herself. All the other girls are sharing a room. So she was voted the winner that week. And,
so the rest are thrown back into the bunkhouse.
Right. Well, I mean, it's still a nice room. It's just that they're all sharing a room, whereas she gets the special suite to herself for the night. So there you go.
Private shower.
Right. All that stuff. And she won't have to shovel any shit there.
Private toilet.
Yeah. But anyways, so yeah, apparently from the previews for next week, they're gonna start flat out telling the girls, yes, he is Prince Harry, and there you go. So anyways,
he's not.
But he's not. No, but that exactly.
Right.
That's the whole premise of the show. They're lying to the girls.
That's cruel.
They signed up for this.
This depends on how much money they're making.
You know, this is like like Joe Millionaire. The whole.
If you're paying me enough money, you can lie to me if you want.
The whole premise of the show is finding.
Are they getting paid though?
Of course.
I don't know. That would be part of the deal.
I don't know. They signed on for this, and you know, the whole premise of the show is finding people stupid enough to fall for this ploy and make an ass of themselves on TV, and we all sit there and point and laugh, and decide that they deserved it. Do they deserve it? I don't know, but I'm laughing.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'll feed peaches to my cat.
There you go.
There you go.
So finally, Doomsday Prepper is being played in.
Oh, you must be thrilled.
I'm able to catch up on my episode.
Oh my God.
This is your first time
Well,
eating apricot.
we will have to talk more about Doomsday Preppers next week, because right now we're at that point where it's time to go around the room and talk about just what have we learned this week. So let's start with Ted. What have you learned this week, Ted?
I learned that my cat likes apricots.
Ah. Mars, what have you learned this week?
Not the dried kind.
Well, those are ears.
I've learned that Moscow now tells the age of their men by counting the rings on their penis.
What?
Oh.
And what about you, Neo? Have you learned anything this week?
Apparently, I've learned that Mars likes to count the rings on men's penises to see how old they
No!
are.
Bad! No!
Neo,
Oh,
you're
a
awesome.
brain freeze.
All right. What about you?
He said you're awesome.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you.
Gothard, what have you learned this week?
Put some fucking bacon on it.
There you go.
Put a bird on it.
And Brian, what have you learned this week?
Well, I mean, there's the technical cool stuff that I'm always going to dig. Proper alignment of the microphone, noise reduction, stuff like this. Make us all more professionals.
Slowly.
And guess what? They're not going to pay us anymore.
Aw.
Oh, brain freeze.
You know,
We're not
you kind of stole mine.
All right.
Yeah, that's true. We are not getting paid more. But you kind of stole mine, because I was going to say I learned that cranking up the noise gate helps. And I need to...
Well, you learned that part of the whole equation. Yeah. Mine was more on the microphone placement. Was very critical.
Very critical. Yes. And I've also learned that Ted likes to feed his cat apricot.
Yes, I cut it into little bite-sized portions and I feed it to him.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. I had a cat that would not eat any kind of vegetable product, but he would try anything once. And I threw a baked bean at him once, and he swallowed it. And when I threw the second one, he realized, wait a minute, I didn't like that. Funny as hell.
Freddie loves honeydew so much that he forgets to breathe when I feed him honeydew. He just devours it.
I've learned on the internet, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it be a video clip or a internet radio show, it always comes back to the cats.
Yes,
it does.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
This woman,
where is my bitch?
As I stroke my pussy in my lap.
Well, now she's calling.
And I've now learned that I can't go away for 3 weeks anymore, because when I come back, you're all way more talkative than usual and step on each other way more. Which results in me having to use the countdown sound effect, which I haven't had to use in years.
Yeah. That's my one trigger is China and cheap goods.
So how did we
myself.
miss getting Damon back? for another episode of I'm Training Fucking Dog.
Well...
No, that's Sundays. That's the Damon and Dune show.
He does typically hit both shows, but he doesn't always hit both shows. He must have been busy tonight training his dog. But he did have the Seeing Eye Dog people come out to his place, and they offered him some tips. But the really scary thing was before the people got out there, the dog stopped in the middle of the road while crossing the street.
Aww. Yes.
And yeah, that was not good.
I was afraid Dave was gonna pick the dog up and like over his head and try to get across, you know.
But apparently the dog is nearing the end of the puppy years, so things should be uphill from here. And I guess Seeing Eye kind of said he should. I forget what exact tips, but if you catch the podcast of the last Dune and Bob show, Damon.
So if we had a photo of this dog stopping in the middle of the road, we could add a caption to it like, "Take this guy out, please."
Something like that. Yes.
And Damon's caption would be something like, "Take this dog out, please."
Yeah. Something like that.
Mars, do non-dried apricots cause excessive pooping? Do you know?
Well, it's still fiber.
Well, you're going to find out. So please let us know next week on the Suburban Homeboys. And check out all our programming all week long.
Let's just hope it's not projecting.
www.nhradio.com and www.wildbunchradio.com.
Squirts!
Thank
He's gonna
you
get the squirts.
for listening.
No!
And do shots of Kahlua
It's gonna be a squirt kitty.
out of roasted marshmallows. Good
That's only
night!
Night.
He ate 2 whole apricots are not very
All
big.
right,
but,
just need to close the Google Hangout.